to the stars for clues. I call the moon. Then in my wildest dreams, there was a wave, growing bigger. Now I call you force and nature.
Hey guys, welcome back to day 2 of New Zealand Nationals. I'm Dylan, joined with Lucas.
Hi guys, good to be back.
So yeah, no, after a draft yesterday, we've kind of settled down to 22 players that are possible to qualify for the top 8, and we're starting off with a really classic New Zealand player, Cale McCreath, not on his classic Bravo, but on Valda Seismic Impact, taking on our last draft round player yesterday, Elliot, on RKO. So yeah, Lucas, what do you think of this matchup?
Honestly, I'm excited to watch my first ever Volta RKO matchup. It will be really interesting to see. Obviously, KO doesn't have many of these draw effects to turn on Volta's hero ability, but it'll be really interesting. I imagine it'll be really grinding. Really cool to see Elliot doing so well. Long-time local of mine and been a player for a very, very long time. So very cool to see him making a deep run here.
Yeah, Valda in the meta, kind of an alternative to Victor, punishing decks like Acilio for using their hero ability and decks like Ninjas trying to draw. Works really well that they can block while using Seismic Surges to play these crush cards for free or cheap, or get a free pummel in by reducing costs down to 1 and just using a blue. Very strong in the current meta, and Kale, lifelong Guardian player, seems to think it's very well positioned to choose it over Victor.
Yeah, Kale always enjoys playing the second best Guardian in the format. So very cool to see him on Valda. I know that he probably wishes he was playing Bravo, but Valda is very cool, interesting hero as well. Good to see Kale branching out
We
into
see an
new and exciting
overblock
things.
from Kale, Crash and Bash. So
Yeah,
this is a block card that lets him create a Seismic Surge, and Kale now has the 3 Seismic Surges that will give
yeah,
his next Crush attack Dominate. So
yeah. And
yeah, fun active.
if you've ever played any Master Pack Guardian Sealed, you'll know that Crash and Bash is actually a really, really strong card.
Strong card.
Like
Getting
blocking for
4
4 and
block
gaining a resource.
and a resource. Yeah.
It's not quite a test of strength, but it's really strong for the utility decks. And you see here, it's the difference between dominate and not dominate. But Elliot has a perfect response here with 2 defense reactions,
Yeah,
which
this put him in their
seems
place is a very strong card. Just taking cards out of deck, but basically gaining you 4 resources on a crush, and sometimes that's worth 2 cards and even more, and it can just allow Valda to snowball. I like to look at Valda as kind of like a guardian version of Vincent, if that makes sense.
It doesn't make a ton of sense to me, but I'm sure sure I'll
No,
find out.
Vincent tries to kind of constantly have these rune chants set up, and Valda can do this with cards like Put them in their place to constantly have these seismic surges where the main advantage that they're getting is they get to block with more cards within their hand and then continue to snowball by sending these kind of discounted 10 power cards.
It'll be interesting to see here how Elliot Kale responds to Elliot's grindy RKO matchup. Like Valda has quite a clear game plan into these aggressive strategies, but we'll see if she can grind as well as some of the other great Guardian decks.
Yeah, Elliot playing a booze
But
here, making a vigor, but not really getting that life lead that KO really wants. And I really wonder how many defense reactions Kale is on to try play around KO's ability.
yeah, interesting to it'll be interesting to see that. The defensive cards are probably at a bit of a contention point for this Valda deck, who needs enough crush attacks and surge generation, and with block cards like Crash and Bash. I wonder how many defense reactions he can even get into the deck. But we see the classic, very aggressive RKO use of equipment here
Yeah, we
to
also
just
have
try and
Gang
get
Robbery
a life lead
taking a
as quickly as
seismic
possible.
surge away from Kale.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that denies a dominate on the next turn cycle, or even a clean, blue for a 4-cost pitch. So
As well, Valda chooses to run the shield Testament of Valahai, which gets more defense based on how many seismic surges you have. And usually this combos well with cards like Seismic Eruption, which create 3 seismic surge tokens. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how RKO's interaction with opponents' auras affects this.
One of my favorite new cards, Reckless Arithmetic, in the pitch zone here, paying for a big bully. The art of this card is just so premium, and actually a really strong piece in these RKO decks. Even a low roll can be buffed up by Chaos Hero Power, and a really
Kale
defensive
blocking
posture here
12.
from Kale. And that's with 2 blues, a boulder drop, and a red pummel.
Yeah.
So it really tells you a lot about that Kale is worried about this pummel and worried about letting KO establish any sort of life lead at all. This pummel looking very well read here by KO, who loves playing the player. So yeah,
Elliot
clearly
choosing to
he
use
thought
the
that Elliot
pummel. Using the pummel despite not getting the discard really shows how Elliot values this life lead. And the question is,
it looked like
how is Kale gonna get that life lead back?
And was that a pummel and an RKO activation?
Yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of leak there, and now Elliot's sort of in his happy place of 4 cards of tempo and a life lead. Kale still has a lot of equipment still in play to convert defensively, but if he can't catch back up, it's not gonna do much good. And an E-Strike exactly what these RKO decks need in a spot like this to convert their whole hand.
Kale likes to play the long game. From talking to him, I think he's told me before that Guardian's a deck that starts off very threat heavy, but drawing them together doesn't really help. So he usually wants to get into that second cycle. It's something that like a retro Flesh and Blood player like Kale really loves to get into.
Yeah, absolutely, and definitely a possibility in a matchup like this. I also know that Kale just wants to make sure that if he's taking damage to send a red attack, that the tempo that card buys him will give him a red attack in the next turn. But a mocking blow coming out here from Elliot with 1 resource floating for the vigor token is just perfect here. It's gonna to push this
KO
advantage
activation.
even further, and Kale taking 5 here, so this life lead now 9 points in Elliot's favor, and he's really going to need a strong turn to try and catch back up.
Now here we have Promising Terrain. Now this card's very strong. Every time Kale creates a Seismic Surge, he's going to get an additional 1, and if he can manage to get to 3, then he's going to draw a card and gain a life in his next turn. It's kind of like a Showtime with Go Again.
Yeah, and such works so well with this card Aftershock, which I imagine a lot of people thought looked like an innocuous piece of Mastery Pack Guardian chaff, but really great consistency piece in Valda, and really good to see it working alongside Promising Terrain. So 4 surges will be enough to turn on the Promising Terrain effect.
Yeah, it's also going to
in
give the
conjunction
shield
with it.
+2 block, which will give Kale that health buffer in order to send a threatening attack back at Elliot. And Kale's slowly working through Elliot's armor as the game goes by.
Yeah. Elliot using it a lot more efficiently here. So although, materially, Elliot isn't that far ahead, he does still have in life comparing equipments. He does have this advantage of having his Mockingblow cards aligned. So I imagine Kale wants to start using his equipment soon as well. And looking for a scrap here.
For 5.
Again, exactly what Elliot needs to be converting these hands aggressively. And another Mocking Blow.
Now, to use Kale's hero ability here, Elliot's going to need to use both his cards, and it's really a question if that's worth it. I wonder how Kale's going to block depending on his hand.
I wonder what's left over in Elliot's hand.
Using the shield because he has the seismic surges.
Yeah, he is pitching 2 cards here for to activate KO, and it looks like he's pitching. Is that a blue looking for a scrap?
I think it's a red.
Can convert so well.
Blue Mocking Blow. I'm not sure.
In the pitch zone, I think it was a blue one.
Both blues.
Both blues. So yeah, you could that might have been a card that he would struggle to convert without a KO activation.
Yeah.
So decided to pay the full 2
Kale
cards.
making a seismic surge and sending another Aftershock red.
And this probably isn't exactly what he was looking for. Yeah, a pummel here would be incredible. Elliot immediately respecting it here with the flashback block.
Yeah, no, Guardians really have to play around flashback by arsenaling that pummel and trying to overpitch the resources to float. But this might just be Kale playing a game to get rid of that flashback so he can pummel later.
We know that Kale loves to play games and mind tricks on his opponent. And another red looking for a scrap here. Elliot really not having any trouble converting his hands here.
Yeah, this match is very similar to a regular Guardian Mirror, and these looking for a scraps are kind of equivalent to a Zealous Belting type effect, so I bet Kale feels...
But much more efficient than a Zealous Belting if it's being paid for off these Spear Vigor tokens and Tunic resources.
Yeah. We have a swing
and a follow-up of 8 here. Do you think
Pitching
Kale might be interested in acquiring a Quicken token here?
Well, if he blocks out here, then he could carry that Quicken token into the next turn, but I imagine giving Ilya a full hand, Kale would have to take a lot of damage to convert it to actually use the Quicken token.
Yeah, that's what's so strong about this swing big card. But I can imagine some really strong Valda turns that start with a bunch of surges and really pop off with the Quicken.
Yeah. Kale not seeing his seismic generators like Seismic Eruption currently. He pitched a Solid Ground earlier, which is one of the premium cards you can use in Valda while you have Seismic Surge up. So very interested to see in how he's going to convert this hand with 2 Seismic Surges, which doesn't really help his 3-cost Boulder drop in hand, but might be able to turn a Disable into a 2-card play.
It does look like he has another Promising Terrain in hand as well, and we saw how powerful that card was earlier, so maybe trying to set that up again.
Kale blocking 8. Chooses to get the Quicken token.
Also could just be trying to convert his equipment defensively to try and get back in that life race.
Yeah, keeping health can be very valuable against RKO. Oh, and he's able to convert that Aftershock.
Red Aftershock into Red Aftershock into Red Aftershock. So yeah, looks like he won't be using the Quicker token here, but solid 2-card 8 gaming here from KO and floating those surges for when they might be more impactful.
Yeah, we see
But a
double
double
Fiddler's
Fiddler's
Green
Green
here.
block here. And this is really showing the power of Fiddler's Green over traditional 0 for 4 defense reactions.
Yeah, when
Typically,
there's
Elliot
no
wouldn't
on
have been able
hits.
to convert another defensive card there, but we are in a matchup like this where the on hits aren't the most scary thing. Being able
But
to
here,
convert multiple Fiddler's Greens.
Kale has a tempo opportunity with Elliot only swinging the claw.
Two surges cracking, not quite enough here for KO. I'm sure he would really like to be dominating this turn. Also,
Cranial
how
Crush.
important is the legendary
Leyline of the old ones.
the ley line of the old ones? Thank you. That
Yeah.
in
So
Valda,
Ley,
I always feel like
yeah.
games into Valda where they have that card are so different from games where they
Yeah.
don't, and he hasn't managed to find it yet.
So in these more defensive matchups, Leyline can be a lot less strong because you need to use your tectonic plating to ensure that you keep it around in fear that your opponent can block out your attacks. It's a lot stronger in matchups like Syndra or decks that aren't really blocking you out, and you can repeatedly get these seismic surges. And when you're drawing um these promising terrains while you have the ley line out, you can easily make 4 seismic surges and block more and just send things for free. But here we have a show of strength with Go Again for 9. I feel Kale's deck is definitely full
Yeah.
of 6 powers, so I feel like this might be a clean block.
No, yeah, choosing to get the boots involved here to not leak anymore. Yeah, no tunic up here for Elliot, so I can't convert that extra resource into a free claw swing, which I'm sure he would have been interested in. But yeah, it looks like
Titans
a red heavy
no?
hand from Kale, so just converting his hand into the hammer. And how likely do you think it is that a matchup like this will go all the way to fatigue? Do you think that one of these players will be able to get over the line?
I do think it's possible, but I feel Valda runs a lot more no blocks, especially if they're on the Fables like Grandeur, Valahai, Ataya, or Heart of Fendel. This deck can run 3 Fables along with the Leyline, whereas KO is able to convert any 3-card hand with an attack into 6 value, and that's where KO kind of shines in always being able to convert a hand into a consistent value, whereas Kale might just be swinging this Titan's Fist in the late game, and
Yeah,
Elliot basically has a sledge on his hero ability.
yeah. And although we might think that Guardian's normally favored in fatigue games like this with 6 for 8 blue attack, even though a lot of Elliot's attacks only say 1 in the bottom left, they're materially going to attack for a lot more than that in terms of fatigue maths.
Yeah.
And we see a new Omens cards here coming out.
Yeah, this is a 0 for 1 go again if you have higher health, insult to injury. Very threatening, kind of like Slippy sending a 0 for 1 stealth card, and you wonder, oh, are they going to use KO's ability? But then they just go, oh yeah, I'll send my next attack. But Kale
We
using
see
his
the
arms,
block with the Iron Fist Revelation here.
yep, flipping up a put him in their place. Elliot uses
Choosing to take this opportunity to leak some damage through and keep that life lead exactly where he wants it.
this is a very powerful play when you have 2 blues being able to send the claw. A sigil.
Elliot really putting on a clinic
Oh,
here,
and here we
showing
go. This is
the
the
mid
card I was
range
talking
value of.
about. Seismic Eruption makes 3 seismic surges at instant speed, basically becoming a blue in this Guardian deck that turns on Valda. I know Kale gets to do a 2-card 11 here with Dominate, and put them in their place is how Kale is going to win this if it goes to a fatigue situation, because once the armor and the D-Reacts are gone, this will take 3 cards out of Elliot's deck and allow Kale to snowball, and once Remembrances
Yeah,
start being played, this card gets really strong.
and we were talking earlier about how Elliot uses equipment really aggressively to secure this life lead, but now it's no longer available for him to stop this terrifying on hit. So
And Guardian's a class that's comfortable being a bit behind in the early game because once the decks get down to their basic math values, Guardian usually reigns supreme in this case.
Elliot looking a little worried here, even if he does have a 0 for 4 defense reaction in Arsenal. only covering 7 with a card plus defensive action will mean that the crush effect is still alive. So yeah, definitely looking like a tough spot for Elliot here.
I wonder if
An overcrowded an Arsenal. And even though those surges are being left in play, they are not in play. They were destroyed at the start of this turn. So
this gang robbery doesn't matter. Discarding shelter.
discarding shelter, yeah, looks like Elliot has come together with a much more defensive hand here.
So this is a block for 6, am I right?
And discarding the rest of his hand, which had another overcrowded in it as well. So
I know.
yeah,
Kale getting 2 surges.
I wonder if one thing that I find funny about putting him in the place is often it gives your opponent an opportunity to upgrade their hand. Elliot looked like he had quite an impressive hand there of 2 blues, so very possible that that he has drawn into some action here. We'll see.
Yeah, but as well, this takes place at the end of your turn, so the opponent has to adapt quickly to the cards they draw, and there's
Yeah,
a
definitely.
comfort in familiarity when you draw a hand, but we see a discard of a outside
interference, exactly what Elliot wants here, and now he's able to
send a
play
big
a
blue.
2-card 8 that makes a vigor token, whereas his play before would have just been sending an overcrowded for
Yeah, but Kale
6.
seems very comfortable here, knowing exactly how he wants to block and using his arms. I think he might have another crush card in his arsenal.
Yeah,
Yeah, another
another
put him in
in
their
their
place.
But crucially here, Dylan, he only has 2 seismic surges. Elliot choosing to discard the Shelter of the Storm for just 1 value means that the crush effect last turn only forced him to discard 2 cards and made KO 2 seismic surges. So really heads up play from Elliot there to try and avoid the situation of Felder chaining dominate effects over and over again.
And Kale
So
is a
if he
very
wants
good
to be able to
Guardian player, so we know he set up this chain of damage, but Kale is 2 floating here.
Yeah, I wonder. Kale always loves to pretend there's a pummel, even if there isn't one. So, yeah, it could be an incredible blowout here, but we'll have to see if he can put his money where his mouth is.
And Kale looking through the graves now. What I love about Kale is you wouldn't assume it because he's very kind of relaxed, very kind of chummy guy, but he's very attentive to detail. This is a guy who can quote your pitch stack back to you if you play against him long enough.
Yeah. A really excellent OG player here. So,
Yeah.
but yeah.
I think one of the first Flesh and Blood YouTube videos I ever watched was a Kale McCreath Bravo deck tech, where he played Showstopper instead of Starvo at a PQ and came top 8.
Yeah, I actually won that PQ, so that bit of
Oh
fab
wow!
lore. Yeah,
Did you
yeah.
beat the Showstopper though?
But no, I beat the Salvos.
You beat the
I
Starvos.
remember him
You
doing that
dodged
deck
the
list, him
Showstopper.
talking about how crazy imposing visages. And
Yeah,
turns out
back
that's
leverage the
some
Starvo.
original fab content.
We see a 6
A
block
block
to
of
take
8
on the
here,
10. Kale
and
has
he
the
does have
pummel.
the red pummel.
Very
So
strong. He's
strong
starting to get
here.
that life lead back.
Yeah, look, this will put him ahead in life.
Yeah, and he can layer these triggers, so he's gonna put the pummel after the put him in their place trigger, so he gets that seismic
Yeah,
surge. And this actually
and
gets
take
2 cards out of Elliot's deck.
two cards out
Yeah,
of Ellie's fatigue.
yeah.
Now, crucially, we'll have to see, is Kale going to draw crash and bashes and seismic options, or is he going to be able to convert this tempo into a meaningful advantage? Elliot with a great 1-card play here, a no-card play of Tunic Vigor token to swing the claw. And it looks like Kale's 3-card hand here is in Titan's Fist. I really hope he's got a pummel to back this up because
He
yeah, it looks
pitched a
very
Tear
yeah.
Asunder, which I imagine he would have played if he had another blue. We see a double
And a
Sirens block.
double Sirens block, putting Elliot back at life parity.
Oh, we have a
he did do a
Seismic
seismic
Eruption.
eruption,
Kale
which
is
is
setting
great
up
for next turn,
next
but
turn.
now he's going to have to pay some real life in order to resolve these.
Yeah, but Elliot only has 2 cards, and he doesn't have a Vigor or the Tunic up to activate KO, so either this is a
Yeah.
Claw or something like a Swing Big.
Yeah, these 2-card 8s so strong in Boot, so I wonder if he's drawn one of those here. But doesn't look too thrilled with the state of things. So
Kale choosing to bring Titan's Fist here is also interesting to look at. Maybe it shows that he's not on a card like Shield Beater, which you would imagine in this matchup would get more value long term.
yeah, yeah, for sure. You have to. I wonder if it's in his deck at all. A
He has a
sigil here,
sigil?
very interesting for Elliot, putting him
Maybe
back in the
Elliot's
life lead here.
maybe Elliot's just thinking, if I pass, Kale might not be able to convert the whole hand. He is a Guardian. He might just send 8.
Yeah, one of my favorite plays into Guardian is just convert my hand defensively and
Hmm.
say what you're gonna do.
But Kale pitched a
Very
Terror
few.
Thunder, so I imagine there's a very powerful threat in his arsenal.
That's
Since
true. Yeah,
debilitate from hand, could it be another pummel? This is
it
dominate.
could be. It could also be a defensive tool like a sink below, though. We've seen one sink below out of KO so far. I think no other defense reactions, but we're getting pretty late into the deck here. So if he is playing a full playset of that card, it's possible it's come up here.
I think Kale's only played one pummel. If he can chain these together and keep this healthily, it's not looking too good for Elliot.
He has blocked with a red pummel though.
He has blocked with one.
On the big bully pummel turn out of Elliot.
Leyline
And yeah,
comes
here
out.
we
Now, this
finally
is a
see the
power
ley
card.
line, and it's making at
When it
least one
enters,
search here.
yeah. So when this enters the field, it creates a surge. But if Kale hits here, he gets another surge, and that means Volda's
Yeah,
active
and
for next turn.
he has converted for 4, and another.
And he
It
has
was
another
double seismic eruption last turn, so 6 surges here.
Now
You
this means
almost wonder
Kale,
why bother attacking him at this point, because he's just going to
yeah.
block with his excess blues.
The Testament of Valahai now gets +4 block, which makes it online again. And as
Also,
well, yeah, go ahead.
and debilitate giving Elliot's attacks the first attack -2, and
Yeah.
also with that leak of 4 damage, putting him exactly 1 life behind Kale could mean that this turn is not exactly as good as Elliot hoped.
Now, Elliot
But
could
yeah,
try and set up here, but we haven't seen Kale play a Tectonic Instability yet, and that card would really disrupt Elliot trying to set anything up in Arsenal here.
yeah, we have seen a couple of them blocked and pitched with, but
See a
trot
trot
along
along.
here. Oh,
Now,
the high seas classic.
This isn't how you
Oh,
want to
it's not even
convert a
high
hand.
seas, is it? It's hunted, but yeah. But it's better than nothing, you know. A hand like this with this many blues, and he's pitching a mocking blow, which is just looking depressing, being just 1 life behind here.
Kale blocks with the chest just to value life. You cannot activate RKO on your weapon. And we see a E-Strike for 7, maybe playing around the tectonic instability or really trying to pressuring that life gain. And you were right, it is a sink below off Kale.
And he is digging for something here.
Yeah.
Maybe trying to find. Hopefully, he has a strong disruptive attack to send here.
Yeah.
6 surges pop. Always a scary sign.
And a pitch, creating another seismic surge. And a
Spinal
spinal crush
Crush.
with 2 cards in hand. Now, what could Kale have here? He's played all 3 seismic eruption. I think it's pummel.
Yeah, he did take a damage to resolve this. He could have converted some cards defensively, but yeah, not a lot Elliot can
2
do here.
floating.
And there we go.
There's the pummel.
The 3rd red pummel. Brutal here for
And
Elliot.
at the start of this game, we thought Kale was so behind, but we've seen he's run Elliot out of threats and his armor's gone, and now he just gets the snowball over and over with these power cards that he's kept in his deck.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is expert Guardian play.
Yeah, just being able to create unfair turns out of a really fair deck.
And the strong part is
here out of Elliot.
He's chaining these attacks.
Oh my god.
Oh. Kale not looking happy, but I think he knows that Elliot can't use all these unless his hand is 3 mocking blows, but I don't even think that's good.
He only got 2 cards left. Elliot, I think, rightly recognizing here that he's quite behind and needs to take his opportunities to catch back up when he can. And claw into Tunic, Command and Conquer. That's a good way to get back into it if Kale's hand doesn't line up that well defensively.
Kale blocking
Good job,
6.
yeah.
What Kale's done excellently is chain these disruptive effects, but sending
Wow.
a hammer.
Two
I think
two
Kale has
surges
a
popping and sending a hammer.
I think Kale has a D react in Arsenal because he's pitched
Yeah, that
another
may
solid ground there.
may yeah, definitely. Or the terrace under I'm sure he would have liked to resolve as well, but
Yeah. But if you're Elliot, you're not just taking this. Any dominate from Valda would be very difficult, but you're blocking with at
yeah,
least one card and trying to get tempo back, but it's very
yeah,
hard against Guardian.
Elliot's definitely in a tough spot, but has to be the dream scenario here. Kale converting 2 cards for 4 damage, 2 cards and 2 seismic surges. So if there was an opportunity for him to get back in this game, it definitely starts with a play like this.
But if Kale does have a defense reaction in his arsenal, he's pretty safe.
Yeah, true.
Blocking with the Tunic.
With
Doesn't want to
Tunic,
create another seismic surge off the ley line, but doesn't want to use their whole hand. Probably thinks they're not going to get more value out of that Tunic.
yeah, it could be quite a heads-up play here. Although Kale's deck, it seems like is structured around having another commanding conquer here. Very
An all red
heads-up play
hand from Elliot. I think Kale's perfectly fine to go for fatigue angle here now because Elliot doesn't have the Tunic to constantly get value, and getting rid of these reds, Kale's in a perfect situation to just keep sending 8s at him and taking 3 cards every turn.
Yeah, but a very heads-up play here from Elliot, deciding to send Command and Conquer instead of Swing Big here.
Swing Big, yeah.
With having the read that Kale might be stuck on another defensive tool, and it could be another hand that's difficult for Kale to convert.
Yeah.
One card we haven't seen out of Kale so far is Red Boulder Drop, which is the perfect response, 2-card play response out of this. But
he's blocked with them earlier. He blocked with 2 earlier, I believe.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. He blocked one alongside the red pummel.
I'm really interested if Kale's running anything like a Righteous Cleansing or a Hostile Encroachment to kind of go for that more fatigue angle, but it seems here he's just choosing to send the Titan's Fist. There's definitely
another 2-card for here.
I bet Kale's missing his Anathos right now.
And a D-React here from Elliot.
Yeah, this is
Cover
good
this up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Denies the surge.
Make him a seismic surge.
Oh, from the draw effect.
From the draw, yeah. Falda's hero ability. Can Elliot convert this hand? Because as soon as Kale gets a big dominate, I think he goes for it. Oh, this is your favorite card.
Reckless Arithmetic here. I love cards like this that give an opportunity.
Oh, 1.
When you're behind,
he rolled the 6 earlier.
But a 1 is not what you looked here. What you needed.
And we're in second cycle now because he pitched these 2 cards together earlier. So
yeah, definitely it'll be, and we'll see if Kale has
set up
strung together these powerful plays. No D-React played here from Kale.
Yeah, but he has 4 cards. Maybe he feels
3 cards minus the Arsenal if we think it's a D-React. So yeah, surprising to not see the D-React come out here. Terra Sunder.
Now Elliot has no armor. Does he have access to shelters or take it on the chin? But if I know Kale, he's memorized Elliot's pitch stack and knows that mostly has a 4 block. And this is taking cards out of deck, and Elliot's follow-up will just be Claw. And knowing Kale, he is another threat coming up after this.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 cards discarded.
Outside interference. Grabbing a big bully.
Oh.
Probably
looks like he might be trying to. Oh, it did look like he discarded the big bully, so.
I think it has no relevance because
Elliot
he would be able to get
emotional
anyway.
support of the big bully in his graveyard. Yeah,
maybe. Arsenal pass from
just
Elliot.
an Arsenal
What's
here.
Kale about to do with
Kale has botched his stack somehow.
Yeah, pitch.
And wow, it's a Ancients in Arsenal.
Yeah.
Which
this might be irrelevant to it.
I was there for so long, but
Yeah.
But it's so good now that it finally comes out.
Block 6 from Elliot. Yeah, and red debilitate.
It's a huge player cycle.
Block gang robbery,
Stealing the
taking the
seismic surge,
seismic.
though.
Thieving. Sigil of Solace,
Playing a
gaining 3.
sigil.
That does mean the crush effect is
And
coming.
exact lethal.
Exact
Yeah.
lethal. Wow.
And a
Masterfully
click here
navigated
from
by
Kale.
Kale. Oh my god.
But massive props to Elliot as well.
Yeah.
It's such a cool deck to see in action, RKO.
Yeah. No, we had him on yesterday for draft, and yeah, he had a lot to say about the deck. He was very happy with it. Kale Crease, 7 and 1.
Unfortunately, yeah, and unfortunately, Elliot dropping to X3, so out of top 8 contention, but I'm sure we'll keep playing for some clout and some cash.
Yeah.
Yeah, still very low for that. But yeah, Kale
Hopefully we get
7 and
Kale
1.
on for an interview.
Yeah. And although Kale's been in the game for a long time, his success at New Zealand Nats has sort of come in waves. So it's cool to see him making a resurgence here with a new Guardian.
My favorite game when I started playing Flesh and Blood was from, I think it was the 2022 New Zealand Nats or 2021. It was Kale McCreath versus Matt Rogers. It was Showstopper versus Oldham, and since then I've been obsessed with the Guardian Mirror, and it's one of my favorite matchups in the game.
Yeah, two great players. Yeah, very used to.
Here we go. Congratulations,
Kale.
Kale. Hey,
Congrats,
Kale.
man.
Oh my god, it's you two.
Yeah. We're good
are we?
friends of Kale.
I didn't punt, did I?
So not that we saw.
No, I mean, that's good.
Yeah. We thought you played very well.
Yeah, you looked very behind at the start, but once you got the armor gone and you started chaining those put them in their places one after each other, you're in a great spot.
Yeah,
Did you
there was a
set
point
that
where
up?
he played the Mocking Blow out, and I was like already down like 5 points or something, and I had to like weigh up if I'm like prepared to take like 7 damage or something. But I needed to get tempo back because the longer I leave him in front, the more he just gets to like snowball. So I had to like gamble on him not having it there.
Yeah. And
But,
why Valda this event over your usual Bravo?
It's my dislike for Remembrance. I just didn't want to sit there and play Blocking Simulator with it. I wanted to see if I actually knew how to play Fab after like 7 years. Turns out I might.
Yeah, no, very well. And you did great in draft yesterday, a 2-1 record.
Yeah. I
What are you on about?
wanted
I
to
always
ask
do
about
great in
that.
draft.
You always do.
I was going to ask. One less draft this year. You're going 7-1 now, and only CC left. How do you feel? Sort of. I know you're more comfortable with CC, making it out of the draft portion.
Mate,
Alive
just
and
hand me the
kicking.
trophy, eh? Like, it's CC, I don't lose.
Yeah.
One more win.
I mean,
and
obviously,
I think you're locked for
I'm
that
super
top
humble
three.
and conservative, right? Like, very, very serious person.
Oh yeah, always. Yeah, you are one of the humblest people I've ever met, man. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 100%. 100%.
And how are you feeling looking around at the top tables and seeing decks like Phi, Synra? I know your good friend Dennis is nearby. Are you afraid of pairing into him?
Oh, no, I just didn't want to play him round 1 because I want him to still be live for top 8. But I'm pretty sure I'm just going to run over him as well.
Yeah, how
Like,
do you feel about that matchup into Victor?
Into Victor, I feel great. Into Dennis, like he's not listening. No, probably not so great, but we'll see. Like we got a lot of history there. I don't want to I really want to see him top as well. So,
Yeah.
and just have my name
And
above his, so I can always point it out and be like, yeah, there you go, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. You'll never let him forget it. Yeah.
No, never.
Awesome. And we see a couple gravy bones and prisms floating around the top table as well. Do you feel good about those board state matchups as well, or?
I think I have tech for it.
I'm interested to see.
You're on the camera right now, so anything you show.
Yeah, maybe.
Rolling fissure?
I got game.
Okay.
No, it's whatever.
Okay.
Right? Like, I mean, gravy is gravy. There is a lot of ninja. I can still win the game, but it's not great.
And what do you feel Valda brings that Victor doesn't in the current meta?
Honestly, I just played Valda because it's basically Bravo but on rate with like hero text. So I figure it's like same but different. You know? So like I think if you want to play aggressive and do cool stuff, like it does that. But I mean, you're still not quite there with numbers of Victor.
Yeah.
Like I think
And
Victor is still
Yeah,
the
continuing your
difference.
streak of playing the second best Guardian.
Oh mate, like
You
if I
know,
can just go to
it's,
like a C tier hero instead of a D tier hero, it's like an amazing buff.
oh, absolutely, mate. Yeah, yeah.
Imagine if you
Imagine
had
if you
real
played
weapon.
AG. Yeah,
Yeah, no, we don't do that around here. New Zealand meta, mate. We just play what we have at home.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah, yeah.
So the
Awesome.
value you've gotten for your Guardian cards is insane.
Yeah, you know, I'm a big fan of playing what you like. So in a game like Fab that has like the release model it has, you can go like a year or two without having to like buy anything for sure, which you know in TCGs isn't normal. So, it's one of the
Yeah.
best things about being a part-time player is you can just like pull the cards out. You can take a few months off and come back and still be relevant.
Yeah. That's really good. And obviously you went X1 in your draft yesterday. What do you think of the draft set?
Look, drafting Fab has got better. Either that or I've got better. Probably not. It's probably the first one. But like I think the set is a lot less swingy than some of the other sets, so it makes it easier if you've got like good fundamentals to sit there and grind out games. I feel like there's no block your dagger, take 16 or whatever. So for me, it's good.
And what
Did
hero
you
did you end up in?
Pardon?
What hero did you end up in
I
draft?
ended up Sigi, which I was sitting next to Michael Collins, who was passing to me on the right, who is a known illusionist fanatic. And the first like 3 or 4 packs, I was like, oh, Pixie. I was adamant he was going Sigi, but he kept passing me like Sigi cards. And I was like, he must have opened something broken. So I jumped in, and then he jumped in at like pick 6, pick 7 or something. So I was like, oh shit! And by then it was too late. So I stayed in, got the 2-1, just tried to rely on getting all my power on the left-hand side. It seemed to work.
Nice.
fantastic? Did you get a lot of practice into this draft set, or are you
Yep,
sort of winging it?
No, I did a solid weekend of draft prep at the dojo. A lot of New Zealanders know Nicholas. Very good
Yeah, yeah.
organizer. Yeah, so I managed to get something like 10 to 12 drafts in over like 2 days, which is for someone as busy
Nice.
as me, that's a lot. So yeah, it's definitely good to come in feeling a bit more prepared than I normally do.
Fantastic. Well, it's great to see you doing so well, man. Yeah, I think Dylan was saying one more win and
One
locked.
more win and
So
you're in.
I'm
yeah,
pretty sure it's
we're looking
7-1.
forward to
I
seeing you
should be locked now.
coverage again.
Yeah, you might be locked now.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
good to just secure it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't look at much risk of losing, so we'll
Anything can happen. Like you can have all the confidence in the world, but then somebody just goes ancestral empowerment into Draco Fire or whatever it is. What's the Art of War
Yeah.
thing? Like they can just have a big turn out of nowhere, and then before you know it, it's too late. So we just hope that doesn't happen.
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, congrats, Kale, and we'll be rooting for you the rest of the day. Thanks for coming on. It's always great
Cheers,
to
fellas.
hear the first Guardian's wisdom.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, we'll
Good,
catch you
good
later.
to talk to you, mate.
Right,
Yeah,
All
see you,
right,
Kale.
cheers.
Yeah, Kale, a real
Kale,
pillar of the
yeah,
original community.
yeah. Really, really humble guy.
Very
Yeah,
humble.
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, do we want to talk about the meta breakdown for day 2?
Yeah, let's do that.
Can we get on screen, or will we just read it from what we have?
Oh, James has got it up for us.
Here we go.
Look
Yeah,
at that.
so we see Fi and Syndra, despite there being 13 Syndras yesterday and 7 Fi, they've converted the same amount with 3 each. We know Oliver Berry is on Fi, so are players like Dr. Dan. So very strong players choosing both sides of the Draconic Ninja spectrum. How do you feel about this, Lucas?
Yeah, it's interesting. Fi definitely converting a lot better, which surprises me a little until you think about that one of the Fi players is Ollie, um, which gives them a very good statistical buff. But yeah, only 3 Syndras showing that converting to day 2 at all, though, really showing that people knew that Syndra was going to be a top pick here. She was really popular last year at New Zealand in New Zealand Nat, so people came prepared. You know, these Valders and Victors
Yeah.
and yeah.
And what's
Another interesting
interesting,
thing to another interesting thing to note is that we've got 2 Gravy Bones players in the
yeah,
whole field, and
and
both of
both of
them
them
converted to
converted,
day 2,
despite there
despite the
being
fact that
20
a
ninjas.
huge amount of the field was ninja. So yeah, it'll be great to see if they continue their runs despite like quite a hostile metagame. And with the a lot of the other decks in the room doing well, being Guardians, they might be poised to make a really strong deep run here.
Yeah, no, very good Gravy Bones players can kind of go into any matchup and feel more comfortable than not. But yeah, we see, speaking of Guardians, we see 2 Valdas converting, but only 1 Victor, and that is Dennis Sang, who's well known for this hero. So I think he did win
Yeah,
this run, so maybe we'll be able to get him on next.
yeah, finalist in the Calling Sydney just a few months ago.
Yeah.
Many top Guardian finishes, and has been yeah, also finalist in just after Victor released in Total LA,
Yeah.
losing to Matt Dilks. So a long time Victor player, many strong results, and showing that Victor has a lot of play to him if you really know what you're doing. And Dim
Yeah,
certainly
and
does. So
for Omen's heroes, we see Sigi converting here as well, and we currently have Matt Rogers at 6-2 on the hero, so maybe he's found something there. A very strong player as well.
yeah, it'd be really interesting to see what Matt has cooked up. I know that you're on his team, and he
Yeah,
works with Nick Butcher, famous deck builder. So it'd be really interesting to see what they've come up with for Nats this
yeah.
year. Matt,
Him, Nick, and uh, no, him, Nick,
Matt,
and Jazzker are very confident on this Sigi deck.
yeah, I'd be really interested to see it in action. Matt Rogers, obviously, our only other, aside from Ollie, 2-time national champion. So him and Ollie solidly on the race to 3. So it'll be really interesting to see if one of them managed to squeak it out over this weekend.
You know, Lucas, I've been there, I've done that, but it would be
Yeah,
really
yeah.
cool to see someone. I kid.
Yeah,
Like
two
Kale,
two very deserving players. Be really
like Kale,
excited
I
to.
too am extremely humble, but
Yeah, be really. Yeah. The humblest guy I know, mate. Yeah,
but yeah, 2 very strong players, and that shows with Oliver Berry being 8-0 right now, and Matt Rogers still in contention as well, along with Dr. Dan as well, still in contention. So very strong New Zealand national champions still
yeah,
fighting for those repeat
yeah.
wins.
We've had 4 different national champions, and this is Nats number 7 for us. So, and 3 of them still really live in this tournament. So it's really interesting to see these rivalries form. I'm really excited about this one of Betsy. It would be
Yes,
really cool. We saw
we had Jess
Jess in
on
draft
yesterday.
yesterday, but it'd be super exciting to see Betsy in action. Um,
Yeah,
yeah, maybe
and I
even
see
making
here
a run for
that
copper here with 2 rounds left.
Jess has just won their current round as well, so they're
So
definitely
still live.
still live. Um, we have one Arakri Marionette who is Jesse Williams, who did very well in draft yesterday with a very strong Facilio deck. Sadly, just lost out to Matt Rogers there. This hero that was seen as the meta for a while, not really converting as well in this Nat season so far.
Yeah, we haven't seen Mario play on stream here, but the new piece, Boots of Omnis Ward, having one prevention to deal with that early flick noise that is so crucial, activation that is so crucial, Marionette, could be a sideboard piece that especially these Draconic Ninjas are bringing to try and make that matchup feel a bit better for them.
So we have players like Michael Collins who we had on yesterday. The two Prism still live. Kiki Levad as well on Prism. Being able to target these Draconic Ninjas and Acilios and even these Gravy Bones at the moment, so they might be in a good position as well. But we see Kale and Dennis, these Guardian players, at the top tables as well. Maybe Guardian was a very strong pick for this event, but we'll see how this kind of Gravy Prism Guardian triangle will play out. But the ninjas seem to
Yeah,
be
it
on
does
top.
look like one of our Bones players at least has lost a game to Michael Collins in round one of today. So dropping to X and two, I believe Josh is. So not quite in the bracket where they're threatening Dennis or Kale. So I'm sure that neither Dennis or Kale are too thrilled about sitting down into a really good Gravy Bones player. And it does look like
Kale
Will
said
Evans,
he's prepared.
our second Gravy player, has dropped a game to Acilio. So is now X and three and out of contention. So
Yeah, it's interesting to talk about Cilio because there's two in this breakdown, and we saw Liam yesterday on this Gone in a Flash build, and Darren Ying, a two-time calling winner, also on the deck. I wonder if they're on a more arcane version or going with the same Gone in a Flash kind of Aurora-esque Cilio build.
yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Darren definitely a Wizard fan. I've played into Dan many times on Wizard. I've beaten him in an Ice in the Mer, but last year he knocked me out of top eight with Verdant. So not surprising to see him on a Wizard here, but definitely one of our best players. And it does look like he picked up a loss to Ollie this round, but still sitting pretty strong at X and two. And you have to imagine he'll feel better into these Guardians if he's a more arcane focused deck. So it'd be really interesting to see what build he's decided to bring.
Yeah, and Ollie in a very dominant position, already locked for top eight, defending his national champion title. And this Phi deck seems maybe a cut above the rest.
Yeah, Ollie last year only won one game across the entire 2 days of Nats competition, and this year he's won even less. So, yeah, clearly I believe in the Phi deck. I know
You mean
that he
he's
thinks
lost?
Ollie,
Or
pardon, he's
you mean
lost
he
less
lost
games
only one
than
game?
he lost only one game last year. Did I say one? No.
You said one, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, a national champion,
Uh,
1-13 or something. But no, he lost only one game last year and is now 8-0. And I know
yeah.
that he feels pretty good about at least his Victor matchup.
Yeah.
With
With
his
these
more
epots
color
being able
focused
to
Friday.
set up these big spreading flames turns with Art of War. Um, but the victors we have, Dennis, not an easy win at all.
Oh, definitely not. Yeah, I'm sure that it will be interesting to see Ollie's approach into these Guardians as they'll start to appear in these next few rounds. I believe maybe only 5 X and ones left, or 4 X and ones left. So we're really starting to
Yeah, they're in the
cut down on
process
players here.
of they're in the process of pairing the next round. So before we move on to that, is there any other heroes that stand out here? One of Kasai, one of Vincent, one of Katsu, who I had on stream yesterday.
Yeah,
What do you think
let's
of these
shout out to the
heroes?
one of Katsu. I do think that Katsu is in a bit of a unfavored metagame here with all these Guardians floating around, but he has picked up a win into Phi in the first round. So Katsu staying at X and one, so very strong going so far. So it'd be really interesting to see how far Sam can take like a very interesting Katsu build.
Hmm.
Yeah, still waiting on the result of the Kasai, but I have to imagine with
Maybe
Gravy and
Kasai beat
Guardians
the
floating
Vincent.
around, he has to feel pretty good. And John Huige making the finals in our first ever national championship back in 2020, and an OG
Okay.
Warrior player. So really cool to see him making a deep run again
And
with Kasai. He's been playing the deck since release. So
Speaking of OG Warrior, a Dorinthia in the field.
yeah, where is our Duentia player?
Yeah, Caleb Sinclair sadly just lost to Alex McCallum on Victor, but Yeah, no, very
Yeah.
impressive bringing the OG Warrior this far.
Oh yeah, I'm always a fan of the Doenthia games. Alex though, making a really good run here with Sector as well.
I think Betsy versus Kasai is
That sounds great. Yeah, would love to see some Bitsy.
yeah, we're gonna have Betsy on stream. Okay. If we can't get them, maybe we could see Michael Collins show his Prism plan. Against Victor. It's also Darren Ying versus Sam on Katsu. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a good one. Ziggy. If not, probably ask Dennis or Michael. Any of those top 5, they're all good matchups. Matt first down.
Hey guys, welcome back. Really excited to show you a showdown between two former national champions here, Dan Mackay on Synra, Dr. Dan Mackay on Synra, and Matt Rogers.
Now,
Sigi versus Synra, so one of our new heroes, first time in
uh,
the classic constructed feature match area. So yeah, very excited to see what the players have cooked up.
yeah, no, this is a real clash of the Titans. Two very strong players, two very familiar players, both testing together, I believe. But yeah, Matt very happy with the Ziggy deck from talking to him. Maybe a more aggressive approach on Ziggy, but very interested to see in how it deals with Syndra, which is a deck that a lot of people, when they think about Illusionist versus Ninja, believe that Illusionist will struggle into. But I wonder if Matt feels confident in this matchup with his approach to Ziggy.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, trying to untap with water orders into Syndra really challenging, but having those water orders to stop Flick Knives activations and Master Momentum triggers is also really strong. So I haven't played this matchup, so it'll be really interesting to see how it goes. And it looks like Matt might have some Phantasmaclasms in the deck, which is always a card I'm excited to see resolved. So
Interested to see if Matt's more focused on establishing ward or going for more gone in a flash approach. We see a quick dodge flexor is presented, so maybe not on gone for flash and not presenting lightning greaves and going for a more enigma-esque style with this reality refractor.
yeah, and Cap of Quick Thinking is a really interesting card here to shout out. A really powerful sideboard piece that we saw Acilio starting to pick up at the end of the previous meta, but it's just a lightning card, so a really powerful piece of tech here to beat up, and for all the lightning heroes to try and beat up on those footnote activations. So looks like Matt has come prepared for this matchup. And we do see a Gone and Flash in hand, so even though he's not on those lightning greaves, deciding that 0 for 4 staple card is too good to pass up, and that's what we see to start the game.
Yeah, Matt's starting with a Fleeing Star Breeze. I think while it's on the stack, playing it to give Goner Flash go again before returning it to the hand. Um, just one of those illusionist interactions and lightning interactions there, a player as good as Matt is very familiar with. Then playing
Yeah,
this Space Dust in order to get that Goner Flash back. And already
yeah,
some
and
ward
it's just,
established.
coming in for 5 here with the refractor, really
Yeah.
strong here. I do find attacking on turn 0 really interesting here. I wonder if Matt is maybe angling for fatigue. I have no idea. But having 2 pieces of ward up here will make threatening this mast early on really difficult for Dan. But he has drawn probably the
Ignite,
best
a
card,
very good start to
Ignite,
deal
to
with
try
this.
and chip through these wards.
We see Scar for a
If it,
Scar in Matt's hand. Probably want to take this more aggressive approach that we see the Cilios taking recently. Blocking with a Stardust Spike.
and this is, even though this deck isn't on Aphrodite, this is such a strong interaction with Cosmic Space Dust. Just playing it forward to an extra amp and then has a resource floating to maybe use that calming gesture, pay into quick dodge flicks. It's really cool to see these decks, even though they're not on Aphrodite, still making use of Stardust Spike.
Dan not presenting the Claw of Inserakai, probably being familiar with Matt's list, knows that he's not dealing that much arcane, but still dealing some.
Yeah, and
Matt pitching a look
Dan
tough.
submitting a look tough. I think, yeah, suspecting some Phantasm attacks out of Matt here, so we've decided to bring in this card, which he probably had in his sideboard for Prism.
Yeah, Matt playing his whole
And
hand here
not looking,
to
yeah,
Dan.
not looking great going second. But he does with this pitch to Kunai. This Rabble will threaten Master Momentum, so yeah, we'll need some defensive tools utilized here for Matt to
Not presenting calming gesture, definitely probably not for the arcane barrier, but for the ability to stop a flick knives hit by just paying a resource, but also to be able
yeah,
to just do with 1 blue, send 5 damage with that reality refractor.
yeah, definitely a good way to consistently turn Reality Refractor online, and just a strong piece into Syndra to stop Master Momentum builds. But he has just let the Master Momentum go here.
Yeah,
He
taking a
let
lot of
Dan
damage.
draw a pain in the backside, so taking a lot of damage, but has turned on this Scar for a Scar here,
Yeah,
but
going with
his
this
defensive tool is not quite lining up. And we do know that he has a slash master, but sitting
Phantasmaclasm.
one of my favorite cards in the whole game, Phantasmaclasm. So cool to see this back in action. And we get a good look at Dan's hand here. What do you think Matt's going to take?
Well, this Oath of Loyalty is very strong with the way that Dan's drawn up. So I think this Lava Burst is the highest damage card, and by getting rid of a Draconic card, maybe he can clunk up this hand by if Dan can draw into a non-Draconic piece while he has no fealty up. But he does have this the Mark Go Again card.
Yeah,
on their heels.
but Matt will be able to make blocking decisions around that, knowing that the potential of Dan drawing a generic card there. So I imagine he'll be respecting that.
Yeah, and we see here,
but Dan drawing enough Draconic links to turn on Kunai Retribution is to turn on Synra Retrieving.
we've seen Ancestral
really crucial
Empowerment
there.
drawn by Dan. This isn't very good with the Oath.
Yeah, very subpar here, and taking all of that damage as well. So even though Matt did take that Muscle Momentum for the last turn, Phantasmaclasm and Scarfus are just so efficient that he's managed to keep up in the race.
Yeah, and a very efficient block here. That Scarfuscar into Phantasmaclasm being a 3-card 13, kind of matching Syndra's value. We kind of see why Matt took damage there. Probably thinking maybe I can race, and then when we get to that endgame situation, I can probably leverage my Gone in a Flash stuff or an arcane piece like Corrosive Space Dust to just kind of get there in the end.
Yeah, we talk a lot about how Syndra is so inevitable with those Flick Knives activations in the end game, but Matt with access to so much ward that that's much less of a factor in a matchup like this.
Ward, but also life gain with cards like Nourishing Glow. I wonder if Matt is running any lightning flow generation to activate Sigi's ability, or does he feel that the Lightning Illusionist card pool is just strong enough that he doesn't really need to use these?
Yeah, a lot of decks that I've seen are only on the Fabled.
Very strong blocks here from
very value. And I'm sure Matt thrilled to see Dan not following up with anything here. He did respect the Hunter or Hunted or Hunter Hunter or
and look at this.
one of those
Matt,
cards to stop the mask. But yeah.
Matt keeping the Gone in a Flash in the arsenal just to kind of use it like a hammer. Gonna play this instant here to bring it back and just keep it there. So whenever he can't generate an aura with the Reality Refractor, he has that backup piece with the Gone in a Flash and Arsenal. A very smart way to approach this matchup. Kind of like a Guardian that can also convert a full hand when he does get tempo.
Yeah, and a 0 for 5 here, Hammer, is such a good deal, getting the extra ward off the Fluttering Starbreeze as well. Deciding to keep the Gone in a Flash in Arsenal, it seems like the stand-and play for these
pitching the Voltaris, making a lightning flow. So maybe we see some Ziggy activations at some point to generate maybe lightning flows with elliptical conflux or ponders with nebulous cycle, but getting value out of quick dodge flexors here. Maybe Matt's looking to convert these resources in multiple places, or maybe he's just using the boots for this wide chain block.
Dan making a really heads-up play here, though, of flicking away Matt's ward so that the first chain link will hit with quick dodge flexors, and then coming in with a pain in the backside, which is really awkward card to cover with the quick dodge activation. But
no
probably
go
not the ideal ancestral draw for Dan. And a few clunky draws off the back of that Phantasmaclasm.
And here comes another Phantasmaclasm.
We were all excited for a little bit when we thought we could play this card with Electromagnetic Somersault.
Yeah.
Their first Sigi. Yeah, I think 12 copies of that card might be a bit too much. Some people would say 3 copies is. And another Lava Burst going on here. Just ruining Dan's fate here.
But another solid hand
from... here, though.
Oh, Dan
Oh, and he
draws the
drew the
look
look
up.
off the top. That's huge.
That's huge. That's
That's
9
a
block. That might
one
be a
card
tempo
9
swing.
block.
Dan looks very
Yeah.
happy with himself.
Yeah,
Even Matt has to give it a little giggle. These two are friends.
yeah. Oh, anyone who's played any amount of games with Phantasmaclasm has lost to the opponent drawing a popper off the top. You
It
know,
came up in a
it's a
PT
rite of
final
passage.
even. Blocking one
And a
on
full
this
card converted
kunai.
on this kunai. Maybe Matt drawing an all-red hand here and just wanting to convert it defensively. But
Oh, it's a Draco Fire. Draco Fire.
it's a Draco Fire, so it's coming in for 30. Maybe choosing the block there to deny the Bloodspouter Vest trigger,
Mm.
but and also Dan can't flick on that chain link as the kunai,
Yeah.
only kunai is attacking, so
And Matt has full
Yeah.
hand information for Dan here, so he knows the next card is a Rabble, and Matt has the defense reaction. He also has his Tunic up and a Spears of Surreality in his hand, so Matt has another good 2-card 9 here, which is the type of
Yeah.
rate he's going to need to try get back. That pop really put him behind.
Yeah, he in such a numbers orientated deck, losing so much value immediately is such a blowout here. And I'm sure he wishes this flittering charge in his hand was another instant, so he could play out that con in a flash for extra value. But yeah, definitely playing catch up at the moment. Dan really rewarded for
Using to send the
psyching out
Gon.
the sick list.
Yeah,
Choosing to
choosing
send
to
the
send
gun
the
and
Gon in a
answering the
flash
flittering
instead
charge.
of the flittering. Maybe Matt's planning to take some damage here and try go a bit wider.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to set up an opportunity to show lethal here, but it looks like he's drawn 2 blue Wardors. So maybe punished here for
Looks
that play.
like 2 crackle from afar. Oh,
But
using
yeah,
the cap
you
of
see the
quick thinking.
power
Now
of
this is where this is
thinking.
useful.
Yeah, Matt deciding that if he arsenals flittering charge and he doesn't draw an aggressively slanted hand, he does have this this way to redraw into some more aggressive tools. Such a strong card, Cat.
Turning one and drawing.
I remember when I first read this card, I didn't realize it was by a source an opponent controls, and I thought you could go infinite with Brainstorm, and I was very excited. But fortunately for everyone, that's not how that works. And a blue here pitch for Kunai from Dan. Not ideal into the cap, the face-up cap, and a shelter discarded from Matt as well. Really good response to a full card being committed on these Kunais.
Yeah, these throw daggers really not useful in this matchup.
Yeah, a lot of Syndras are only really submitting throw daggers as a concession to needing blues in their deck for fatigue matchups, but yeah, really showing the downside of them here.
Not trying another defense.
To match up with so many prevention effects. Yeah, he has got a Spears of Surreality in hand, but 2 defense reactions in hand.
Matt definitely wants
Probably
to
not
just
ideal.
block with these cards and send the 0 for 4 in his arsenal, kind of committing to this hammer game plan. Dan wondering, should I send this last attack in my hand, or Matt's
But you
sinking.
have to imagine if he wants to be hammering, he would much rather have had a gun and a flash in arsenal.
Oh, the snatch sent, but Matt sunk away the shelter, but he has the shelter block.
Oh, this is a
still
huge
floating.
punish. Yes, he does have a prevention floating in there. And the
But has he
Catholic
flicked this turn?
I don't think he's flicked this turn. But Cat is active, and I do think the draw was a nourishing glow for Matt. So he can discard into Cap to prevent this the flick here.
Yeah, but depends. The draw might not be something.
Yeah,
Matt
the draw
wanted.
is going to be really
What did he get?
crucial here.
He
But
drew a
it's
sink
below.
below, and this is
A
really,
really
good
good
at sending
arsenal
this
target.
0 for 5.
Yeah.
See, Matt just needs to get these little value plays that are going to put him ahead of the Synra, and when he starts taking cards out of their hand, you can start building up an effective ward board.
What do you think the in-game looks like in a matchup like this?
Well, Sigi always has that threat of the corrosive space dust to end the game, which doesn't allow, especially with these amps with the Stardust spike, but I think Matt's looking to send something like an E strike or maybe 2-0 for fours when Dan gets on those lower health totals and leave him with one or two cards and then just be able to snowball from there. If he could keep taking cards and establishing ward, eventually he'll get a 5 card hand and get to send these things like Flittering Charge, E strike, or search for those arcane pings that will kind of end the game. We see he has these red and blue spears of surreality, but maybe he has more go again
Yeah,
enablers.
yeah, it definitely seems like he's trying to set up an opportunity to threaten lethal into Dan, maybe take some damage. But and a Fate Casino is a good draw here to line up with the sink below that he had in his. So we
Yeah.
see the first use of Blood Spatter Death here as well. This is a
Yeah.
card that I imagine will be really hard to utilize in this matchup with so much ward and
Yeah,
prevention.
such great
So
timing from these 4 blocks, and I'm not taking the 3.
yeah, Dan can't be happy about this.
I think
Wow,
Matt's
though,
plan.
inflamed to
I think
5 and just 0 for 4 here, looking really impressive.
I think Matt's plan in the end game is to get down low and send some sort of go again into this reality refractor once he can stick the ward. Matt with a 3-card hand here. I wonder what he's gonna do. I also wonder
Tunic coming up to 2.
how is this lightning flow gonna be used? Is this mostly for these space dust that we see Matt on?
Yeah, you mentioned the corrosive space dust. I have to imagine that's his best target, but also something like a flittering starbreeze if he's ahead, I'm sure would be
Hmm.
really impressive here. Is this flittering starbreeze or is this crackle from afar?
This is Crackle from afar. Yeah.
So
So
getting an
this
extra
gives
point of
+1 to the
damage,
flutter. Oh, now we see Dan
enabling
at
the
a
go
very
again
low
and
life
coming into
total.
life. Yeah, going all the way down to 2 here. So
And Matt
but
still
Matt
has his
only at
calming
6.
gesture. He can still just keep up
But
over,
Matt,
but
yeah. But only at 6, so we'll really need
oh, I
to
think
line
this
up some big
lightning
defensive cards
this
here.
lightning flow allows Matt to block for 3 with his overcrowdeds, and then Fealty being on board as well might bring that up to 4 unless Dan decides to pop them all in response, which you never really want to do as a Syndra.
Yeah. We see a lot of these Sigi decks on the full 3 copies of Overcrowded, just because with embodiment of lightnings, flows, ponders, there's so many different aura tokens
Yeah, here we
that
see
just
the
sit and
4 block
play
from the
value
overcrowded.
here.
I wonder
Yeah,
if
really
Dan's
impressive
about
here.
to crack his fealty.
Yeah, it's definitely something to consider. With
Oh, he flicks.
this being the last couple turns of the game, then you could crack this down
No,
to
a
look over
matchup
here.
that you think would be very one-sided. This is very close.
Yeah, incredibly close. Yeah.
Not taking 1, the
We see the second
BSV activated.
BSV ticking up. Always want to get that used before the end of the game. But yeah, a second overcrowder blocking for 4 here. Maybe Dan
Yeah.
wishing he cracked his fealty down.
Oh, Art of Dragon
Heart of Dragon
Fire.
Fire here, though. This is absolutely huge. Yeah, this might even be lethal. Looking at it, Matt's hand, it's a blue no block and a scar for a scar. So with him just at
Yeah.
3, this is 7 damage. So
Yeah, Dr. Dan takes it.
yeah,
Oh
Dan
my
maybe
god.
was bigger than stuff. But
It
look,
was
Dan
looking
ended
so
that game at
impressive
2 lives.
from the Ziggy, but
Yeah, Dan
just the
ended that game at 2
consistency.
life. It would have been such a different story without that look tough. Getting a full 9 points of defensive value off the top.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll have to ask Dan about what he thinks about the matchup, and I
definitely.
wonder if he'll bring up that look tough. But Dan still had armor at the end of the game to shove, but yeah.
Yeah, but
A
not a lot of it.
very impressive game from Matt Rogers though. The Ziggy deck looked impressive, just the raw power of Syndra and that interaction with flick knives on ward pieces is so difficult to navigate.
But this is an interesting moment here. I believe Matt going to X3 here takes him out of top 8 contention. So I think this will be the first ever Nat out of 7 New Zealand Nats that Matt Rogers does not make the top 8 in. He stuck in at 8th a couple times, won a couple times, but I think he's never missed top 8 before. A really impressive 6 in a row run, but it's finally ended.
Does Dan want to hop in for an
Falling to
interview? Or-
one.
However. Dan's getting on now.
Yeah, I sure am.
Hey, Dan.
I'm right here. Hello, what's up?
Congratulations on the
going?
win.
Congrats
Oh,
on the
it's
win.
going all right. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, that look tough was pretty good.
Yeah, that was so good. It was huge.
Yeah,
It really like made
But,
that game a lot cleaner. Obviously, like I can potentially do some blocking at some points, and like it changes the game quite a bit. But like it really made that game like right in my
Yeah,
favor.
you ended on 2
Mm.
life there, and that looked tough, getting you probably 6 points of value. But you still had your armor. It really does make you wonder how the game would go. But
Yeah,
yeah,
it
you
would have been a
and
lot
Matt
tougher.
are friends. Did you know much about his Ziggy deck going into the matchup?
So I had tested with a similar deck, and I knew that their like sort of team was like messing around with it because I'd been talking to, well, I won't say in case Matt gets mad at them, but I've been like, talking to some people and being like, hey, like, what's good with this hero? And so I knew some
Yeah.
stuff, but I didn't know what list they were on or anything.
Yeah. And was there anything that
Yeah,
particularly
look-
surprised you?
No, not really. It's pretty like sort of straight up and down. It's just sort of doing like a Gone in a Flash into Reality Refractor as its sort of core plan, but having the spears of seriality and stuff was something that I think not everyone was expecting, but I think Matt played someone on our sort of in our Airbnb yesterday, so I kind of knew all the tech going in, and that's why I had to look Tufts in. I was like, well, if he's got Phantasmaclasm and and spears, I'm just gonna play Look Tough, and at some point it's gonna be awesome, and it was.
Yeah.
And, yeah, it was awesome. I'm interested in asking about your deck though, Dan. I know that you top 8'd in the Pulling Sydney on Arachne Huntsman. You played a whole range of decks in your time, but I don't think I've ever seen you on a deck quite this aggressive. You don't strike me as much of an aggro player. So what led you to bringing Synra this weekend?
So just, for my own reputation's sake, I did play Synra at a calling last year, so it's not like I've never done it before.
Okay.
And also, I mean, like 2 years ago, I won nationals on full aggro dash. So
that's true. That's true. Yeah.
I have been known to play aggro sometimes. But basically, like, I mean, we were really hyped about Huntsman, but like basically, with Draco Fire, Syndra is now a bad matchup instead of a really good matchup. Fire's already a bad matchup. Victor is a bad matchup and it's gotten worse because they're now playing more Remembrances. So that used to be kind of like the bad side of a coin flip. Like you could win if you really knew the matchup and like they maybe didn't so well. But like now they're playing even more Remembrances, it's even worse. And also, Prism's pretty miserable. Gravy's not that great. Acilio's pretty bad. Like, there's just too many terrible matchups for Huntsman. So I was really trying a lot of stuff. I was trying to play Acilio this weekend. I would have loved to play Spell Cilio. But it just felt like you lost to both the every ninja, actually. Not just the Draconic ones, but also Katsu. And also Aurora and Vincent and Prism. And maybe that was too many, like, quite bad matchups. And some of those are, like, borderline unwinnable. It's rough.
And so, contrasting with that, how do you feel Syndra's positioned in the format? Like, are you quite happy with your choice this weekend?
No, in a word. So this, I mean, you guys will have seen the meta breakdown. It's really weird. There's like a ton of random nonsense, but if I were to look at that meta breakdown and decide what the best deck to bring to this Nationals was based on that, I would have brought Velda. I think that's actually the best, possibly the best deck for this meta. Like, I think Vincent's also really well positioned and Prism's really well positioned. But like, I think you could possibly build Velda to be really good in both of those decks. It's already really good into Vincent, so I think Velda.
Yeah, we had Kale McCreath on stream last round, and the Valda deck looked really impressive.
Yeah, I think the meta has lined up very well for Kale's Guardian addiction.
Yeah.
And,
maybe isn't on the second best Guardian.
So he's really like that's lined up well for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with you at X and 2 now, obviously looking to make it all the way to top 8. You look around the room, you see some Guardian at top table with Victor and Kale. You see a Katsu up there, Michael Collins on Prism. How are you feeling about your chances in the next 2 rounds?
So I think, I mean, it's tough. Like, I think I already played into Dennis on Victor last round, and I got absolutely dumpstered. And that's like quite a bad matchup. Beld is also pretty bad. Prism's not as bad as that. It depends a lot on cards, but it's gotten worse than it used to be, certainly. I don't know. I feel like the field's not looking super healthy for me, but, you know, it's Synra. If you win the dice roll, you can have a decent chance into more or less anything.
Yeah.
I'm liking my chances, but, you know, no guarantees.
Yeah, and we see players like Oliver Berry choosing to take Fi over Syndra. What do you think about the differences in these decks and why you would rather register Syndra over Fi?
So I think Fire is more explosive, but Syndra like has more consistent. Like it just plays with Mask better than anyone. So I think into things like Fire, I'm a little bit happier on Syndra just because like I can kind of threaten Mask every turn. And like that's like they kind of have to run hot.
Yeah.
So I guess it's more an issue of like consistency versus explosive power. I like Syndra better, but I mean I think they're both pretty good, and they
Like-
both have a pretty similar matchup spread into a lot of stuff.
I call Syndra my consistent queen. I love Syndra. Yeah. Hey, Dan, thanks so much for your time, eh?
Yeah,
And
thanks
best
for
of luck
coming
in the
on.
next 2 rounds.
Congrats on the win, and
Congrats on the
best
win.
of luck.
Yeah, no problem. All right, thanks guys.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, the quality of players in New Zealand is very high. Like we've had Oliver Berry, Dan, and Matt Rogers all on stream, and all these players have had insanely good games, and even players like Kale, like just very high quality games today.
Yeah. It's super exciting to see Kale and Dennis in the top 8 of or fighting for the top 8 of nationals again. You know, I feel like these are players who are really looking to cement their legacy in New Zealand. So it'll be really cool to see how
Yeah.
the top 8 breaks down there. And
I have
obviously Dan looking to join the Matt and Ollie club of 2 New Zealand nationals wins.
yeah. I have word that Kale's after taking down Oliver Berry, locking himself for top 8. So yeah,
So at
Kale's in there.
least
Ollie's in there.
Ollie and Kale top 8 so far.
I think if Dennis manages to win his round, he'll be locked as well. But as we know, X and 1, some players going in at X and 3 might already be locked. Definitely Ollie. I don't think he can even go there. So yeah, no, I think here we go. The meta's looking. Dan said it's a bit weird. I'm gonna ignore the Betsy here when I say this, but I think this is a pretty not standard, but these are the classes you expect to see: the ninjas, the guardians, these Asilios kind of sneaking in as well, but as well like the odd Gravy and Kasai that are, bringing an alternative approach to tackling the meta. And I think Dan's comment about Valda being a great choice here definitely stands true when you look at this screen. So I think Kale's
especially
in a good spot.
especially as you see that there's only one Gravy left in contention. He's paired into a Phi this round, so we'll see if he manages to squeak out there. But if he does lose there, then that's all of our Gravies out of contention, and the real predator for these Guardian decks is falling away. So yeah, definitely. If you're Dennis or Kale, you're probably feeling pretty happy about how the Gravies are doing today.
Dennis has actually just lost to Michael Collins on Prism, so I think the next round is a winning in for Dennis.
Yeah, it will be super interesting to see that in action. Yeah, it will be exciting to see Darren making a good run again. Although Katsu quite a bad matchup for Darren, so Sam could be locking his place in the top 8.
But Back to Michael Collins on Prism. If him just taking down Dennis on Victor, if he feels comfortable into the Guardian matchup, what else really takes him out here? Because Prism famously very good into Ninja.
Yeah. I think he did lose to Ollie yesterday,
Hmm.
but yeah, when we talked to Michael, he did seem really confident in the Prism Guardian matchup, and I'm sure that he's played it a ton. So yeah, looking really like a well positioned spot for Michael here.
Yeah, and we don't see anything like a Vincent to try take this Prism out, or even like a Dash IO. Decks that did not really perform at this event and didn't really perform at US Nationals either.
Yeah, definitely. Um,
Is there any player in particular you think would be a great feature for next round?
if John does win this one, I would love to see John. I'd love to see Dennis. It'd be amazing if they pair. A good
I'm
friend
very
of mine,
interested
Ryan
in what
Williams, making a deep run here on Syndra as well would be great to see. But yeah, ton of great players still left in contention. It'd be really interesting to see a high quality win in.
I'm very interested to see what type of Vasilio Darren is on, because we have seen the Gone Flash variant, but even Dan there was talking about how he would have loved to play Spellicilio at this event.
Yeah, we still don't know what type of Vasilio Darren's on. So maybe Darren's made the reach that the Arcane Vasilio is the way to go.
Yeah. But anyway, we will be back with the final round of Swiss in a few minutes. Hopefully we'll get to see some Kasai or some Victor gameplay and follow a winning in storyline and see who can get that spot in top 8 and possibly become the next New Zealand national champion.
See you guys soon.
See you guys.
to the stars for clues. I called the moon. Then in my wildest dreams, there was a wave, growing bigger. Now I call you for something.
Okay,
Hi
Lucas.
guys, welcome back.
We're back after the penultimate round, and now we're going into the final round of Swiss. And we see here that we have three players fighting for a winning in. Liam from yesterday, John on Kasai, and Elijah on Valda. Two players we haven't seen yet. Pairings haven't gone up yet, but these players will be fighting for a spot in top eight. Unfortunately, anyone at 6 and 3 is not live for top eight, but they're still live for that top 12 Worlds invite and cash.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be interesting to see here. Hopefully, two of them appeared into each other, and we'll be able to watch that game. It'll be quite high tension, but yeah, it will be interesting to see these players on stream. We were talking about how with the Gravies falling off today, how the Guardians were looking really strong, but Kasai looking really well positioned into those Guardians. So be really interesting to see if John sticks into the top eight.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
also
and
an
obviously another
Acilio
belt.
there. Acilio, Prism, even Katsu can put together a really big turn against a deck like Kasai. It would be very interesting to see, and hopefully we can get John in next round. But let's just take a look at the players that are already locked in from positions 1 to 6. We have Oliver Berry, our round 1, defending national champion, locked on Fi. Lost to Cale McCreath last round, who's also locked for top 8. Dennis
Yeah, and
locked,
these two are
Dr.
locked
Dan.
at first and second seed, I think. So
Yeah.
yeah, they have to be feeling pretty happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dennis locked our one victor in day 2,
Yep.
proving that he still got it.
Dr. Dan giving a different approach to Ollie, running Synra instead, locked. We have a Katsu locked in, Sam as well, who was on stream
Yeah,
earlier.
yeah, with an interesting build of Katsu as well. Be really interesting to see.
Yeah,
Taking down Darren on Acilio last round, so
they
it will
said
be
the
interesting to
wind
see how that plays out.
cutters. They said the wind cutters was the thing that Katsu needed, and maybe they're proving it. And they said they just came back from playing, for not playing for a while. So great returning result. We have Michael Collins. The players we picked from stream have been really performing. Also locked on Prism, if we're correct, but yeah, it's these 7th to 9th place players who will be kind of really sweating this round.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, a lot of tension here. It'll be interesting to see how the pairings shape up because they could all be paired up,
Yeah,
depending
I'm
on interpret players are already locked, depending on who has already played who. So, but
yeah,
hopefully we get a high stakes showdown between one of
I'm
these
very
three.
interested in who Liam is paired into because if Liam isn't paired into John or Elijah, I think they're just locked for that 7th place, and we're looking at who comes 8th.
Yeah, that's true if John and Elijah aren't paired into each other. But if John and Elijah are both paired into other 7-win players, and Liam loses and they both win, then
Yeah.
definitely it'd still be scary for Liam.
But I find Gem is just a magic box at times, and you can
Yeah.
never really predict it. But we're
What
pretty
did you call
sure.
it? The monkey and the typewriter?
Oh yeah, the monkey and typewriter who writes the Flesh and Blood lore. Not the actual Flesh and Blood lore, but the tournament lore. Yeah. But yeah, no, it will be very interesting to see how this top eight plays out, and we have very interesting decks, even mostly Ninja and Guardian centric, but kind of these alternative decks with Prism, Acilio, Kasai, sitting there trying to take that alternative approach. Katsu kind of more of a combo deck, but Ollie Berry showing that Fi can also set up these 40 damage turns. It's very interesting. Michael
It's
Collins
interesting. Normally,
actually, yeah, go ahead.
yeah, normally we think of Katsu as this combo deck, but from what we've seen of Sam's deck, it's much more mid-rangey and Mask of Momentum focused. So it could be that Fire is actually even more of a setup and offensive overlap deck than Katsu, which
So
is an interesting dynamic here.
we
Um,
have pairings for round 10. We have John versus Michael Collins, Matt Rogers versus Sam, Dr. Dan versus Elijah, and Liam versus Kale. These are, and then Ollie versus Dennis. So I think so.
Yeah, I think that would be yeah, it's
Michael
fun to
might not
watch.
be locked in this situation then, because I think Elijah could win. And Liam, yeah, Michael's not locked.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Kasai versus Prism.
If Elijah, John, and Liam all win, then yeah, Michael looks like he sneaks out of top 8 here. So
Hmm.
yeah, although
Yeah,
he may just yeah. It'll be interesting stuff here.
yeah. Let's see if we can get them on stream.
Typically a pretty tough matchup from Kasai, as I understand.
I actually believe it's a lot more close than a few people say because Kasai blocks very well, but we see that Michael Collins has a lot of angelic rats, as he's previously said, which is very helpful in the matchup. But with the Valiant Dynamos and lots of D-Reacts, Kasai can kind of block with 3 cards and play these 2-card hands where they send 2 sword attacks, refresh their Dynamos, and kind of pressure Prism until they get low and not allow them to get a Figment. But Prism really has to use their Halo or alternative ways to get cards in Soul against decks that block very well. And Michael
Yeah,
Collins was able to take down Dennis on Victor. I imagine he can get through Kasai's armor and blocks, but without the
yeah.
poppers that Guardian has access
I'm
to.
I'm sure Mike will have a solid plan here, but Kasai also has access to Jagged Edge, which can be a really big blowout to
Hmm.
come back from those situations where Prism is stabilized with a lot of boards. So it'd be interesting to see if John plays those and if they could play a big part in the matchup.
Yeah, yeah.
And yeah, none of our locked players, none of our in contention players paired into one another except for Michael and John. So some interesting things could still happen this round. Um,
Yeah.
if yeah,
And you
so
gotta
if
take some special focus on Jess coming in the top 13 so far on Betsy.
yeah,
Live for a
yeah, paired
Worlds
into Victor
invite,
here. So yeah, it's paired into my good friend
Cameron
Cameron
Hay.
Hay on Victor. So I've got a bit of bias there because I'd love him to come to Paris with me.
I know Cameron as well.
But
Great guy, but I love the log, man.
the, I would also love for Cam to lose because I just never let him live it down.
Or a real.
I actually in the calling Thai Happy, which some of you might be aware of, I brought Betsy to the first calling Thai Happy, and I beat Cam on Victor. Neither of us playing optimal builds of the heroes, I think, and
Oh, I'm
casual
sure
rules
they
of
were
course a
the
little,
most
but
optimal builds.
but yeah, I gave him a lot of flack for that over the past couple of years. So excited for him to maybe relive some of that trauma.
Be interesting because I think no, yeah, if Liam, Elijah, and John all win their games, I think Elijah misses out on the top 8. This this last kind of 8 slot is very very.
If Elijah wins and John wins, then Mike and Liam, then Michael will be out. Yes.
Michael,
So
sorry, Michael would be out. Yeah,
yeah. So
I
yeah, it's still
hate
a lot of
trying to
contention for
understand
that. Yeah,
pairings
oh,
and top 8.
it's so tricky. It's much easier when you're in person and you have the tables to
It's
count
worse
out.
when you're in an event and you get to that last round. I remember in Singapore, I think I was 35th at the final round and I won my last round and I ended up bubbling at like 34th. I was like, "Oh, I only went up one
Yeah,
spot because of
yeah.
how the wins turned out." And someone who was like near me as well ended up on the 32 and it was just such a magic box for, a lot of extra money.
Yeah. I'm
At
sure these
least I
players
got
are feeling
paid.
the stress.
Yeah, that's
But
right.
yeah.
I remember I was playing Victor during heavy hitters format, and Kano was a very good deck, but we had one very good Kano player that I just planned to dodge, so I didn't bring any AB just so I had more slots for the KO matchup. And in the final round, I was calculating if I concede at a PQ, would I be on the same side of the bracket as the Kano?
Always loves that like that. Yeah.
It's actually the greatest
I,
play in the game.
I remember once I was playing Ira and I was locked for first seed and I decided not to concede in the last round and then I peered into Cam on Victor on who stuck in the 8th seed and he ended my day and I regretted it. I should have done some more maths.
the standings calculator is always a hard one.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, from the players we have locked already, you've stacked top 8.
Yeah, some really strong New Zealand players. Super cool to
A lot
see
of New Zealand
Dennis and
staples.
Kale in there.
Yeah,
I'd say Dennis and Kale are absolute staple players who haven't converted to a Nationals win yet. So I'm sure they're both fighting really hard.
That would be an entertaining but also a hilarious final. And lots of bragging rights on the
Kale Dennis, I'm pretty sure whoever lost would be forced to retire.
I would fly out to New Zealand in the next 3 hours just to watch it live.
To watch that final, that would be incredible. Yeah. We might have to have the mics live for that one.
I think the stream would get pulled.
Two very clean-mouthed individuals.
And very humble.
Yeah, very humble.
Just getting confirmation if the players want to play on stream. If not, we can find an alternative matchup. Yeah, they want to play. Perfect.
Awesome.
So we have Prism versus Kasai, a winning in for one of these players.
Now, if one of these if the players do lose, and both Liam and Elijah also lose, it is possible that
they could both sneak in. Yeah,
they could both still make it in, but that does seem you don't want to be relying on that. I'm sure these players are trying to look it up here.
Yeah.
And both these heroes quite high on the LL leaderboards as well. So
yeah. Yeah, no, Kasai recently taking down a calling with Jake McCormick, really pushing up on those living legend points. And then Prism kind of sitting at this like 900 range for a while, but I don't know. We said to Michael earlier, take her over the finish line.
Yeah.
But also just two decks
one.
Yeah, two decks that tackle the meta very differently to everything else, and both these players being rewarded. Both of these players are getting an invite to Worlds at the end of this round.
John is such a logical player that he won't even fly to Auckland for events.
Okay.
So I doubt he'll take up the World's invite opportunity, but I'm sure he'd be stoked to convert the hometown.
Just being able to say that you've qualified for Worlds in a game really shows your quality as a player. And like that's another thing about these national championships is like if you go and tell your grandparents, so I want a calling, I want a battle hardened, they go, what's that? But if you go home and say, I'm national champion, well,
yeah, I'm qualified for the world champion. Yeah.
Or I'm qualified for the world championships. Everyone knows what that means. Or maybe you have a really cool granny who knows what calling is.
I know there are a lot of I would love to see some fab grannies out there.
Fab granny. Please change topic. No, we're trying to.
It'd be great to see some older people playing. Yeah, would it be great to see?
Yeah, it's okay. We have Kale. We have Kale.
We have Kale this too. Yeah. Famous guy, Kale McQueen.
No, Kale's a fab dad, but he's a friend, so we can call him a fab granny. I hate you, Luke.
I'm so done.
Players just getting around here. And we're into the game. So, Prism presenting Vestige's Soul. Earlier they presented Empyrean Rapture. So, gonna be running the auras in this game, like Merciful Retribution and Genesis. I find when I play this
Yeah.
matchup with the auras that the Kasai can really punish all the no blocks. But Kasai also presenting Courage of Blade Hold, probably looking to go very
Yeah, John is
wide.
a known Courage of Bladehold fan. Absolutely loves
Okay.
this card from the very beginning, and yeah, I'm really excited to see John's build. We also see Kabuto of Imperial Authority here, which is
Yeah, not very
not the
strong
big
in
piece
this
that you
matchup.
really want into Prism. Typically want balance of justice, so it could show that maybe John isn't too kicked up for this one. Although there are a lot of Prism players locally in Wellington, so I'm
Yeah,
sure
but
that he's had some.
this 2 block still comes in handy for dealing with eruditions, and we see John going first here.
Do you think
So I'm
John
gonna
would choose to go first in this matchup, or?
Oh yeah, you don't want Prism establishing aura. Oh sorry, Michael went first and just Arsenal passed. Sorry, John's going second.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe
Which is probably the ideal situation for John.
this is optimal. Yeah.
Like, yeah. Like, you choose to go first, but if Prism doesn't have an aura, I imagine going second is exactly where you want to be.
Michael's saying no blocks.
And we do see a blade flow in John's hand, but also a provoke. And so,
Michael.
yeah, deciding that he has to play one of these cards out to convert, and deciding that provoke is a better value here. And blade flow just a much easier arsenal to convert on a later turn.
So walk me through this Courage of Bladehold pick. I would have thought that with Kasai's ability, your swords are usually free when you do have like a blood on her hands turn.
I do think John just really enjoys it in shorter games. We know that
And
like
the additional
denying
block
gold
as
is
well.
really strong for Kasai, and I think he's a bit lower on yellows than other
Yeah.
Kasais. But yeah, and the additional block in this matchup is huge, covering up Herald of Eruditions and the like. So yeah, Grains of Blood Spill quite unlikely to get a lot of value in this matchup in the ward. So yeah, I do think it makes some sense here, but I know John is probably prone to playing it in more matchups than he really should. But definitely, I think this is a winner in Prism.
We see a Herald of Triumph here. Most Kasai decks really only run Nourishing Emptiness as a popper, so pretty safe for Michael to send this, but a lot of warrior cards block 3, and they tend to run a lot of defense reactions, so grabbing this Valiant Dynamos and 2 cards, very powerful.
Yeah, and we'll see if Michael has a Wrath here, but Wrath looking a bit less strong after his second Herald has been another Herald's been taken out of his hand. But yeah.
I
Do
do
you
find this
find
matchup.
here in the Kasai seat that you're a lot more prone to let the second Herald hit? And just sort of accept that they're going to get some value from the figments, and then, but they won't be able to attack with it.
It depends how many cards, if the Prism has a card in Arsenal. I think blocking out when the Prism does have a card in Arsenal forces them to use their full hand, unless they draw 2 war turns, to basically send these heralds that you're fine blocking out until the Prism draws a hand that maybe sets up an aura or doesn't convert as well, like sending 5 power heralds, or, they just play an aura and you can kind of front load your first sword and then kill the second aura with your hot streak.
And we do see John just folding the hand here. It does look like quite an awkward grip, but I want to draw attention to one of the cards he blocked with there, Jagged Edge. I don't know how many copies John runs, but it'd be really cool to see.
Yeah, we have the first Angelic Wrath here. Michael. Running the red, one that's not usually ran because it's often blown out by a defense reaction and doesn't have that modular effect of being a yellow to turn on Luminaris or a blue to pitch into a 4-cost aura when Vestige of Soul is online. But Michael getting through here and now being able to convert into a Figment. There's a lot of lines you could go through here. If he has a blue in hand, he could probably flip and then pressure more. Or if he has a 0-cost aura like a Passing Mirage or a Oh, the Pierce Reality. He could just play that, but going for this war, so I feel like he doesn't have the zero cost aura and is just going to set up an arsenal or flip this and attack.
Yeah, that does seem likely. The pressure is really on John here to be able to convert these
Yeah.
last two cards in his hand. We know there's a blade flow there, but does he have? He blocked with 2 blues. Does that mean his whole hand is awkward, or does he have another blue and a goatee?
Michael, because
And
his
we do
special
see an
is
attack.
online, pitches a blue. Pitching this blue for 4 allows you to flip and attack with the angel. He also gets to bank this courage for later, which if he sends a 7 power herald, lets him go over that Valiant Dynamo if it's refreshed. But John
And
just taking this.
yeah, I do think you have to be inclined to just eat these angel swings. It's so rare that Prism sends any vanilla damage at you, so taking the opportunity to use your life as a resource, well, you can, is always a good opportunity.
I think Michael here has drawn a Figment and 2 rats. I don't know if he's drawn a Herald in this hand.
I do think I see,
A
is that
protection.
an Arclight Sentinel?
Arclight
Or-
Sentinel, yeah. One of the most powerful plays Prism can do is attacking with Figment of Erudition, and obviously you want to keep a hand so that you're able to clear that piece, but dropping this ALS after drawing 2 cards and then keeping an arsenal is very strong, and Michael can easily do this by blocking with the arm piece that goes to Soul, but no Herald in
Oh, it
hand
was
to convert off
a
the
Blood
Halo.
Follows Blade
Yeah,
in Arsenal, not the Blade Flow.
attacking into the
Yeah, my apologies.
Bellona, and Michael normally would be able to use the Halo to ping himself and end John's turn, but not drawing a
But with
Herald.
no Herald in hand, that's not an option.
Yeah.
This is a really strong follow-up from John.
But Michael
Especially,
does have a very strong tempo play. After John uses all his action points, Michael can just play the ALS and get a reset on tempo.
yeah, that's true, but I can't imagine John's too upset about that. I don't think
No.
it would cost Michael his whole hand, and
Yeah.
John will still have the Centauri Sellsword in play. That will eat an entire heal from Michael to deal with next turn. So probably only going to have to be blocking 1 healed, and with that Dynamo up, that seems like something that could be possible. I also think in Arsenal, John has a that all you got, which doesn't seem ideal into Prism, but just any defense reactions into Angelic Wrath and Heralds, I think are really
Yeah.
creamy. So he's definitely set up defensively here
Yeah.
after Michael's play.
John just playing these cards in order to fill up his grave so he can activate
Yeah,
Desai.
2 yellows there as well, which is yeah. It's one way to get yellows into your graveyard, but we see the riches of Chocodani
With the
draw
Raisin Army draw.
with the Raisin Army. I can't imagine Raisin Army as a card that he's too interested in resolving in this matchup.
Well, for every
Yeah, he's
herald
not.
that Michael sends into an ally, even though he's getting that Figment, it is technically saving John some life.
That's definitely true, but it's so difficult to get gold tokens through Michael
Yeah.
when you're playing so defensively through Michael. Which, like we see Zero in play currently, so I imagine John wants to convert this Raisin Army defensively here.
Yeah.
We see a Sharpened Senses and a That All You Got in hand for John as well. So no live go again sourcing, as the Sharpened Senses needs to be paired with a pump to
Yeah.
generate go
Big
again.
Figment of Judgment here, and this is a Figment that's often brought into these more defensive matchups just to be an angel body, even though it doesn't have kind of a relevant effect here. He has to flip. You have to pick a target, but just establishing this to basically have something there. A really strong play pattern you can have against these slower decks that kind of have a set ceiling until they draw their power cards is to establish 2 angels and just kind of keep blocking with other ward sources and 2 cards, and basically having 2 hammers with go again if you can keep 2 yellows.
Yeah, and John here, with no go again, has no easy way to clear this PS reality. But I imagine he might have to spend his whole turn doing it here. He can at least play the Sharpened Fences and the Raven Army to get more yellows into his graveyard, but not ideal from John here.
Yeah,
But
clearing this
pitching the
Pierce
riches
reality.
to generate the gold is nice.
Pierce is a card that seems very underwhelming at first, just playing it, expecting it to get cleared. But if you're able to stick it around, that card can have some serious knock-on effects.
Yeah, and John realizing how scary that can be. And tempo well and truly in Michael's favor now, but
Yeah.
a gold token at least established for John, and still got all his equipment up in a defensive action in
And
Arsenal.
this return to tempo all stemmed from that taking damage to the face and dropping that ALS after drawing that brick hand. We see a newer card for Prism, Herald of Victoria in hand. Has the Herald name, but mostly works for preventing poppers if John ever does draw like a Nourishing Emptiness. But
Yeah,
we see
we do
Michael's
see an
favorite
angelic
card in
wrath
his
in
hand,
hand as well, though.
Angelic Wrath.
But John is lining up two cards, a dynamo block here. If he
Yeah,
gives
but
two cards from hand, he can. I think it's a yellow angelic wrath, so he can use the daddle you
but
got
that
from
all
his
you
Arsenal
got. Yeah.
to cover it
If
up.
Michael is able to hit here, he'll have two cards in Soul, and he'll have the resources to attack with Figment of Erudition, and he has ALS in the grave. And this is this play I was
It
talking
looks
about
like
where
John is
he's
just
taking it.
blocking one here and
Two that
using
all you
both
got,
daddle you got,
and
but
Michael
now
with the
blown out by
Angelic
this
Wrath.
angelic wrath. Although it was
Yeah,
a red copy, so it would have been
yeah,
hard for
it
him to
was
play around
okay.
here with just 3 blocking
Yeah.
action.
And I think I see Michael going for a Figment of Erudition here and setting up that
Yeah, that
ALS
makes a lot
unless
of
he draws a red. But in these matchups, sometimes you side out reds just for the consistency of being able to play your auras. And this will set up a 5-card hand while an ALS is on the board if he draws 2 yellows or 1 blue and a yellow or 1 blue and a red.
Yeah, this is exactly the kind of situation that John wants to avoid.
This is where Prism is scary. Oh! Flipping the Figment of Judgment and instead just choosing to do some quick damage.
Yeah, be more conservative here.
Not looking to
Trying to set
gamble.
up that Soraya with a 4
But
card.
this does kind of waste the
And-
ponder.
Yeah, losing some value here.
Interesting play from Michael, but he understands what he's doing.
He's definitely a lot better at Prism than I am. We see a gold activation here from John.
Swords are
one
now
again.
free.
Sharpen Steel
Michael
and
had
Sharpen Senses. Classic combo.
Michael has this ALS, but chooses not to use it because probably costing him
Yeah.
3 cards if he doesn't have 2 blues.
Yeah, but the Soraya we could see why he opted to not go for the Soraya there with such limited soul. A good defensive turn from John could have just stopped him from activating the Soraya on the following turn. So,
But here's where I'd be
makes
scared
sense.
if I was John. Blocking with the arms, that goes to Soul. Vestige of Soul is online now, and going into Michael's turn, he might drop a Genesis here or a Merciful, or again, try use that action point once John's out of action points to drop this ALS and then get that tempo piece.
We see John activating Kasai after the first sword swing here, which is an interesting decision because, but I suppose he was deciding if he wanted to see if Michael committed cards to try and defend his angel at all before activating
Passing
Kasai. Once that angel
priority.
went away, yeah, he's cleared that. And
Now, is this on John's turn or on Michael's turn? Blocking with the arms. Maybe he wanted the piece in Soul. But I think he's going for this ALS line with the Erudition, and he might be setting it up with a Bologna, or... Sorry, no, he already used Bologna. He might be setting this up with a Rebirth, just to have access to the loop. But going for a Figment of Triumph instead, probably just hedging in case John has a Nourishing Emptiness or any additional poppers that he might have brought into the matchup.
Yeah, and if Michael is able to send, like, this will turn on Vestige of Soul, and he's about to draw 2 more cards. So
Yeah.
if Michael is able to send both angels this turn, the Hilt of Triumph is going to really limit John's ability to clear these angels. Post Arclight Sentinel.
Or go again.
Like,
2 cards for Michael. Maybe he's looking to set up this ALS and possibly another aura like Merciful or Genesis that will really punish John for having to attack the ALS. And once Prism starts snowballing on these aura plans, it can get really difficult. John choosing to block the Angel, which is... Michael hasn't sent any Heralds yet.
Yeah, but I do think this is quite heads up, because if he keeps a hand with a bunch of defensive cards in it, he'll be completely blown out by the ALS.
Erudition. 5 dominate. That's how you got the
You
armor.
have to imagine Michael's drawn an angelic wrath if he's lining things
If you
up this
set
way.
this up, yeah. But
I wonder if John has a defense reaction on his arsenal.
yeah, there we go.
No.
No,
Wow, super strong turn for
up
Michael
to
here.
8. Just these angelic rats are so strong in a deck that's really just trying to force these on hits, and Prism gains so much equity from hitting, especially here, drawing 2 cards, which could lead into multiple auras being established. We know he has this ALS, but maybe he's able to send another Herald and drop this ALS. While setting up a Figment,
We see the
Aegis,
Figment of Protection come out.
Figment Protection, very strong to protect your angels in case your opponent tries to go face, and forcing them to attack into angels, which with these swords might not be optimal value-wise. There's the ALS. Pitching an Erudition and another Wrath that maybe he could have sent and seen if he got above, but Michael just choosing to be safe.
And play conservatively there.
Yeah. Prism players know if you can establish the board.
Yeah, it's also if you're John, you see Michael pitch those 2 cards, you have to be really worried about what you have to last. 2 of the best cards in Michael's deck, and he's decided to keep something else in Arsenal this turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just a pitch to clear the ALS,
and here's where Prism
he's
starts.
game home in hand, which is really interesting. Maybe deciding that he needs the even though
Pitching
it's
Light of Soul.
he needs the,
It not yellow, so Vestige of
miss,
Soul is
so-
up turned on. Drawing 2 cards.
and this is why Suayo is just one of the best cards.
Yeah, this
ever
is why
printed out.
Prism starts on 32. Drawing those 2 cards immediately could be 4 value each.
And John taking 4 here, hoping that Michael doesn't have access to his last Arclight Sentinel, knowing that he needs to clear the board this turn.
Herald of Protection. Now, if you start establishing these spectral shields, it can get very difficult because you have to deal with these figments on the field. And once you start going face, if there's a buffer there for Michael to just take damage, then he's just gonna use these shields. And we saw him do this against the Acilio yesterday as well.
Without a popper coming out here.
Command and Conquer.
Oh,
Victoria from hand.
Victoria, that's insane.
And this is what Michael told us yesterday. There's
One
nothing that
step ahead.
Prism can't really not play around. Absolutely brutal.
Yeah, and John had a real chance to get back in this game with that Command and Conquer block, but
this is why you put poppers in your deck. They're meant to be big tempo swings against Prism, but when they can just play around them, especially when they have such good card equity, when they have Erudition around. Michael just getting a collection of figments. Go for Ravages, which against no AB might just be how he chooses to end this game if John keeps blocking out. As well as options like Merciful Retribution.
Another red Shield of Protection here. Absolutely brutal.
Yeah, and if John can't clear the Erudition, then
this is just a perfect hand here for Michael.
Yeah. But here's the thing, he set this up. He put that ALS in Arsenal and he said, when I get the opportunity to pop my Halo and I have enough soul, I'm just going to snowball off it.
Yeah, and it looks like his game plan has really gone off without a hitch here.
And look at how many cards are just on Michael's side. It's just Illusionist Sports State Management is this is some of the cleaner ones I've seen.
And the equipment comes out to play here from John, denying that Spectral Shield and denying that extra soul, but only 3 cards left to work with. We know one of them is a Gorganian turn.
Yeah.
Is he able to get rid of some of this board from Michael? Big draw at the top here. Kasai activation. Does this mean John's going face here? Very dangerous into 2 spectral shields.
It's very dangerous to give Michael the opportunity to respond with ALS, but he has played 2 already.
He could
But
have
Michael also
responded to
has
the Albanian tone.
this Victoria in his hand, which could be a blowout. Same as a fearless confrontation in some cases. I'm not sure if it's active on the weapons.
Yeah, I don't think it can be used to
Hmm.
angels, but you would know better than me.
Let me do a quick check. Attack action cards your opponent controls, so it's not effective on the weapons. But I believe Spoils of War is effective on angel hits, so could just
Oh,
be
it
looking to
definitely is.
generate
So
copper.
yeah, try get some copper but he activated Precise, so I have to imagine he's going face here. And we don't know what John's arsenal is. It could be a copy of Jagged Edge.
Oh, a Jagged Edge
And with
here would be
with
very
one
strong.
floating, that could be a major way to get back into this game.
Goes for
Oh no,
the...
but it does look like he's coming after Soraya there. So yeah, probably not
Maybe just thinks there's a
and
possibility that this leaks over. Maybe it is in
yeah,
the swing.
paying into the Forge braces, so this comes into 3, but also having enough cards in his yellow cards in his graveyard that probably Kasai activation is relatively free here. And it does look
Yeah.
like it will need him a gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 2 gold and 4 copper with the Koja Blade Hold active. So definitely possible comeback here with blood in her hands. We know that Kasai can do some really powerful things.
He's played 1 blood in her hands just to get a yellow engrave. Michael pitches to Victoria. This is for a triumph, so he feels comfortable not being popped here by a 7 power, since he's seen the Commanded Conquers earlier. Again, we see this Dynamo with 2/3 blocks. Very good way to block out Prism's first attack. And we see a second triumph. This is why he pitched that Victoria. 2 sevens and
Yeah, the
just
only
eating
risk
down
for
the
here for
armor.
John is no Angelic Wrath this turn, but
Yeah.
um,
One of the
that's the
powerful
only
things
amount of
about Prism is when you get rid of your opponent's armor, erudition in the late game becomes so powerful. And Michael pitched an erudition, but he's also searched for figments, so he's constantly searching his deck and re-putting these heralds that he's pitching back into flow.
but seeing a blue Herald of Judgment this turn, this could be an opportunity with these low value heralds being sent through, rather than 2 red heralds like we saw last turn. That John could
Yeah, and
maybe
it's
try and
much
sneak some
better
Bingo back.
to let the second herald hit when you see your opponent's on vestige because they keep cards in their hand. But another issue that can come up in this matchup is sometimes it can go to fatigue because one of the advantages of running these heralds that are all 2 for 7s, 2 for 6s, 2 for 5s is that by constantly sending them, you have so much deck damage that you can end up fatiguing heroes like Kasai.
No blocks here from John, and a Wrath played out really heads up play there, deciding that the chances that John has a Wrath are just too high.
Hmm.
But this does put him in the danger range with the Figment of Ravages in play.
Maybe John has a jagged edge and he's comfortable with Michael establishing a board, but like you said, going low with arcane damage present and no AB it's not a great position to be in.
Maybe this is a signal though that John has drawn some powerful cards of his own. Blood in her hands with 4 coppers is no joke. So, but we do see the activation of Figment of Ravages here, which most angels only attack for 4, but this one comes into 6, so 2 of it's unblockable.
Yeah, this
So John
angel
forcing
very
at least 1
powerful.
card here.
This 2 damage does go at any target, and a relevant bit in this matchup is you can use that 2 arcane to clear Centauri's Sellsword, but here it just goes face. John have the block here.
Yeah, we'll need quite a strong hand here, but 2 gold, 4 copper. He could string something together. But Michael's still at 21, such a comfortable life total that it will be really difficult to force cards out of his hand.
Yes, John has to get rid of this Ravages too, but Michael's gone for Vestige, but he hasn't played any yellow Spectra auras. Maybe he's just choosing not to bring them, but I would have thought Genesis would
Oh.
have been very strong in this matchup, or Merciful.
E-Strike block is a really interesting card out of John. I know that he's always loved playing attack actions and warrior, but really interesting to see that come out of Kasai here.
Yeah, you said John is a staple of the New Zealand community. Playing
Yeah,
way
definitely.
back in 2019, 2020.
Yeah, he played Dorinthia at our first Nats, and he loved playing it alongside cards like E-Strike and Snat. So it's cool to see him keeping that attack action warrior legacy alive. We see a code to Bladehold activation here.
Maybe this is the big go
Does
off.
that mean there's a blood in her hand is in John's hand?
Very explosive from Kasai. 4 copper, not the highest you can get it, but very strong. But
John also a long time Kasai
oh, and
player,
Michael
but-
plays
oh,
an
wow.
ALS.
I've played
Oh wow!
Sentinel here.
I think that's it.
Yeah, because he should be able to just
This
pitch his last card and send
what
the
a
Ravages.
blowout! And
That's
I'm sure
that's
Michael.
horrible.
I'm sure Michael saw
Coach
as soon
gone
as
as
he made
well.
that copper, he was perfectly
Oh,
fine. Maybe
but
that's why he
it
took
looks
that
like
second
the-
dagger.
Yeah, it looks like the only way for Michael to resolve that at least was
Is to give up the yellow to pitch.
yeah. So yeah, if John's hand is strong again here, perhaps he can convert. But yeah, massive blowout there. Pitching to gold here for John. He does find a go again in that.
Yeah. Light of Soul
We-
coming
we
back
s-
into Michael's hand. One of the powerful things about shuffling with Prism.
Pitching into both of the gold as well. So really valuing trying to find something to put together on this turn. He knows that he needs to get through Michael's defenses here.
Yeah. Another Spoils of War. Outland Skirmish.
And 2 floating here for John. He could still have a Jagged Edge. We see a Command and Conquer and an Iron Song response in hand.
Michael
No
letting
Jagged
his
Edge
Ravages
here.
die.
Yeah, probably deciding that it's just too difficult to keep it alive here.
Now Michael's very low on soul, and he's gonna have to hit John. But if he hits John, he wins. So this Light of Soul hitting might be very important if he wants to take advantage of using these figments, because with Figment of Rebirth, he could put that Ravages back in his deck, and then he just has to get it out to do that one Arcane Ping.
Yeah, would need one more soul available to make that play, but yeah, in the swing we're stuck in John's arsenal. That's what we see here.
Hmm.
And resetting Dynamo, but John is holding on to a Command and Conquer here.
Yeah.
So potential for a blowout.
Yeah, here's
But
the
Fortune Hero
Light
is
of Soul
exactly what you
trigger.
need into a copper.
Now this Light of
It's
Soul
too
can do a
Light of
lot
Soul
here.
here.
It's
It's a blue here though.
Mhm.
That's his second miss on Light of Soul.
Light of Soul when it hits can be worth so much. But here's the pop.
And we see the Command and Conquer come out here.
Phantasmal Footsteps paid into. Action point back. What's Michael gonna do? Probably send another Herald. I imagine there's a red in his arsenal. Yeah, red Herald of Protection. Here's these dynamos coming out. Yep.
Yeah, buys
Blocking
two
with
cards out
two
of John.
powerful cards, and here's where this like fatigue situation comes, because Michael could just send any 2 heralds every turn and take 4 cards from John's hand, and eventually he could probably just establish 2 flipped figments and go 4/4 every turn and end up fatiguing John.
Yeah, it seems really like it would be really difficult for John to find 13 damage off just 2 cards here. But if this gold draws into a blood in her hands, anything could happen. What's the draw here?
Oh, that would be an insane draw.
A Kasai activation.
I think John might have already used all the blood in their hands. I'm not sure if he's blocked with them, but We'll see.
And a swing of the saber. A glint
Glint,
is a decent
yeah.
draw here, at least. At least he can refresh his dynamo.
No punish for Michael drawing. I mean, Michael blocking from hand, but that's okay. 2. Dynamo's
Michael has
refreshed,
to be
which is
feeling
gonna
really
help block a
comfortable here.
7 block. Yeah. Not flipping these figments, very consistent kind of go again pieces that they could establish, but maybe just happy to send heralds and oh, here we go. Flipping Triumph. This is their last bit of soul.
Yeah, so this will be the last figment flip this game, barring a Light of Soul.
Now here, Michael could
or
get
Angelic
really
Ascendant.
blown out by a popper, but not sure if John has any left.
Well, we've
Pop
only
4.
seen 2 Command and Conquers.
7. 2 floating left, so I think another
Yeah,
Herald's
it's
coming
another
in.
War Tune. Yeah.
Even if he
Might
gets
have to
popped,
be
if
a
he has
popper here.
another War Tune, yeah. What's the last card?
The
Erudition. A
Shelter
shelter in
John, but
hand.
no equipment block, and that
And
seals the deal.
congratulations, Michael, for making top 8 on Prism, Awakener of Soul, and commiserations, John, but you will be qualified for Worlds and taking home a nice lump of change as well.
Yeah. Really, really a clinic put on by Michael there, showing why he's so good at Prism.
Oh, he's one of the best to ever do it. But, yeah, Prism a deck people probably weren't talking to coming into this Nat season. But with this uptick in Ninja and even Kasai after the calling result, probably in a great position. And Michael took down Dennis in the previous round, so I think he has really good game into all of the top 8.
Yeah, you have to be wondering what he's worried about preparing into. Maybe Kale on Guardian, I know. But Kale loves his boiling fishes, destroyers. But yeah, it'd be really interesting to see what Michael's worried about. But yeah,
maybe we can get Michael on just to talk through his day. Yeah, makes sense. But yeah, no, just all great games today.
Yeah, fantastic. You're really seeing the better players rise to the top here. Yeah, really high quality stuff today.
And very interesting to see. We don't have the results yet of Elijah or Liam's game, but yeah.
Yeah, still some potential for John to sneak in here if they both lose, but probably quite unlikely. I believe Liam was above him in the standings at the start of this round, so I think if they both lose, Liam is looking quite likely to sneak in.
Liam against Kale on Valda. Now, Valda very good at targeting Acilio due to the Acilio's hero ability creating seismic surges, and then Elijah Valda into Synra. So another interesting matchup where you said before that you feel favored into Guardian of Syndra, but maybe Elijah has
I
very
feel like
targeted tech.
Yeah. I feel like you have to play it in such a specific way. That the margins are very thin. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see the results of that game. It's definitely not what you want to sit down into against Synra, but I feel like with a good plan, it's definitely a very reasonable game.
Yeah, Michael back here.
And it looks like Michael's back.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello
Michael.
again, mate.
Hello again. Congratulations on the top 8.
Cheers. Oh, good. It's a
We
good
can't
win there.
hear.
It's good for. Oh, am I muted?
Oh yeah, you're back now. Yeah.
No, we hear you. Yeah,
We hear you now.
Yeah, no, that's a really good brace, to be honest. Just it can get a little bit dicey. Fab breakers are always brutal, but really good to get it.
Yeah. Well, we thought you were locked, but looking at the standings there, if John had won that game and both Liam and Elijah had won, then you might have ended up ninth. So always good to leave nothing up to chance and
We're very much in the stars have to align point, but still good to win.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
And remind me, Michael, have you top aided nationals before?
No, I think I've come in the
No.
9th to 16th bracket 3 years in a row.
and you've
That-
broken it. Good
Yeah.
job.
Finally broken
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
We got there.
Congratulations. We see.
Cheers.
We see Matt Rogers' first time not top aiding that, so it's cool to see somebody else finally making it in. Yeah. Definitely long time coming. Some massive congratulations there. How did you
You
feel
know,
about that game so much?
I mean, like, again, right, it's flesh and blood. Anything can happen. Sometimes warriors just have a fridge and all the breakpoints line up and they have the D reacts when they need them and you don't draw your wraths, but I put wraths in the deck to draw them and they're pretty good against
Yep.
warrior. Warrior is one of the matchups I'm specifically targeting with the wraths.
Yeah, and we saw that you presented Vestige of Soul, but instead of Empyrean Rapture, but we didn't see any kind of Merciful Retributions or Genesis played in that game. Is it mostly just for that ALS combo with the Figment of Erudition, or is there anything else that you're looking to play off that, or why did you choose that chess piece?
Also, on any turn where you pitch a light blue, your second herald, Rapture is equivalent to Vestige. And so in this matchup, where you're just either taxing cards with double herald, so you're just saying, give me 2 cards, pass back to me, or first herald hits, sometimes with a wrath, sometimes warrior wants tempo. As long as we've got that light blue, the chess pieces are equivalent, and then Vestige blocks 1 without having to pay into it. So that's pretty good.
Okay, that's a very cool analysis. Okay. But as well, in your previous round, you played against Dennis, a very strong Victor player. How did that game go? You managed to win that one.
Yep. I did the thing that Prism does. I vomited a bunch of permanents onto the board. At some point, I passed the turn with Soraya flipped, ALS, Genesis, Merciful, Passing Mirage, Pierce
Yeah.
Reality.
Yep.
Yep.
You've got to be feeling pretty good in a spot like that. Yeah.
But another kind of
Fantastic.
breakout hero from this event is Valda. Have you practiced
Hmm.
much into that Guardian in comparison?
I mean, like, again, having easy access to dominate can make things a bit dicey, but the plan stays the same, and your games into Guardian are either, well, they're volatile again. Either you win the game and do a bunch of really gross stuff, or you lose the game and your opponent's on 39 life. So we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah. It's we were after that win into Dennis, we were looking at the top 8 and the decks in it, and we were really wondering what the problem deck is for you, and like if you're looking to take it to the next level and take the whole event down. What are you worried about in the top 8 bracket here? Like, what
Yeah, it's
matchups give you the most
mostly Ninja.
pause?
Mostly Ninja. I mean, Ninja's a good matchup. Again, like, winning this game here puts me in the top half of the top 8, so getting to choose first, second is really important in those aggro mirrors. But I mean, I guess, other than that, it's just anything can happen. Guardians can win games, Ninjas can take games off you. Just every win's a gift. Gonna play it out and see what happens, but feeling good.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Congratulations, Michael. You've clearly put so much work into the deck, and it's finally paid off with this top 8 after 3 years.
I mean, 9th to 16th isn't bad, but it's really good to be in the top 8 finally.
And you're in a great position going into the top 8.
Feeling good.
Yeah. Awesome. We'll let you take a moment to reset and get ready for the top 8 before that starts. But look forward to seeing how you do, and good luck and congratulations.
Congratulations.
Cheers, guys. Hopefully talk to you later.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
See you, Michael.
And looking at the results coming in, it looks like Elijah has won his game, and Kale has won his game as well. So
looks like Liam will not be making top 8, but congratulations on a Worlds invite as well. Oh no,
Liam may make top 8. It should.
Oh, it's between John and Liam, but Liam is the
It's between John and Liam and tiebreakers, I believe. Yeah.
Everyone loves a magic box.
Yeah. Although Liam was 7th going into this final round compared to John's 8th, so probably looking a bit more likely to Liam.
Well, what's interesting here about Ollie versus Dennis is if Dennis wins this, Kale will be first seed on Valda.
Yeah, and after such a strong start to the day, the event in general, Ollie will have to be a bit disappointed to not be first seed for the second year in a row.
But yeah, Ollie having a turn order choice against other aggro decks, even if he's second seed, is very important. I wonder how much equity Kale gets out of being first seed, but both of them in very strong positions.
Yeah,
Dennis
Dennis
won.
won. Okay, interesting.
Dennis
I know
won,
that
so
Ollie quite
Kale
liked the
is the
matchup
first
into
seed.
Victor, but Dennis, managing to pull it out.
Yeah. That put Dennis
So
at
I believe,
third seed.
yes, 7 of 8 of our top 8 is locked here. Just waiting to see
Between John and
see what
Liam.
the typewriter, the monkey in the typewriter spit out. Yeah, it does look likely that Liam will be the 8th seed.
Yeah. That would put Acilio against Valda, which I don't know. It's a matchup that I would see as Valda favored, but Wizard against Guardian can really just blow them up sometimes.
It would just be a rematch of this last round, which Kale did win. So yeah, definitely Liam would have to figure out a new strategy if that is.
Yeah, but Liam now having information about how Kale approaches the matchup, maybe that comes down to like anti-wizard cards, like Amulet of Echoes, Bell, Arcane Compliance, and Kale's secrets aren't there anymore, but maybe Kale just played solid and stuck to his game plan, and he's just gonna keep doing that for the rest of the top 8.
Yeah, I don't imagine Kale isn't the kind of player to really react to what his opponent is doing. He's very confident in his plays and his plans. So
yeah, yeah.
And rightly so. Yeah, coming in first seed, finally a return to form from Camel Creek.
Yeah.
Be really cool to see him finally take a national championship down.
Yeah, maybe we'll follow Kale for the start of this top 8 and then kind of see how it turns out once we know the pairings, see if there's any interesting matchups that we'd like to see.
Yeah, for sure.
Obviously, a Katsu in the top 8, that's something we'll
That's
to see.
that's really cool. Yeah, so 7th seed. If we look at standings.
7th seed would be
7th
Elijah.
Yeah, likely to be Elijah here. So it will be a Volder for
Ollie
Ollie.
versus Elijah, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's pretty much locked in.
Dennis versus it would be Dr. Dan versus Dennis, so that's Synra versus
which is a rematch. Dennis taking it out of a
Dan said
Swiss,
it was a very difficult matchup. And so then that would be Sam against Michael. That's Katsu versus Prism. That's a very interesting one because Prism does block well enough and has prevention effects to stop Katsu getting the effect through, but can also just be very aggressive.
And Michael did think that he would get to choose first, second here, but Sam was 5th seed going to the last round and won his game. So I have to imagine that Sam will be higher seed than Michael here, if that is the way the pairings work out. So it could be huge to be able to go second in this matchup. Cam did manage to take it out over Jess in the Victor Vixie matchup. So unfortunately, no ribbing for me. But I do think that means that he will be one of our 12th player.
Maybe he started this round at 23rd in the standings.
Interesting.
It goes pretty deep. Jess started
maybe,
at 14th, so
Sorry.
Jess started at 12th. Sorry, Jess started at 12th.
Yeah.
Those 9th, well, those 10th to 12th places are very open to different players. Darren,
I imagine that
locking 10th. David Marshall losing. It'll be those 11th and 12th spaces. Who gets the world's invite is very up for grabs.
Very up in the air, definitely.
But congratulations, Darren, on world's qualification as well. Great run. Still
Yeah,
don't know if
be
you're
great
on
to see.
Spellicilio or Gone in a Flash. I would love confirmation on
I guess we'll never find out. Yeah, yeah.
No. Because whenever I look at like a meta breakdown with Acilio now, I'm like, okay, there's 10 Acilio, but what decks are actually in that 10?
And they're so fundamentally different from each other.
Yeah. And we have our top 8. Refresh. I don't think it's on the coverage site yet. Who plays 7th? And who's 6th seed? Michael?
Can we maybe not count? Yeah, just waiting to get the final standing graphic up for you guys.
Yeah. Maybe we just okay. We able to do votes in chat?
Would you like to watch Ollie on Fi or Kale on
No,
Valda?
just put the. Would you rather watch Valda versus Acilio
Okay.
or Phi versus Syndra?
Valda. Oh, Synra is it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's
that's
why
right.
I think. Yeah. Yeah, if Dan's at 7, yeah, when we see the final standings, we'll know. I kind of think a longer game would be better if we have the Guardians in, so we're not sitting around. Because it is untimed.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, what's the Katsu against, actually?
Oh, it looks like top eight's up. And it will be Michael and Sam. So Katsu and Prism. Dennis will be playing into Elijah in the Victor Valda matchup.
Oh, we could get that one
Kale
on.
into
That would
Liam.
be interesting.
Yeah, that would be that's probably the one that's going to take the longest. And then yeah, Ollie and Dan on.
Okay, I'll ask, would
And then
you rather watch Victor? And it's definitely 5 versus Syndra. Oh, there. You could do a match on all the things. Perfect. You spelled Victor like it's Riftbound. It's funny. Oh, I think Katsu versus Prism is the. Yeah, I'll delete these because I was going to type all of them.
Should we maybe take a quick break while we figure out who we're going to watch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
We'll,
We will
we'll
be
tune in
back
with you
with
guys
the
soon
top
with
8.
the top 8.
Bye, guys.
Hey guys, welcome back.
So, after 10 rounds of Swiss, we have our top 8, and right now we're showcasing our current top seed, Kale McCreath on Valda versus Liam, who snuck in at 8th place on a Cilio. So, yeah, Lucas, what do you think of this matchup?
Yeah, it'll be super interesting to see. We've seen both of these players on stream before. Liam taking a loss to Michael Collins, but it does seem like it could be quite a rough one for Acilio. Obviously, him wanting to draw this card will help fuel Valda's Seismic Surge creation. And there's a lot of meaningful disruption from the Valda deck, Tectonic Instability, especially to remove Counter Flash from arsenals. But yeah, Acilio is such an explosive deck, it could definitely go either way.
Yeah, like Boulder Drop, Disable, it's going to be very hard for Acilio to kind of keep a full hand in these games. And also, even the worse crush effects like Cranial Crush are pretty good against Acilio. And giving Kale those Seismic Surges are going to turn on his shield for better blocking if he's not an Arcane Lantern, as well as his Solid Grounds and just all these bonus effects he gets for having Seismic Surges established.
Yeah, so we know, and Kale knows, that Liam is on a more margin type Gone in a Flash combo deck, with a bit less arcane, especially without access to the original Volzar. How much AB do you expect Kale to bring here?
Most likely AB2 or 3 since he knows it's on Gone in a Flash, and that's usually the highest I can get to. But some Acilios are running Burn Bear as well to beat Fatigue, but I don't think Kale will be going for a Fatigue plan in this matchup unless it looks out that way.
Yeah, super interesting. We did see the power of Red Comet Collision in Liam's first game, super impressive, and Echo Flash. So, yeah, definitely some AB might be necessary here, but yeah, giving up some of that powerful gardening equipment is pretty big cost.
Yeah, and kind of I wonder if Liam is going to try set up a big Gone on a Flash turn or just go with this approach of as soon as I draw the card, I have to use it. And there's kind of a trade-off here in that you need consistency with cards like Astral Bridge and Gone on a Flash, so you probably want to present Bracers of Belief, but if you don't present enough armor, Valda's gonna get these like easy crush effects through. Like usually their attacks come in for 9, like the red disable, or 7 with the boulder drop, and that one piece of armor can stop a crush effect that could really ruin a combo turn.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see what he brings here. Yeah, the block from which headpiece do you expect Liam to be running as well? Probably Crown of Providence, or
Crown of
to get around
Providence.
some muscle disruption potentially.
Yeah, definitely Crown of Providence, but also because when Acilio wants to go off in these builds, Crown of Providence just helps them filter for maybe they have a 0 for 4 that they can't convert and they need another instant. So that's another reason to use Crown of Providence just as a hand fix. But I can't imagine any other headpiece. Maybe Balance of Justice, but I think it's very rare that Valda draws 2 cards. Again, it's usually just Tectonic Instability and Promising Terrain. Um, Cap of Quick Thinking doesn't have much relevance in this matchup. I'm very interested to see how many defense reactions Liam has, as we saw against Michael Collins. They blocked with shelters and sinks, so I imagine they have quite a few.
Some fake facilities to set up the Astral Bridge, and yeah, I wonder how many you bring in here, because probably the more that you play, the worse you are into a potential fatigue strategy out of Valda. But the more that you play, but if you pack none of them, then you're really vulnerable to these disruptive effects.
Mm-hmm. Place the
I think
shuffling up here.
the Acilio matchup must be one of the big draws to submit Valda over a deck like Victor, though. More proactive with the evasion, and yeah, we can end the game much more quickly than a deck like Victor.
As well, cards like put them in their place. Eventually will just snipe cards that Acilio wants to keep because you can't really Acilio being a wizard wants to set up their hands with these Gone in a Flashes, and they might be very comfortable with a handful of instants that can get turned into a handful of just 0 for 4s that maybe aren't converted properly. And by chaining these together, you can end up in a fatigue situation, but you can also end up in a situation where you get rid of these Gone in a Flashes at a good time, like when Liam just draws them, and they'll have to wait until they find the next one. And we saw in the US Nats, Majin kind of fishing for that Gone in a Flash, wasn't able to quite get it in time, and Volda can make that take a lot longer.
Yeah, absolutely. I am excited to see Echo Flash's interaction with cards like Put 'em in their place and Pummel, though. It can never be a good feeling to force your opponent to discard an Echo Flash, especially with a Put 'em in the place where it just is immediately replaced and send an Arcane and activate Starfall. So it'd be interesting to see if those discard effects, if Liam's able to abuse them to get some value out of his Starfall instance.
Mm-mm.
Friend of mine, Donald Tang, appearing in the background there. I'm sure a lot of people are really interested in how these games are going to play out. And we do see a good call from you there, Dylan. AB3 from Kale. Yeah, definitely didn't want to hedge against this the potential for some arcane evasion out of Liam.
Mm.
And he has decided to bring the Stonewall Gauntlet over Braces of Belief, deciding that covering that breakpoint is going to be more important than that top of deck knowledge with the card like Astral Bridge. Looks like Kale first seat here decided to go first. Do you think that's pretty standard in a matchup like this, or?
Yeah, Acilio wants to set up these 5 card hands, and these Acilio decks don't run as many instant setups like Sigils of Brilliance, which Liam has just
But we
played.
do see
So
one come out here.
Kale may be punished for going first here, and Liam getting a 5 card hand to start with. But this is also going to make Kale another Seismic Surge when this Sigil pops.
Do you think a swing of that Titan's Fist there is gives us a clue that Kale might be trying to play this matchup quite defensively, and trying to fatigue Liam potentially, or?
The highest Liam can definitely go Arcane is by using Burn Bears, which means he's gonna leak some damage when he chooses to play them. But the issue is Acilio really struggles to play Burn Bear, being a 3 cost with the lack of blues they play. So Kale could go for a fatigue route if it lines up that way with put them in their place. But
And yeah, and
we can't
Liam
be
there
for sure.
having an awkward opener, Scar for a Scar without Go Again, I think. Or no, it did have Go Again. Just playing a Sigil afterwards. But yeah, and a Comet Storm Shock. A bit of an awkward hand there for Liam. But Kale didn't have a crush card to reveal to Crash and Bash, so this final crush didn't get dominate from having that third surge, which seems like a really big considering Liam got the opportunity to block with 2 defense reactions there to cover up final
Yeah, Liam had
crush.
these defense reactions anyway, so it's gonna be okay. But
And
using discarding
yeah,
an
you
Astral
see
Bridge for Acilio.
yeah, you see the power of cards like Fate Foreseen in the Sicilio deck. Looking at the top of his deck, deciding that seeing that it's not an instant, so it's not profitable to play Astral Bridge, and then discarding Astral Bridge to draw into it. Yeah, really strong interaction there with the opt. Kel choosing an interesting timing there to play out the Size of Corruption, I guess to get value out of his Grandeur of Valahai here. Not Grandeur of Valahai, Testament of Valahai. We see our first Valda trigger of the game. And the Spinal Crush here looking a lot more threatening, coming in for 9 dominate.
Now, Spinal Crush very good here on these kind of no arsenal turns against Cecilio, because these 0 for 4 decks are looking to send Go again naturally and not using action point manipulation, which on the combo turn with the Lightning Greaves, this Spinal Crush doesn't really do anything. So Kale sending these early is actually very threatening and probably building up that deck advantage. Liam also using Acilio whenever they get the chance to try and probably block these cards efficiently. Again,
Yeah,
just running out of resources.
which is fueling Kale's surge production as well. But yeah, it looks like quite a weak hand here from Liam, blocking for 2 on the Spinal Crush. We'll see. Maybe he's drawn a tall arcane spell that he's able to convert on his own turn with just the 1 action point. Super exciting here to see Kale back in the top 8 of New Zealand Nets. I know he's a fan favorite, and really cool to see him finally have another opportunity to see if he can take the crown.
Yeah, Kale, not a stranger to top 8s, has performed well at Battle Hardens and other nationals before, so very comfortable in these situations. And it's kind of what you need to be to become a national champion, where even if you're on stream or even if you're just playing elimination rounds, you have to be very comfortable and just keep making these solid plays and decisions.
I do think this is Liam's first top 8 as well. So massive congrats to Liam, but yeah, awesome to see him converting. But yeah, definitely will be less familiar with this kind of situation than Kale. And although he didn't have a tall arcane spell to convert into that Spinal Crush, Sigil of Brilliance is a good replacement here. Could definitely give him an opportunity if Kale doesn't find a strong disruptive attack. And we see a debilitate here, but that could line up really well into Liam's Crown of Providence if he just decides to tuck his arsenal away. And could have essentially a 6-card turn here with Sigil of Brilliance if his cards line up.
Here's this red disable. One of the big pieces that we're talking about to stop Acilio setting up these Gone in a Flashes. In a way, Acilio's play around these types of effects is by arsenaling instants like Sigil of Brilliance that can be converted into dodging the disruption, but also giving them advantage on their own turn.
And I think from my count, that's 13 cards already in Liam's graveyard, nearly a quarter of the deck if they've submitted 60. And Kale's still at 38 life here. So definitely we see quite conservative play from Liam here, blocking out, maybe protecting what looks like might be a Gone in a Flash in Arsenal. But at some point, he's going to have to start using these cards proactively to try and leak some damage through.
Yeah, blocking with the Crown of Providence, not sinking, so assuming it is a Gone in a Flash and keeping that piece, but doesn't have has a normal 5-card hand here. Could have been a 6-card hand if they were able to keep that Brilliance, and it is the Gone in a Flash.
We see the Gone in a Flash come out.
Well, how wide can they really go here?
Yeah, you've talked a bit about this card, Tectonic Instability, that tucks both players' arsenal. It reminds me a lot of Dissolve Reality, which is sort of a key piece for Illusionist into Acilio to prevent the effects here. But it looks like Liam's going for it now, like the Sigil provided him what he needed. And yeah, we're seeing him go for it. This Consola Uplift has the Starfall effect active from Acilio's effect. So getting essentially 2 points of value out of this instant, as well as returning Golden Flash to hand, is exactly the kind of overlap that it needs.
And even if Liam hadn't activated Acilio, Sigil of Brilliance leaving the field actually triggers Starfall. Any instant going to the graveyard causes Starfall to be active.
Yeah, very good point.
So now it's just how much damage can Liam get through on this Gone of a Flash, because these Acilios don't really have the ceiling they used to with the new Volzar.
Yeah, but cards like Astral Bridge can definitely go over the top here. And another instant here, dealing an arcane and essentially getting a full card rebate on the ponder. So
Yeah.
it seems likely that
Constellar
Liam will want to play
Contemplation,
out.
very strong. And it's these little arcane pings that are really making these go above rate, basically turning these cards into a copy of Gone and Flash, but making them 0 for 5s with this mixed damage ping. But Kale just choosing the block.
Yeah, he's been trying to convert as many of his cards defensively as possible.
Yeah, Rabble
And a
coming in.
Rabble in hand here isn't exactly what he wants, but
Yeah.
he does get to have a peek at what his ponder draw will be, and he does decide to send the Gone and Flash out post Lightning Greaves to get full value off that ponder and draw the Sigil of Brilliance, the
Yeah,
Sigil of Solace. Sorry, yeah.
Liam sending this Got It a Flash to get full value, knowing they're going to get the ponder. Some people choosing to keep it for the consistency of being able to convert hands and get it back. But I think Kale is just playing knowing that once the combo turn is done, Liam might not be able to convert their hands very well, and he's hoping to maybe get the tempo back or go for that fatigue line after. Another Astral Bridge discarded.
Astral Bridge
Definitely.
discarded here.
And you see Kale keeping that seismic surge in his hand, knowing that Liam will be drawing cards.
But Liam here trying to link some arcane damage on Kale's turn. Oh no, he's doing it on his own turn to turn on the second strike here, or at least attempt to. But it does look like Arcane Barrier prevented this contemplation here.
4 block from Kale. A lightning press.
Yeah. I do think it was quite heads up of Liam to send that God in a Flash out there. Although it seems a bit counterintuitive, getting that 4 guaranteed damage to Kale's face will make his life a lot easier when trying to end the game. And Acilio can be really action point gated post Lightning Greaves activation. So having a 0 for 4 without Gogan in his arsenal probably isn't exactly what he's looking for. So
Kale creating our
but
seismic
still,
surge. And setting up Boulder Drop. This is some
Yep, yeah.
disruption. And Liam's armor is gone. So unless they're drawing defense reactions here, but they've already used 2 Fate Foreseens.
Yeah, I wonder what other defense reactions Liam has in his list or has decided to bring. But yeah, Red Boulder Drop, one of these key disruptive pieces out of the Boulder deck, just to constantly put Acilio back foot. And we do see Kale in a life deficit here. Even though Liam has used up all his equipment, if he can continue this lead and not worry about fatigue, and it does look like he's just taking the 7 here. And
maybe this is a consideration of, even if I take this, the card stays in my deck and I can Acilio back into it. But or maybe this is maybe wanting to go lower on health to activate any potential Scarf or Scars in the deck, but even health at the
Boulder
moment.
Drop is also has quite an entertaining interaction with Astral Bridge, where if Liam does have an Astral Bridge in hand, he can put an instant back on top of his deck and then immediately play the Astral Bridge to essentially get it back for free, which is quite a powerful interaction here.
And we see
And Cal having the 4 shot, yeah, very very well lined up into after revealing the second strike here.
Yeah, other fun interactions.
But an E
could
strike
be,
coming into 7.
putting a Burn Bear
coming
back on
into
top for
draw
Rabble.
card. But Liam did choose draw a card because we saw Kale take the surge up. So I wonder what instant speed value Liam might have in his arsenal. Maybe another copy of Lightning Press, which we saw him use last turn.
Okay, blocking 3.
Moving to damage. Maybe another sigil here. Oh,
A
blink.
Ah,
And
Liam
that was
knew the card on top of the deck.
from the E strike, and yeah, and again these comet collisions so impressive. Red comet collision 0 for 5 arcane. Continuing the leap. Cal down to 20, definitely looking a bit scarier than before, but it'll be interesting to see Liam's plan to try and get over this wall.
Liam
we see a
revealing
remembrance
off Rabble. Kale famously loves this card.
We've so I've heard some talk about, and to play the remembrance for free, very interesting. We've seen some talk about ominous excavation, essentially providing an infinite loop to give Acilio a weapon with Gone and Flash in the end of the game by using one Ominous Excavation to target a Gone and a Flash and then continue to do that. Do you think that might be something that Liam is bringing here, or?
No, I don't feel that kind of creates a hammer, but Kale will always have more cards in deck, and Liam will never be able to fatigue Kale in that kind of situation. And it's not something that's been popularly adapted. I think Liam's just playing this game of I need to get the most value out of the arcane spells I have in my deck, and that's why they're putting the Comic Collisions back, along with that E-Strike, which has the ability to kind of extend any hand or come in for a very large breakpoint as a chain finisher.
Yeah, and we do see 5 damage leak this turn from Liam. Yeah, looking like it could be, and Kale's counting the deck here. He's definitely angling fatigue.
Kale
But yeah, a
could
lot
have
of damage left in Liam's deck.
Kale could have a very aggressive put him in their place to kind of get rid of these cards and not give Liam a chance to play them. So even though the health might be low, Kale has
Yeah.
ways of getting rid of threats.
That's true, but if he has to take, and 27 cards, so halfway through, a bit over halfway through Liam's deck.
Yeah, 27 cards left in the deck. Here's a disable being sent with 2 floating. So
yeah, potentially a pummel here. But Liam with a pretty comfortable life lead. Yeah, deciding just to declare no blocks here.
And that's also the life lead at risk. Down 2 cards.
Yeah, so Kale did take a lot of 5 damage to set this play up, but it's put him in the driver's seat in terms of the damage race, and yeah, could potentially threaten Tig on both angles. And here we see it. Echo Flash discarded to pummel.
Yeah. Now this
Never
is
a good feeling. 2 arcane damage for my pummel trigger.
Now Liam's Scar for Scar is not live right now, but a Flittering Charge coming out.
Yeah, and we see 13 life apiece, and with tempo in Liam's favor, Kale's going to have to start taking some damage to resolve these disruptive attacks, and he doesn't have a lot of damage left to take.
Sigil of Solace coming from Liam into a Scar for Scar, using them as a finisher is optimal here. What card is this?
Look, yeah, I had some Chaos Spice here. I have no idea what that is.
Yeah.
And we do see he's found a window to resolve another boulder drop here.
Well, here's another window where Kale has no floating. Liam could probably ping some arcane damage here.
Yeah, we see another copy of Echo Flash. There's still one more of those in the deck.
Yeah, Kale played Leave It
Kale
Dead.
dropping to 9.
Your next
and
card
you mentioned
this turn deals 4 or more damage. Destroy the top 4 cards of their deck.
Yeah, definitely some fatigue angles going on here. But yeah, still 1 copy of Echo Flash left, which I assume Liam will be able to convert the 2 damage to face. And
yeah, the crush coming out from the boulder drop. Electrostatic Discharge into a Gone in a Flash. This is for 7.
Yeah, and Liam could very well have an instant in hand to resolve to return this Gone in a Flash.
Kale blocking 6.
A lightning press. Oh, but perfect counter there with the sink below.
Kale sending the hammer again. No floating here.
Yeah, but Liam is also at 9, so eventually these hammers are going to start becoming a real threat. And as soon as Acilio starts to block, his ability to leak damage is going to just go drastically down.
Liam taking 4, going to 5. Didn't look very happy about the hand. But
Gone in a Flash without Gogan here, but we did see a copy of Blink earlier, so I have to imagine he has a way to give this Gogan.
Kale taking 1.
Or recoup his action point. Yeah, we do see the Blink.
You see a Blink. See Electrostatic Discharge.
Wow.
Into E-Strike for 10. Oh, for 8 and draw a card. Sorry.
8 and draw a card.
Now, if you're Kale here, do you just block fully? No. Blocking.
Oh, he's taking the 2. Definitely in the danger zone with the Echo Flash left in deck. And you mentioned Burn Beer, which we saw Liam bring into Prism. But we seem to have we've seen a lot of Liam's cards at this point, so
I assume they're not on Burn Bear in this matchup. Maybe
yeah,
they
yeah.
learned that from playing earlier, but there's the hammer for
And Kale deciding to Arsenal here.
Yeah. Entwine
Could very
Lightning.
well be that he wants to keep a card in hand.
Sigil of
to,
Brilliance revealed. Not
I think-
really a threat right now. Kale taking note of what's been played already.
It could definitely be a worry for Kale though. If Liam demands enough of its cards on this turn and is able to start next turn with essentially a 6-card hand with the Sigil of Brilliance, it could be really hard for him to survive.
Someone in the chat said, "What's in Kale's hat?" I imagine it's a pummel.
And we see this is the first copy we've seen of Flow
Echo.
State Embodiment,
What's the embodiment?
a
Yeah.
powerful new card from Omens, and could be used to make an Embodiment of Lightning here for Liam to set him up
Yeah.
further with the following turn with the Sigil of Brilliance.
Yeah, I wonder
to
if
try and get
Liam
over
has
the
any
line
other
here.
instance they can play. They haven't activated a Cilio this turn.
Yeah, not that the flows really give a great deal of value here. Choosing to discard the Sigil of Brilliance, very interesting, yeah.
Kale gets a Seismic Surge.
We could see the last copy of Blink maybe here.
Hmm.
No Cancella Uplift, so just converting to some damage. But
Yeah, 2 Arcane and creating an embodiment of lightning, so Liam will be able to convert their hand next turn.
and if he does take this too, Kale is in Echo Flash lethal range,
Yeah.
which is never a spot you want to be in when there's 2 copies of that card left in the deck.
Oh, we know Liam shuffled back 2 Comic Collision with Remembrance.
Yeah, just AB3 here. So those red Comic Collisions with Starfall will leak 2 damage.
But I wonder if Kale feels they're at a point where if they send 10 or a very high number here, that maybe they can just kill Liam.
Yeah, and although it's possible that he could just die on his own turn, maybe it's a spot that he has to take here.
Kale AVs both of these. F4 passing.
Yeah, so going
Li-
shield down. So we'll see if
Yep.
Liam draws up his last copy of Echo Flash here. Be the perfect time for it. See this. There we go. 2 more
the Echo
Arcane.
Flash.
Yeah. Kale's going to drop to 2 here.
Oh, Liam debating if they.
Yeah,
Liam
deciding not to.
not to use the
Maybe
Echo
wanting
Flash.
to hold the Echo Flash for their own turn. To turn on Starfall for a card like Comic Collision could be possible.
Yeah, here we go. Search A made. Maybe they only send this for 1. Yeah. That implies there's another arcane source. Maybe this is an E-strike into the Comic Collision.
A Comic Collision would be 5 more damage here.
It's
Kale
very
only
difficult for Kale
able
to
to
block.
stop 3 of it.
Crash and Bash. Perfect block.
Yeah, and
There's
here
the
we
Comic
see
Collision.
the Comic Collision.
Yeah, AB3.
Kale dropping to 2 here.
Blink. Oh, and a
Wow,
second
Blink
Comic
into
Collision.
second Comic Collision. Wow.
Wow.
Super impressive from Liam here.
Very impressive from Liam,
Just,
yeah.
yeah. That Remembrance really putting in work, shuffling these red spells back in. We talked about how powerful a Lava Burst that does arcane damage is, and Liam really showing it off there.
Very difficult for Kale as well. Not really going to play put him in their place to try, get that fatigue plan going, or this blue that he's put in that crushes for 4 to mill 4. Very interesting take on Valda from Kale, and Kale loves playing the way he likes to play, so yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, not Kale's here this year, but massive congrats to Liam. Very
great
well
play.
piloted. Definitely had a clear plan into how to beat a Guardian trying to fatigue him.
Yeah, both players played extremely well. Hopefully we can get Liam on for a quick interview.
Yep, should be good.
Liam had played Kale previously, actually.
Hello.
Hi, Liam.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Liam.
Yeah,
Yeah,
congratulations
good.
on winning the
Yeah,
first game of top 8.
congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, great game. It's very close.
Yeah,
Yeah.
remembering back those comic collisions really put you in a good spot, and you had some very good blinks to use your full hand. You had previously played Kale in the Swiss and lost, if I'm correct. What adaptations have you made? We saw you didn't present any Burn Bear despite having them in the list. Is this a choice you made?
Yeah, so Burn Beer is very awkward to play in the deck. You don't play enough blues to really get it off. The idea is he's hopefully leaking enough of over 4s that you don't need the big arcane spell.
Mm.
The thing that really went well over this match compared to the last one was I drew hands that didn't need to filter much, so I don't need to give him the free seismics. Like the last
Yeah.
game, he started off with 2 seismics, and I gave him a free one for his third on turn 0, and it was pretty downhill
Yeah.
from there. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Comic Collision is like the big finisher you really want.
yeah.
Yeah, it looks so impressive there. I've been calling it Arcane Lava Burst 0 for 5. Such an important upgrade for Acilio, and those Echo Flashes as well, looking really impressive. How do you feel about this new version of Acilio?
Definitely makes me realize how insane the old Volzar was. Imagine that in this deck.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's really fun. I think it's much more targetable than older Celio lists, which is nice for the meta in general. But it's just
Yeah.
very consistent and has quite a high base power level. Feels like old Aurora almost.
Yeah. And looking at the top 8, how do you feel about the matchups? There's a lot of Ninja. You just made it
Yeah.
through a Guardian, but how do you feel about the rest of the field?
As long as I stay away from Michael Collins, that'll be good. That's by far my
Stay away.
hardest. And then Katsu is pretty high rolly from either side. Whoever does Bonds or Gone in a Flash is way ahead. And yeah, I mean, it's a hard top 8 no matter who I run into, but it's all going to be good matches, which is nice.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, awesome.
Like you said, it's a hard top 8, and you're part of it. So congrats on winning your first round of the top 8. Is there anyone who helped you prepare for this event, or anyone you want to thank, or?
Sam, Elijah, and Greg, and unfortunately Greg didn't make it, but the rest of us did, which is amazing conversion rate. That's
No,
75% of our team that
Yeah,
top 8 it.
yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah. Awesome work.
Yeah. No, it's
And you're from Dunedin, is it?
Yeah.
And all the team from Dunedin. It's great to see, like there's this classic rivalry between Wellington and Auckland, but great to see Dunedin putting itself on the map with 3 players in top 8 here. Yeah. Awesome result from you guys.
Yeah, I just like to shout out Sam and Elijah for being some of the best ninja players in the country. Like, man, those guys on carts are so scary every armory. Definitely gave me the reps there.
Yeah, Elijah actually on Valda this event.
He was
did that help you prepare?
Victors showing up. Yeah, I mean, I didn't get to play much versus Velda actually because he changed to it pretty late. He was tossing up Victor or Velda, and settled on Velda. So I played a lot into Victor, but not so much Velda.
Yeah. But yeah, no, congratulations and good luck in your next round. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, best of luck for the quarterfinal.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you very much.
Cheers, Liam.
Cheers.
Thank you, Liam. Yeah, Liam.
Really cool to see here. One of some local teams doing really well. Always a good feeling when you can top with your mates in an event like this.
Yeah, you have a similar experience of that last year, right, Lucas? With
three of our team, made it into top 8. It's such a great feeling. Really, you feel like your process is working. So, yeah, awesome result there. Awesome to see Dunedin really taking a claim. Elijah, well-known, excellent ninja player. It's really cool to see him convert, but great to see these other Dunedin players really put the South on the map.
Yeah, and you have to feel for Kale coming in as the first seed, and not a terrible game at all. Just didn't go his way at certain points, and maybe a few bad hands. Maybe 1 or 2 better hands could have changed the result, but very well played by both players.
Yeah, the cards you keep mentioning were Leyline and put him in their place, and he never resolved any of those cards. He just wasn't able to get that Titan Surge disruption train rolling. So yeah, just sort of ended up playing a fair 3-for-7 game plan, which just didn't quite line up well into the powerful things that the Silo deck was trying to do.
Yeah, and considering the other matches going on, Victor versus Valda. I heard that not a very good matchup for the Victor. Mostly based on the Victor chooses to run block cards over defense reactions. So Valda dominating and using cards like Disenchantment of the Old Ones when Victor tries to set up a stack of might tokens to kind of push through that end game. Yeah, it's very difficult for Victor, but I wonder how bad it really is percentage wise.
If anyone can do it, I'm sure it's Dennis. That man is always going to be a threat in the Guardian Mirror. So
Yeah.
and we can see it in the background here
Oh, yeah.
of our player cam. So
Yeah,
I'm
backup
sure that
match.
game will go on for a wee while longer. But yeah, I would even if the matchup's unfavored, I'd never bet against Dylan in a Guardian, Dennis in a Guardian Mirror. So
Never bet against me in a Guardian Mirror either. But,
yeah, well, I would bet against you if you're paired into
if I was paired to Dennis,
so,
yeah.
yeah.
I famously lost the calling top 16 winning in against Dennis in the Guardian Mirror, and he's built different for these. And I think if I'm right, Michael Collins has won. I see him putting his map to the feature table, so I think we might have Michael Collins next. And Ollie Berry also won.
Ollie
so
winning. Yeah. I in my DMs with Ollie in the lunch break, he did tell me that he felt really good about the Synra matchup. So
yeah, Fi getting
definitely
access to Blazing Yori in that matchup really helps.
Yeah, and I think he just feels like he can go fast enough that the value that Syndra will accumulate from Mask isn't really going to be relevant. But yeah,
So we'll have Liam versus Michael again. Yeah. Maybe if maybe we might be able to do both semis if
both
if it lines
semis
up.
if the Guardian Mirror goes long enough, that would be a special treat. Yeah.
But no, it's good that we can just go match the match.
Yeah.
So,
Smooth transition here.
Basilio versus Prism. We saw this matchup last time, and after talking to Michael, they said it's a very volatile matchup where Gone Flash can just pop off very early and put the Prism behind. But we saw Michael really dominate last time they played this matchup.
Yeah, it did not look close at all, really, in the first one. But we did see the power of some of Acilio's cards with Echo Flash and Comic Collision, and you can definitely we definitely saw how it could go on for Michael here. So I wonder how it's going to shape up differently this time.
I think a big thing here, Michael being higher seed gets to choose to go first, which is very easy to leak a Herald hit against Acilio.
Yeah, so many no blocks in the Acilio deck, and not much equipment.
But Liam getting revenge on Kale from the loss in Swiss, maybe they're looking to do the same here with Michael.
Yeah, definitely. Coming off a really strong performance in the Cal game and able to turn a matchup that didn't go their way in Swiss into a win in top 8. So hopefully trying to repeat that here. Will be really interesting to see.
This Acilio deck is, even if you have matchups that seem not great, the deck is so powerful that it doesn't really have any auto losses.
Yeah, and I suppose for that same reason, it's so powerful but so inconsistent. So it doesn't really have any auto wins either. The deck can always sabotage you, but it always gives you an out as well. Reminds me a lot of Azalea in that way,
And you were talking about the kind of geographical rivalries in New Zealand. Wait, would you like to go into that kind of with this top eight?
Yeah. So the biggest rival is probably between Auckland and Wellington. But Michael here representing Christchurch, our second largest city and biggest in the South Island, and Liam from Dunedin, small student city in the deep south. So yeah, very cool to see more of New Zealand's cities represented in the feature tables here.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Really excited to see this matchup again. It's a very Wizard Illusionist always has so many complex interactions, so I'm hoping we get to see a few kind of Michael already showing his knowledge of Prism. Maybe we see Liam kind of counteract that with some well-timed Echo Flashes or Arcane Disruption against the Angels.
Yeah, and I almost didn't believe you that the Spell Void 2 on Halo of Illumination would be maybe the most
So
important
important.
mode into Wizard. But after seeing the power of Echo Flash in Liam's last game, I can imagine how devastating it would be if you go shields down for an Angel Swing into an Echo Flash discard. So it'll be interesting to see how they try to balance their interactions with each other.
I think players are ready to start now, so we're going to get right into this. See, I imagine Michael chooses to go first here. It's been a real treat watching these players play all day. Like, okay.
Super impressed with both Michael and Liam's play.
Here we go. Michael's sending a Herald.
See an E-Strike reach the block with by Liam and a shelter. So he's drawn a defense reaction, a good blocking start, and no follow-up Herald here from Michael.
Michael playing a Pierce Reality. Now, Acilio doesn't have a weapon to swing into this, so most likely to get rid of it, we'll have to send a 0 for 4 into it. So Michael effectively gaining 4 health if Liam ever tries to clear this.
Yeah, but not quite as problematic as it is in some of the more action point gated matchups.
Yeah.
Yeah, a Ward 4 essentially, but
So we have Lightning Surge. It's 2-card
no go again on
gate.
this currently.
And Prism's one of those heroes that's very fine with a health disadvantage, but that Lightning Greaves turn can do a lot of damage if you're really low.
And Liam just deciding to leave the PS Reality up here, but
Yeah.
being immediately punished by Herald of Erudition, but has the response with Burn Bear. Maybe Liam did IP a card last turn and chose to keep it in hand. Maybe if it was this Burn Bear, that it makes sense that he decided to leave the
had a
the
Lightning
PS Reality
Press
in
as
play,
well.
knowing that he has the counter to it.
Yeah, like a
2 Burn
second
Bears on
Burn
this
Bear.
turn. Wow, this is an incredible start for Liam. Such a different story
Well, that's
than
all Burn
the
Bears
first game we
gone.
watched in Swift.
And a Lightning Press gone as well. A Lightning Press gone as well means less popper access, but here's the Gone in a Flash. If Michael can't build defenses up here for next turn, he could just die next turn.
I believe this is lower than Michael ever was in their first game already on the second turn. So really strong start here from Liam.
Yeah, but this is why you want Herald
Probably couldn't have drawn up
Protection.
any better.
This is going to help that life buffer.
Mm.
And also, Michael has the...
Do you think Liam here deciding to leave the PS Reality is a recognition of how strong he thinks his spot is and wants to try and just get over the finish line before that +2 is relevant?
Yeah,
no blocks.
Liam doesn't want this game to go long because then Prism's going to establish a board like last time. But Michael getting a Spectral Shield here and also getting the Search, but getting to keep the Halo of Illumination up, I imagine they're not going to pop it for the Spell Void or on their turn because they want to search for Triumph if Liam decides to use their Lightning Greaves. Because that -1 on about 6 chain links can really save a lot of health, as well as set up for next turn by flipping.
Yeah,
Oh,
definitely.
he's
Oh,
gonna use
a
the Halo
Halo track
here.
immediately though.
Yeah.
I
Draw.
was
What's he
I
gonna
was gonna
search
ask
for?
how do you think Michael's gonna get value out of this ponder this turn?
Hmm.
I think he wants to find a figment here that he can swing that isn't and get for value that isn't Soraya, and then maybe block with his arm piece next turn to activate the Soraya
Oh,
swing as
Michael.
well and get value from the ponder.
Michael kind of thinking, did he draw the figment that he wanted to play? Because he didn't
Yeah,
immediately
I think
grab what he was looking for.
yeah,
Also dropping
we'll see
Joker.
what he pitches to activate this figment here. But if he could have gone for the figment of triumph to flip and attack with,
Yeah, and
not
use
going
the
for the
effect.
edges, the battlefield figure, but no, he knows that Liam has a God and a Flash in Arsenal, and
Hmm.
could go to preemptively give everything -1 with the effect of the figment of triumph.
Yeah, flipping
The
out
angel attack.
addition. I wonder if Liam has an Echo Flash here to try and threaten it, but Michael's done what he needs to and established these two spectral shields. Maybe that's why he popped the Halo, but I see a Herald of Ravages in the hand, a Herald of Protection, and a War Tune Herald. I'm interested in how he's going to use this whole hand and get used to the Ponder, because it seems like a very... Oh, an Arclight
Like Sentinel
Sentinel.
here. This makes a
Now,
lot of sense. And we can understand why
but see, with
Michael
these
went for
Lightning
the Halo.
Greaves, playing this Arclight Sentinel is really just 4 health.
Very good point. Also, Michael going to no soul. So even if he does get to untap, it may be difficult for him to convert his hand here.
He has the Soul
We'll see
Forge
if
gauntlets, but that would be giving up his Arcane Barrier.
well if Liam just attacks into the Arclights, he's not going to get an opportunity to block with the gauntlets.
And he doesn't get the
But yeah, he
opportunity to
does
use
go
his
for the God and a
Velocity
Flash here.
Embodiment. Yeah, he activates Old Knocker. Sigil Brilliance to get the
Playing
action
Sigil
point back.
Brilliance to refund his action point.
Michael has another ALS in their hand.
Which is looking a lot better post Lightning Greaves, but I wonder how much life is he going to have to pay to essentially use Arclight to just get through the Lightning Greaves.
Yeah,
And
I
wow,
don't know if I... This is very aggressive. But I don't think Liam, if they send the gun in a flash, they can't bounce it back, because it's never
yeah, and
attacking.
I guess Michael's
Drawing to
it
try to find
feels
another
as
attack.
though he's behind here and is trying to play for one of his outs, which
Sends
is
the
that
gun in a
Liam just
flash.
won't be able to clear the ALS effectively on this turn.
To Arcane.
And yeah,
Getting
the
the
Arcane
two...
here, the shields.
Yeah.
And
Another
this Arcane
Arcane.
will connect with the Soraya, but Liam did not draw another attack, so
If
yeah,
I'm Michael there, I'm very happy. I've gotten rid of the biggest threat that my opponent could play, and yeah.
I was going to say if I'm Liam, I'm quite happy because he's gotten through the Soraya, taken all of Michael's hand, and is ready to start converting with the Sigil of Brilliance
Yeah,
play.
but
Michael's only at 17, and with no Halo and no Soraya, it's going to be really difficult for him to mount the famous Prism comeback.
Prism with 1 health always has a chance, Lucas. Always has a chance.
I don't deny that, but without Halo and Soraya, and with 2 Arclight Sentinels gone, it's looking much harder.
Yeah. Oh, 3 Angelic Wrath in the hand.
Oh, that's not what you want to see as Michael here.
An Echo Flash
And an
discard.
Echo Flash discard.
Maybe can convert one of these, or maybe if Liam can't convert a hand, Michael can send a very big protection. Can't see Liam's hand here.
But I doubt it will be 27 big. I think Michael's looking in a really tough spot here. And the
Surging
Arcane
Strike.
did connect one point here, right? 1 point did make
Yeah.
it through, and the second strike is online.
Yep. Michael choosing to take the 4. More Arcane coming out, so at least it's not more physical. But maybe a Comic Collision coming out? And Cosmos Shock.
These instants from Compendium of Faith, though, just looking so impressive in the Cecilio deck.
Yeah. Another arcane ping. At least not physical attacks.
Yeah, an Aponda generation here, so we'll see if Liam is able to convert the rest of his hand.
Liam discarding a shelter from the
Shelter of the
storm.
Storm. I have to imagine it's another defensive card in his hand.
Yeah, I think
Maybe
Michael
regretting
got away
siding them in
with.
now.
I think Michael got away there, but we here see a
Yeah.
Herald of Protection coming in. This
And
is
this
exactly
with
what you want.
two PS realities and an angelic wrath, this is going to be a massive herald.
Yeah, for 10.
Really
and
hoping to dodge
I wonder
the last copy of Burn Bear.
I'm using the
Still more
gauntlets
gauntlet, a good
to
block
get the
here.
value.
One thing
No.
to notice is that Liam still has his balance of justice active, deciding not to activate it on that Soraya turn.
Yeah, Michael not using the Wrath because he knows it's gonna hit, and it's probably better just to swing the Angel after it being established, but going pitchless could be a bit dangerous and you could lose the Angel. Maybe he just chooses to flip and pass and then try use this Angelic Wrath to take Liam out next turn. Liam playing a Sigil
The danger, yeah. Michael also having going very low on soul, to no soul now, so can't
Yeah.
activate the effect of this Figment of Protection. And one thing I didn't notice earlier is Michael's only AB is that gauntlet.
It's the gauntlet,
So
yeah.
if he decides to block with it to get a card into soul, then he's going to lose out on AB.
Ooh, Echo Flash
really
revealed from the rabble, and this is very. If Liam was looking to use Acilio's ability this turn, Echo Flash is the one card you don't want to draw into from Acilio. But Michael getting a clear block here.
Oh wow, but Astral
Oh.
Bridge.
But I don't think Liam wants to pitch one into this Echo Flash anyway.
Yeah. And the one ping off Astral Bridge, Starfall effect won't be active as well. So essentially playing this Astral Bridge as a one card one.
The Echo Flash. Oh yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah. And then
But
discarding
getting to
his second
activate
Astral Bridge.
yeah, getting to activate Acilio to get that draw. Oh, and draws into the Lightning Press creating. Oh no, not creating a popper. Sorry, Liam's attacking. That's my bad. But playing another
Yeah.
sigil and passing priority.
But Michael has to feel good about this. Like he started this turn on 9, and Liam only
Another
managed to convert
protection.
a few
Again,
points of
these are what you
damage.
want to send, but for 11, Michael's
Yeah, and we're really to see the punishment from these PS realities that Liam decided to leave in play.
maybe Michael has 2 Angelic Wrath and can get this over. No, so
Yeah,
what's this going? This goes up to 15. That means the Angel is gonna threaten lethal, but Liam does have a balance of justice, and depending on what
Yeah,
Michael pitches, the Angel might not be able to live through.
yeah, and still not enough soul here to get any positive effect from swinging the Angel, and also Figment of Ravages in Michael's pitch zone. I have to imagine that that's the Figment with
Yeah.
Liam going to 4 that he would have wanted to search. So really unfortunate for Michael here that he can't get this Figment of Ravages out, both for the one
I think-
arcane immediately, but also the threat of
Oh,
the
Michael
two
getting to
arcane
keep one floating here is very important because they get to insulate through ping for 2. But I think Michael wishes they searched for the Figment of War last turn to get that extra damage in. I wonder if that might be game changing with the courage. But also to remember, Michael has ward on the Empyrean Rapture if it ever comes up.
Yeah, it's crucial to note. But you have to think here that Liam is going to try and everything he can to take as many cards from Michael as possible this turn, because any Figment is going to come in for double at least Liam's life total with the 2 PSs in play. So it's really now or never for Liam trying to take at least 3 cards from Michael with 4 ward in play.
Oh, an Echo Flash.
Discarding an Echo Flash is a great way to start it off.
And
deciding to discard the Echo Flash on his own turn, really crucial here to not give to make Michael pitch an entire card into the Arcane Barrier to stop.
Yeah.
We
have
the
a
Arcane
Rabble.
eating the.
I think this is very good for Michael that they could get full value here, unless Liam has a way to kill that Angel in reaction phase. But no, full value for the Angel, which is exactly what Prism wants. But now Arms down. I wonder.
But
Does
E
he
strike for
just
7 here.
might be for
Only
go
going to take
again?
one more card. Oh, it could be for go again. Go again.
Michael
So go
chose the
again, the chosen mode.
pitch. Michael chose to pitch the Herald of Protection and keep a Wrath in hand, but really affecting how good they block and not having the soul to not having the soul to flip anything, and needing to break the chain to get the Soul Forge gauntlets into Soul.
Yeah, so activating Prism defensively here, not available to Michael. Also, crucially, this is going to be coming in for 5 into at least 4. So, if Michael takes 2 on the E strike, then the next attack for 4 will take another card from Michael's hand, take him down to 1 card, which can't send a Herald.
Mhm.
We do see Herald of Erudition in Michael's hand,
Very powerful.
which is what he's been looking for the whole game.
Does have access to the Phantasmal Footsteps, so that's 1 block.
If he can resolve that Herald of Erudition and not immediately die to arcane damage on the stack, I have to imagine
That's how you win here, yeah.
he's in a winning game state here. But it looks like it'll be really difficult for him to pull that off.
And it really depends on the follow-up by Liam. I imagine if it's a Comet Collision, which I'm not seeing many in the grave, could be difficult. I think blocking 5 here is the best Michael can do, and maybe he has to gamble on the yeah.
Wow, using the boots and the gauntlet here. Yeah, and also crucial that the discard of Echo Flash on Liam's turn enables a potential Comet Collision here, the Starfall effect. So that has to be top of Michael's mind at the moment. But
Yeah,
he would
blocking
have to close the combat chain to play a Comet Collision, which would give Michael the soul that he needs
yeah,
to
yeah.
awaken this figment. So
The question is, does he block 2 here? And then as soon as he gets the opportunity to flip in the Comet Collision, go low, or does he throw a 3 block down as well?
I think
Yep,
he
2
has
block.
to keep a card in hand here to pitch into the figment. But a
Surging
second strike is exactly
The
what he
second
didn't
strike.
want to see. I think he was hoping that Liam would just play a Comet Collision here and he'd be able to immediately awaken the figment and go back to his turn at 3 life.
Yeah, we're gonna see a block
And send
3
that Herald
here
of
with the War
Erudition.
Tune. The War Tune block 3, and then it really just becomes gambling of sometimes these Asilios can't activate Starfall even when they draw them, but what's the last card? Oh, Empyrean
Oh
Rapture.
wow, pitching.
Wow. Oh,
Michael going to no equipment here.
Michael.
The Gauntlet finally going to Soul, and it. Yeah.
Michael, no AB. Arms down. Liam looks at their hand.
Yeah, it looks like they're allowing Michael to draw up. So.
Yeah.
Can
Liam convert this hand?
Yeah, it's possible that he's drawn Scar for Scars and unfusable.
I imagine they side out the Scar for Scars in this matchup.
Lightning Card Scar. That's true. We did see Liam play a Scar for Scar in the Swiss game. A Comet Collision straight up here.
For 3.
Wow, this
Michael can flip.
Michael can flip to survive.
Yeah.
And then, but we do know that Liam plays 3 blinks.
Yeah.
But no blink here. Wow.
Let's see. Erudition, not yeah, Erudition. Can Liam kill
Right.
Michael on the stack?
Yeah, Michael is only at 2 with no arcane barrier.
Lots of balance of justice. Maybe a lightning press in hand.
Fate
Fate
foreseen,
What's in
and
the
could
arsenal?
have drawn another defense reaction, and that's
What's in the arsenal? Oh wait. Oh, Michael gets to draw 2 here. Goes to soul. That means he's going to be able to flip. Liam's
is
going to be able
huge.
to destroy the
wow,
balance of justice.
and just
but
the nightmare
the one
scenario for
arcane
Liam.
ping. The one arcane ping.
Wow,
Oh, and Michael takes it. Oh my god.
that's crazy.
That was crazy. He
Oh,
looks so
what a turn of
behind the
events
whole
there
game.
for Liam.
Wow. Okay. Prism.
Wow, and you can see Michael really feels like he got away with murder there.
Oh my. That was. We have
Wow,
to get
that
Michael
was.
on. But see how complicated this matchup can actually be.
yeah,
Yeah, Prism in the finals being threatened to get some living legend points. Michael Collins.
yeah, and Michael, and Liam, sorry, so punished for bringing in these defensive tools and managed to just draw a 4-card hand with his opponent at 2
Yeah,
that just couldn't convert for lethal damage.
Yeah. No, amazing. Like Liam, definitely very happy with the Burn Bears at the start, and a very great Arclight Sentinel play by Michael. This is was a great game to watch. The Arclight Sentinel getting rid of the Lightning Greaves combo turn by not being able to bounce the Greaves back, the Ghana flashback.
Yeah, the double Arclight Sentinel play to remove the Lightning Greaves from the equation.
Hmm.
You have to imagine Michael is the most surprised person in the room to be walking away with a win after
Yeah.
those last few turns.
Can we get Michael on?
The plot armor is so real.
Yeah. That's no, he's got his own Herald of Protection, Guardian Angel.
Yeah, the heavens were definitely on his side today.
Yeah. Hi again, Michael.
Hey, Michael.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Amazing
What a game that was.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no, I need a minute for the nerves to settle after that. My god.
Yeah, no, really just gambling on whether Liam had the shock or Starfall trigger there, and no, you navigated that perfectly, blocking with the Soulforge gauntlets, knowing that it's the only way you can stop the comic collision, but you needed to get that Herald through, and those Pierce realities really coming through to get their hell.
Yeah.
I said it at the start of the game, you played the Pierce reality, and I said, oh, these are very threatening, and Lucas said, oh, maybe not as much in these matchups, but I said, no, I know Prism. These are gonna bite Liam later.
They just sit and play and just generate value and generate value and just it's a great time.
Yeah. Are you as surprised as we are after those last couple turns? We really thought you had your back against the wall there, but Liam drawing a hand that couldn't convert. I can't imagine you were feeling comfortable until that last point of damage was dealt with the Figment.
Until the comic collision resolved. That was the point.
Yeah.
As soon as the comic
Yeah.
collision resolves and puts Ward 4, and I get to Ward 4, that was the moment. And then it's like, if he drew the third Burn Bear, but he was telling me after the match he got a little greedy, cut the third one from his 80, makes my life easy. One
Yeah,
more
choosing
lightning
to go with
press.
those defense reactions. Yeah, no, just amazing game. So gone from not making Nats top 8 to in the final.
Seems pretty good.
Currently waiting for Oliver Berry, and he's waiting for his opponent to be either a Victor or a Valda. So you have a lot of time to kind of collect yourself, which I imagine you need to after that game. But I think a well rested Prism is a dangerous Prism.
This is true. I mean, like, I've made the hard part. I've done the hard part, right? Now I just have to win the finals. Seems, unironically, maybe a little bit easier than what I've been doing so far, but no.
Yeah.
Well, you only need to one more. Wait.
Oh, yeah?
You only need to win one game of Fab, and you're so good at
Exactly.
winning games of Fab. You know, you've done that so many times before. So
Exactly.
yeah, just one game
Just
away.
one more.
Yeah,
Just shrimply win. What can go wrong?
Shrimply win.
you simply would. Yeah.
And did you test with anyone for this event, or is there anyone you'd like to thank for kind of your performance so far?
I mean, the Christchurch community in general is really, really great. We've got a pretty wide network at this point, you know, like, God, there are so many people, I'm probably going to leave some off the list if I try and name them, so I'm just going to
Yeah.
not name anyone. That's the key.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know who you
Christchurch
are
et
if you gave
al.
Michael a hand. Yeah.
So no, really,
Yeah,
really
I'm
appreciate
sure.
the Christchurch community. Yeah.
I'm sure they're
Awesome.
all rooting for you in this next final. What's your kind of how are you going to prepare for this final? You know that it might be a Guardian or it might be a Ninja, and obviously you're very comfortable in both these matchups. Probably want to see the Ninja more. Are you going to go practice or just kind of collect yourself right now?
Honestly, like it's quite interesting to have the complete, you know, two dualities, the end of the scales for pure
Yeah,
aggro
yeah.
and pure board state for the final.
Yeah.
But I'm comfy in both of those plans. At this point, I just want to take a break, give myself time to, you know, settle down and just, again, what happens, happens. Every win's a gift.
Yeah.
Feel very, very lucky to
It's
make it to the finals.
such a great mentality, and yeah, we've followed you for 3 games now on stream, and you've been an absolute pleasure, Michael, and we're wishing you the best in the final.
Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah.
Hope
Best
to
of
talk
luck,
to you
mate,
again.
and congratulations. Yeah.
Take her home, Michael. Take her home.
Ciao. All right, cheers, guys.
Quick cross the finish line.
See you,
All right.
Michael.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah, every game played by Michael has been a absolute banger this weekend.
Yeah, such a master of his Prism craft. You know, he's got his 10,000 reps in. You asked if he needed a practice game, but you know, what's the 10,001st rep going to do?
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
going to take some time to reset and get ready for
Yeah,
the
and
final.
it is fun. Oh, we have Dennis Sang versus Oliver Berry. Will we be able to get this match on stream? Has it started yet? Yes. Yeah, so we're going straight into our
Fantastic. Wow,
second
privileged.
semi-final.
We get 2 semifinals.
And this is our
Um,
first kind of Guardian versus Ninja matchup that we've had all weekend, which is 2 kind of decks that have defined this tournament. So excited to see this.
Yeah, I know Ollie likes this matchup, but I also know that they paired in Swiss and Dennis was able to take it down. So
Mm.
it will be really interesting to see if Ollie has any adaptations and how his setup plan works there.
Yeah, Fi looking here to set up a very big Spreading Flames turn with Art of Phoenix War, but as you put it, Lucas, Victor has access to defensive snatch, which test of Iron Grip. As well, if this final is Victor versus Prism, no matter who wins, that's a lot of LL points going to 2 heroes that are now very relevant in the Nat season.
Even Fi is really close to Living Legend. So any of our 3 candidates here, significant LL points are going to be given to tip them over the edge.
Yeah, and you have to shout out as well Elijah, Dan, and Sam for coming this far as well. Congrats on top 8, and just having this kind of on your resume is always an amazing feat. And yeah, no, congrats.
Yeah, top 8ing these events is so hard, and it's such a marathon. So congratulations, guys! Awesome results.
Now, Ollie is going higher seed. So, do you think he'll choose to go first and try set up one of his many energy potion effects, or do you think that he wants to go second to try get that aggressive tempo?
I think that he will choose first, but it'll be really interesting to see. I honestly don't know what he'll pick here. There's lots of credence to both. I know that Ollie really wants to play this game of 5-card hands, offensive overlap, going over the top of Victor's defense. So it will be more obvious to go first, I think. But tempo is also such a big resource in this matchup. So
Yeah, and Ollie also
Dennis is going first. So Ollie has chosen to go second.
Ollie's chosen to go second. Ollie also fighting to be that 3-time champion and 4-time finalist. And I can say I've never been a 4-time finalist, so
Not yet.
Dennis as well, from Team Snapdragons, one of the best Guardian players in the world. Well known for his
it's hard to
Oldham
doubt.
play previously.
Dennis is your Guardian player's favorite Guardian player, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
If you ask anyone, they'll tell you.
And Dennis helping the Victor that won the calling previously also went
Filippo
to Dennis.
Barbani.
Filippo Barbani, worked with Dennis
went
on
to
that
Dennis
list.
for the deck list. Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe played Dennis's exact 80 from the previous weekend in Sydney.
You know, two of the strongest New Zealand players here, and Michael as well, a very strong player, waiting in the final to see, is he going to have to play his aggressive side of Prism, or is he going to have to put his thinking cap on and try flood the board? But
yeah, Michael definitely the up and comer. These are two well-known names in the New Zealand community. These are the veterans of the Nats top 8 games. I know that in 2023 Dylan knocked Ollie out of top 8 in the Ultimate. Last year Ollie beat Dylan. It beat Dennis
Dennis,
on the names that start with D are just really struggle for me. Ollie beat Dennis in the Gravy Victor matchup. So these two have played multiple times in the national top 8. So be really exciting to see here. And then they'll play against the new up and comer Michael in his first ever top 8, first ever final.
And just to speak about the quality of player in this top 8, not just as playing games, but these people are very good friends of ours, Lucas, and I think there's no better people to have in these top 8. Both of these people are just very nice and are, again, like Dennis helping other players with Victor, Ollie has helped a lot of people with deck lists, and we've seen that Michael is such a very well-spoken and kind person as well. Just the quality of person in the New Zealand Fab community is so high, and I'm very happy to call both of these people friends.
Yeah, very well said. Two lovely players, lovely to spend time with. You know, Ollie, very close personal friend of mine. So awesome to see them doing so well and representing New Zealand Fab so well.
Yeah, Dennis, a bit of a jokester. Loves to say how much he
famous
hates
comedian.
me. Famous comedian, actor, amazing Fab player, very talented, but
model,
model, philanthropist.
International man of mystery.
International man of mystery. Yeah, but yeah, no, very very nice person as well. And let's get into the game. So, anything we notice? Dennis presenting Crown and Dominion, valuing that gold. He wants to take a more aggressive stance.
Ollie's at least sacrificing one of his energy potions here, deciding to submit Tunic over Best of the First Fist. Clearly thinking this matchup's going to go long enough that the Tunic value will just add up for too much for him to start the game with an energy potion instead.
And I'm being told there's an 8-1 Prism in Japan Nationals right now, so there is potential that she reaches Living Legend today.
Exciting stuff. Yeah.
We might be here for a moment, people.
Rejoice.
At least starting where Rising.
We were together in Lille when we had the Prism and reached LL, so it'd be fitting that we're together again when New Prism hits LL as well.
It turns out if you get me and Lucas together, Prism doesn't want to be near us.
We see, no play turn 0 from Dennis here. Just trying to probably avoid giving Ollie a free mulligan. But Ollie has found a starter here, so rewarded for going second here with a good hand and following up with the Blaze Headlong.
Yeah, we just see some solid Fi value trades, Draconic Ninja value trades, and Dennis just opting to block. This is what Guardian wants to do. Just play the numbers game until they can chain some disruption. And Ollie going for Tunic over a Flamescale Furnace probably values the long-term resources that he's going to get there.
Yeah.
I imagine he goes for draw a
I
card
wonder if
here.
yeah, it does look like he's reaching to draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, a very solid value turn here from Ollie, and I imagine very glad to dodge a defensive snatch in Test of Iron Grip or Test of Strength.
Dennis taking this.
Yeah, so probably has some sort of disruptive play lined up in his arsenal.
We saw him block with a fault line. He sends a Command and Conquer. Tunic on
Yeah,
two.
Command and Conquer, a great way to counteract the draw card off Enlightened Strike.
Yeah, Ollie kind of giving
And
a nod
Ollie's
there.
drawn up a Phoenix Flame here.
Yeah, and as well,
So
These
has
decks
a no
that-
block in his hand.
these decks that run dedicated headpieces like Mask of the Pouncing Lynx don't have that option to run Crown of Providence into these matchups and can often get punished. And I think Ollie would have to block with
Yeah.
3 cards from his hand just to
Yeah, I see
stop
at
them.
least a no block and a 2 block. So deciding just to let it go. And Blaze Headlong
Yeah,
would have been better
very.
for 4 there, but yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see how tight this game ends up being, but 2 extra damage off that E-Strike could have been huge.
Running Renegade.
Ronin Renegade
no.
here.
We know Ollie's not going to get to send a lot back with this Phoenix Flame stuck in his hand, but he does want to establish this in the graveyard for his Rise of Resentment to grab back and use for his Phoenix War. Dennis is going to block with this Clash of Bravado, which is going to give some information about what's on top of the deck, which is always relevant.
Yeah.
Spreading
Ollie's sort of
flames.
hoping and praying to see a Test of Iron Grip here so we can discard his Phoenix Flame would probably be the optimal time for him to interact with that card.
Dennis has a Golden Sun in hand and his Tunic's about to come up. I imagine he wants to keep gold around for his gold main estates.
Yeah,
He's taking this one.
Golden Sun, very impressive numbers play, but doesn't provide any disruption in this matchup.
Yeah, and Fi wants to do this explosive turn. If you're just playing the numbers game all game, you're not going to get there.
We've talked a lot about Ollie's plan in this matchup, but what do we think Dennis's plan is? Is he going to take quite a defensive posture, or do you think he's going to try and end the game quickly before Ollie can set up one of these big combo turns?
Ollie playing an energy potion, so
Potion.
getting very set up right now. I think Dennis really wants to set up disruption. We don't know what his arsenal is, but setting up a gold main estate into a disruptive piece and then managing to arsenal a chain disruption is how Guardian really kind of beats these decks that have consistent damage and long-term big plans. Is you really need to chain together disruption, and Dennis is a master of this class. I know he has a plan to navigate it.
Ollie, though, once told me that he thinks his real strength as a fab player is being able to play through disruption. So I wonder if we'll be able to see some of that on display here. I love cards like Energy Potion and Victor because they give you an opportunity to convert your hand without sending an attack. And often some of the best ways to counteract Victor's powerful block cards is to just not give him an opportunity to block with them. So I wonder if we will see some lines here where Ollie commits several cards defensively, just plays out an Energy Potion to deny Dennis that opportunity to play out a block card profitably.
If Ollie can block and convert hands like stockpiling with these E-Pots, he can set up a very big turn and then just be able to take damage when Dennis doesn't present a disruption effect and be able to go off.
We see the use of the flight path here. A very clean flight path on Boulder Drop here. Probably that was his plan with the flight path block from the very start of the game, but it is his only piece of blocking equipment that is readily available to him. All his other equipment he really wants to be leaving in play or using proactively. So shield's sort of down here from Ollie into future Boulder Drops and disruptive effects.
Dennis 3 mites here. Ollie pitches an E-Pot going to play the Spreading Flames. Maybe feels that one
Maybe
EPOT
deciding
is
that
enough for setup.
one EPOT is enough. Yeah. And maybe just necessary for this hand. And Test Divine Grip coming out
Grip,
here.
yeah. Ollie scratching his head.
Massive. Maybe considering paying 2 to activate Phi here.
Yeah.
To
This
get
is
back
the
a Phoenix
insulation
Flame
ring,
and,
yeah.
and then immediately card it.
But as well, maybe
Counter-
Ollie needed this flame in order to get the extra chain link to actually use Spreading Flames effectively. We see
Yeah,
the
it
clash.
seems unlikely that with just one card in hand in an arsenal, he'll get
Dennis
much
reveals a
value from
pummel.
Spreading Flame at all.
Puts it to the
But
bottom.
decides
What's
to bottom
next?
it.
Cranial
Yeah,
Crush.
manages to find an 8 power.
Yeah.
Obviously,
But,
Ollie here taking a moment to think about if he wants to buy the flame back, because if Dennis did miss on this clash, he would then have looked like a fool paying 2 resources to retrieve his Phoenix Flame.
Yeah.
So, yeah, taking an important moment there, but deciding that it was worth it in the end.
But Dennis bottoming that pummel means that's one less disruption piece Ollie has to worry
Wow, and
about next turn.
Ollie
Popping the EPOT.
aggressively using this EPOT.
Maybe he feels he has to pressure Dennis here. He's gone past the test.
Very
Flame Call
and
Awakening.
yeah, very hard to resolve this flame call without it. But he could have used the tunic for that. So I wonder if his arsenal is the fire that burns within.
Hmm.
I think it has to be here. Because he needs this flame online to be able to play this productively. Fire that burns within, such a strong card though, and only base 2, so we'll get value off the Spreading Flame. So deciding is just too much value to give up here.
Yeah, yeah. Ollie making sure he's happy with his shuffle. Yeah.
Playing into this man on Zen was a nightmare.
Yes. There's 2 Zen players. There's the Zen players who shuffle their deck for 2 minutes every time they tutor, and there's the Zen player that riffles it twice and say, I'm probably going back.
Nobody can tank 20 life ahead and then spend 2 minutes shuffling quite like Ollie Berry, you know.
What do you think he thinks about while he's shuffling? Do you think he's thinking about Fav, or he just kind of checks out?
The inside of Ollie's head is a mystery to me.
How does he see the game so differently?
But yeah, Ollie also maybe prioritizing.
Oh,
Oh wow,
wow!
that's
Second
massive
test
here.
of
And really punishing him for using that energy potion here. He can at least use the tunic to swing Emberblade, but if it is a fire that burns within an arsenal, but such a unfortunate series of events here. Oh, it was an ignite.
Oh, an ignite. No, very
not
confused.
A fire that burns within.
I guess.
Interesting line here from Ollie.
Oh, you can use
very
the
aggressive.
ignite on the Emberblade. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe Ollie's very happy that he just had to discard 2 flames to this because,
Yeah, what else would he have done with this Phoenix Flame? Just, I suppose, used it to get extra value out of the Spreading Flames, but Ollie seemed to take a moment here, probably thinking if now is the best time to activate his Mask with the Pouncing Links. Just getting a Lava Burst would be 6 value here with the Spreading Flames, and he can just cash it in now and not worry about it.
Thinking about these tests of Iron Grips, both blocking for 4, but getting rid of 2 Phoenix Flames that would have both been for 2, as well as triggering the Shuko, which would have that's 5 points of value. So yeah.
Yeah, but blocking for 4 here on attacks for 3.
3.
So yeah. So and he does decide to cash the links in here, taking his opportunity while he's undisrupted, while he can. You know, I think this is an interesting line here from Ollie. I wonder if he just feels comfortable in a longer game and
swings the sword.
Wow.
Oh, he's looking to use the
flight
dragon path.
Oh, this is
wow. This is wow.
this is an awesome line here because it triggers Shuko and it is a splitting flames thing and it enables the flight path for the Ember Blade, which is an extra 4 damage from the. But Ollie does need to here respond to the ignite with the flight path, so that it doesn't eat the prevention up here.
Yeah. Maybe they're
Yeah, it looks like
discussing
that's what
this-
he's intending to do. Yeah, he's doing that now, responding
Oh,
to
we have
the.
a judge call. Ollie definitely knows this interaction if he went for this line, or he's
Yeah, I
still
wonder what
shuffling.
the-
No, nothing's gone through yet.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah. If Dennis is blocked here, it does look like James is going to get a judge capable of making the call here. So
Yeah. Too late.
wow.
Oh, wow.
That's devastating here.
That's
Losing
devastating.
4 points of value.
I don't know what my opinion on that is, but
Yeah,
see
we
what
don't know what the
Dennis's follow-up
communication
is.
was between the players. So
Yeah. Golden Sun here for 13. Ollie says, "Send me the bill."
really rare to see. Ollie's usually a very meticulous player, so really rare to see a small mistake like
And
that. But
that would have been a very impressive line as well. Now here's the
yeah,
rise from
I'm
the
sure that he
ashes.
considered it. But
I imagine he has a Art of Phoenix War here. Plays headlong for 7.
yeah, if he has his tunic up, the Art of Phoenix Wall could be a way for
Is
him
that
to get back
another
in.
test of Iron Grip in Dennis's hand?
Yeah, but not looking great into Rise from the Ashes, to be honest. A pretty effective counter to this.
Maybe Dennis waits if Ollie plays this this Art of War. You could block 6 here and then use the test on the next chain link if he smells the reaction, but yeah,
Yeah,
looks like that's what he's gonna
trying
do.
to bait the Art of Phoenix War out here.
Yeah, Dennis loses,
But a
but
tenacity.
it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but it does bode poorly for his future with the Test of Iron Grip in his hand.
Oh, yeah,
And he
this
has
is the
no
first
gold tokens in play, so.
Yeah. Oh.
And Ollie not firing off the Art of Phoenix War here, deciding he needs to get more value out of it if that is the last card in his hand.
Choosing not to destroy the shield. Very interesting how this might turn out. I wonder if Dennis just IPs himself. Or maybe he blocks out until he can use that test
Test
the
of Iron
final
Grip
chain.
just for 4 value.
Yeah, Phoenix Flame for 1 takes it. Goes to 19.
Clash of Bravado showing some chops here just as a way to
Dennis pre-ready for the second flame. Blocks for 3 with his tongue.
yeah, blocking a whole card on there and then punished
Ollie
by
goes for
Ollie just using the Arsenal a card. Yeah.
Well,
So
Dennis is fine IPing this, but Ollie has
yeah,
ways to play around it with his fire ability.
Yeah, and intellect penaltying a clash card essentially means that once you block with it, you're just going back to normal rate.
Yeah.
And Rise from the Ashes again, the perfect counter to Test of Iron Grip.
Yeah.
Yeah. And although that Ignite misplay did cost Ollie some value, the life totals are even. He's got full tempo, so
And here's the
there's
spreading
definitely a
flames.
really real way for him to get back into this game.
We have a trounce.
Trounce here.
Yeah, Dennis
Winning the
gets
first one.
Putting a lava versus the bottom, which if Ollie was to draw a rising
0 to 8. So now Dennis knows the coast is clear with the 0 attack on top for this Test of Iron Grip. But even if he ties the clash, he won't have to force himself to discard, which is always the worst case scenario.
Still no Art of War from Ollie. Phoenix Flame for 2. Probably keeping that fire ability up.
Yeah, Ollie very aware of how punishing Testifying Grip can be in this matchup, I'm sure. So going to be really conservative with that fire activation.
Dennis
Oh,
taking
looks like
two.
he's going for it here though. Wow, and this is walking straight into the test, but I guess Dennis would have to block with it on.
Yeah.
I guess the flame is for 3 from the
Or
Spitting Flames and
does maybe Dennis waits for the next chain link to try stop Ollie setting up an arsenal?
yeah, or nab the finisher rather than just another extender. But Ollie going for the Phoenix Flame here because Tunic into Emberblade will be an extra point of damage off the Splitting Flames. So yeah, it makes
Ollie
sense from a value perspective, but walking into the Testifying Grip a bit.
Ollie knows Dennis has a shelter, so he's not going to get full value here blocking this flame, but let's see. Ollie using
Yeah,
the
and
tunic.
Tunic Emberblade for 4 here.
Yeah. Well, this is a clean block for the shelter or the test.
And look at the life totals here. Like, as bad as the
Yeah,
last few turns for Ollie, he's just managed to consistently convert. And I know that Dennis still has equipment up, but
here's the test.
it's looking. Yeah, here the test comes out. And in hand, we see Tenacity and Ronin Renegade. And Dennis knows about the Tenacity.
Yeah, this is
in
an
the clash
interesting
last turn.
question. Imagine Ollie gets rid of the tenacity here. Whether he
Yeah.
arsenals this Ronin or sends it for 4 is different.
I think
but-
with Rise from the Ashes on top, he feels pretty safe. So he has to feel pretty safe. So
Well, Ollie knows
but-
Dennis has the shelter, so sending the
true from
Ronin is
the trounce.
yeah.
How does he know he has a shelter?
From the Clash of Bravado in the previous turn.
Ah, sure.
Yeah, Ollie
Yeah,
choosing
so deciding to Arsenal
Yeah.
very hits up here. And this is 2 turns where Dennis is just gonna intellect penalty, a defensive card, and pass.
Well, maybe Dennis can use his whole hand here. We see him pitching
Oh, maybe
two.
he does have another. Oh yeah,
What's
he does.
another?
Oh, Spinal Crush coming out.
Crush. Yeah.
Ah, yes, yeah.
Yeah, very strong.
I always lose track of how many cards Victor's blocked with.
Now, I imagine this is Ollie has a starter, so he could block with 2 or 3 cards here, and then just go for his starter into Emberblade and send the flame, or maybe he just blocks out and asks Dennis, "Hey, disrupt me again. Do you have it?"
Yeah, that's always my preferred line into Victor, is just make them convert. He knows Dennis is arsenaling a defensive card here, so could definitely take that line. But
2
deciding to get aggressive with it,
Tunic.
he might have a defense reaction here. Yeah, a shelter of his
shelter.
own.
Yeah. So Ollie has a nice
Deciding that he
2-card
wants to get this
play
game
here.
done as quickly as possible.
Yep. And no more tests that Ollie has to worry about, but lots of other clash cards in Dennis's deck. Like this
Like this
Trounce.
trounce.
Ooh, Dennis winning with a Clash of Vigor. Sink
Sink
below
below on
for
top volley.
blue disable. Red disable, maybe. Dennis getting his tokens. Goldmane Estate in the hand, I believe, and a Ripple away. Emberblade from Ollie.
Yeah, do we
Dennis.
see a good disruptive attack from Dennis here, or
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I don't know the color of that disable. Phoenix Flame for 1. Ollie arsenaling. I imagine
looks
the
like
disable's
Dennis took
blue if
that.
Ollie's arsenaling. Dennis could just dig with some gold. He's gonna get to play this Goldmane Estate.
Yeah, try to find something interesting.
Oh,
Boulder drop here. Exactly what he wanted.
Maybe
Choosing
his Arsenal's a
the
pummel.
Goldmane Estate out.
We do know he's
his
on
Arsenal's the
pummels.
shelter.
Oh, no, he pitched the shelter.
Ah, okay. Yeah, it could be a pummel here.
He knows Ollie has the D react. But this being for 8 is very awkward. Ollie can't just play the sink below. But Ollie could also
Yeah,
think,
and really,
maybe I attacked too little and Dennis is IPing, or maybe he has a pummel. So Ollie's gonna have to analyze the situation.
Yeah, could block with the card in Shuko here, but I know 5 players are uh always reluctant to block with their Shuko before the very last turn of the game.
Yeah, Ollie's not your average 5 player. If he thinks it's right, he'll do it. Yeah, there's the
And the
sync.
sync's coming out here, and
And here's the
bubble does come
pummel
out.
up to 12.
Devastating here
Ollie-
from
Ollie taking
Dennis.
6. I know, 5? Yeah, that's a 3 block. Losing 2 cards. Dennis has full tempo, but now
Yeah,
he's
he's
asking this
just gonna
question,
pass
can you
back. So,
convert it? We
but
see a riches to
even
drop a
blue
1.
8 even blue 8 attacks are good enough here. You know, with Ollie only at 10.
Yeah, well, I imagine Ollie probably has a Art of Phoenix War coming up. Dennis
But with no Tudic or Energy Potion to pay for it.
gets the draw too. Rich is such a powerful
We see,
card.
is that
E
another
strike and
boulder
a
drop?
we see E strike and a boulder drop. He
Wow,
can
so
threaten 12
lethal
here and
damage and disruption. Looking really difficult for Ollie to get out of this spot.
And Ollie's also going to have to consider another pummel. One was bottomed to Victor ability, but I imagine there's a third in the list. Dennis might not have it, but Ollie has to consider it. Dennis thinking what he wants the bottom. Enlightened
Ollie
Strike.
taking 5 here. Probably E-Strike exactly the card he didn't want to see.
Yeah. Here we go. Disable.
Yeah, a
Another
blue
color.
disable.
A blue disable. The same breakpoint threat as this this boulder drop, but probably threatening a card Ollie prepped to set up. And
Yeah,
Dennis
and a
clears his
much
arms
more
next turn.
awkward card in Dennis's arsenal as well. Like much easier for him to convert the boulder drop on a future turn.
For those wondering, Dennis drew 2 cards because he pitched riches to a gold. This created another gold, which also triggers Victor's hero ability to draw another card. I don't know. The start looks so commanding for Ollie, but Dennis really
Dennis still
showing.
with a lot of equipment block up as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, the power of Victor into these aggressive decks.
That's
2 3 blocks here from Ollie. Going to 4. Now a hammer is lethal. And still a long way to go to get Dennis to a reasonably low life total.
Dennis's arm's gonna help buff up this boulder drop. Dennis drawing a shelter as well.
We do see a rise from the ashes here, which is what he will need to play an Art of the Phoenix for if he has one.
Yeah, but he doesn't have an E-pot or tunic anymore. He's gonna have to pay for it. But we see this ignite.
Ignite could pay for it.
We also see a Flame Call Awakening in Ollie's hands, so I think his turn is this Ignite, Flame Call, Phoenix Flame. He can't search another Phoenix Flame. He's used all 3. Dennis has to be wary that he can't discard this shelter in case the Shuko becomes relevant.
And if the Art of the Phoenix Wars are in the deck for Ollie, which I have to imagine they are, they're going to start being red no blocks to draw.
Yeah. It was a strategy back in the Phi days when Phi versus Bravo was a more common matchup for Phi to actually side out Art of War. So maybe that's a decision Ollie takes as well. If he
I do know
familiar with that strategy.
That Phi does side out Art of the Phoenix War in some matchups, but which could explain his more aggressive use of links and his energy potion.
Yeah. Dennis is blocking. He knows he has a strong power up. Yeah, and I think Dennis about to block with the arms here. Yeah, exactly what he wants to do. Flipping up that boulder drop. And that means Ollie can't block with a 2-block in the Shuko to stop. Well, actually, no. If Ollie got crushed, he would die. So.
Yeah, 3 block in the Shuko may be what he needs, but it's hard to imagine a 3-card hand that gets him out of the spot.
Yeah. Just correcting life total.
Arsenaling the Flame.
Arsenaling the Flame.
Interesting
Yeah.
play here. Trying to get an
Trying to stop
extra
the
block out of
damage.
Shuko and make sure he's
Yeah.
converted.
I think we know Dennis's turn here. Boulder drop for 8. Gets to keep a card in hand as well. Dennis still has his quick dodge flexors, which means he could turn a blue into 6 block. Just very crazy to think how we were kind of thinking Dennis was very behind early on. I can never count out Ollie. And I wonder how different
Yeah,
this
it is
position would
looking-
be if the Ignite effect was used properly.
Yeah. Well, it would have been 4 more damage, but Dennis is at
Dennis
10.
is on
so
10. Yeah.
It's hard to. We'll see what this turn brings for Ollie. Pitching it out of the Phoenix War, 4 and out of the Phoenix War.
Yeah. That's why you said these no blocks coming back to kind of bite Ollie. He wishes he saw these earlier. Rise from the Ashes. Ollie defending.
He's rewarded for arseling his Phoenix Flame here. We'll
Yeah.
get the buff from the out of the Phoenix War.
I think this is Ollie's last salvo in defending the possibility of being a 3-time New Zealand national champion.
There's always next year, Dylan.
There's always next year. You strike for 5.
Choosing to
drawing
draw a
the
card here.
I'll be hoping for a defense
And
reaction.
this is in
here.
Draconic, so not even getting the additional
What's
value
now?
from the out of the Phoenix War.
Dennis with 4-card hand here. And Armored Despair. Things you're worried about right now is Ollie, Macho Grande, Pummel. Even just attacking for 8 to take all 4 cards.
Miller's Grindstone takes 2 cards. Yeah,
Blocking?
dire straits.
Dennis has 2 E-strikes.
So, deciding maybe to block 1 and lock the game up with a double E-strike play.
I don't think Ollie has any shenanigans he can do to buff this Enlightened Strike.
Yeah, would be a miracle time for a lunging press.
Yeah. Dennis going to 2.
Yeah, Dennis, going to 2.
Enlightened Strike for 5. Go again.
5 into 7. You're welcome to Wrath Gaming, but
We
looking
still
really
don't
impressive
know.
with 1.
Oh, Ollie drew an energy potion. Activating 5 to get his Phoenix Flame back. Activating
And then playing
Art of Phoenix War.
And unlike actual Art of War,
War,
it doesn't
cannot get the
give
buff.
+1 defensively.
Yeah. Faultline.
And
Congratulations, Dennis.
taking it out.
Down,
Congratulations.
taking down the previous year's Nats champion. Wow. And
yeah,
Dennis trying to send Victor off. The deck he's kind of synonymous for.
yeah. After so many
Yeah.
close calls for Dennis, it's really cool to see him make it this far with probably his last event on Victor before
Yeah.
the horse rides off.
Let's see if we can get Dennis on. So we'll be seeing a Prism Victor finals. Both heroes nearing living legend.
They're teetering on the brink.
Yeah. And I think Michael Collins now knows kind of what he's going to have to prepare for. Oh, here he is.
Hey, Dennis.
Hi, Dennis.
G'day, mate. How's the potatoes over there?
Okay.
Pretty good.
I don't know what to say.
And that's into the next game.
Congratulations on the win, anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah, me and Dennis, good friends outside of Fab, but yeah, no, you're very well known for Victor and taking it here to the finals of the championship, going against Prism. Both heroes kind of near LL. How are you feeling?
Feeling all right. I mean, I'm happy it's against a good friend Michael Collins as well. We've already played once in Swiss. I got absolutely destroyed, but
Yeah, we heard the
it's a
story
one
of
one.
the 7 Spectra board game state.
Yeah. It just
didn't sound
going into
nice.
Prism. Sometimes it happens, and if it doesn't, they die.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, sometimes it goes the other way. So, do you think we're in for a very swingy finals, or what do you expect?
Either I'll finish a game on 40 life, or there will be about 25 auras on the board, and it'll be a slow death. But we'll fight till the very last card, I guess.
Yeah, and what would it mean to you to be national champion, or to bring Victor even closer, and probably your last event with the Guardian?
Look, I don't know if I want Victor to get the LL points. I've heard through the grapevine that he may, if he doesn't win enough nationals, he may be alive for Pro Tour Vegas. So I'm kind of in two minds about it. But of course, I would love to win. Finally, this is going to be my 4th time in that
Yeah.
top 8, 4th, 5th time. I don't know.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I
it's
was going to
never-
ask. I think it's
yeah.
I think it's your 4th time here, 3rd
Yeah.
time on Victor, 1st
Yes.
time in the final.
Correct.
How are you feeling finally breaking past that quarterfinal curse?
Look, I've been in the semis twice as well, Lucas. Come on now.
Oh, semi curse. Yeah.
No, it feels good, but one more game. It's either you win or you don't, right? There's no one
No,
remembers the runner-up.
but Dennis, if you win, you get to hold that against Kale for the rest of your life.
Yeah. We did say we would dodge each other to the finals. He's not even here, so I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Kale told us he dodged you round 1, so you would have a chance.
Oh yeah. Go on then.
But yeah, is there anyone you want to? Oh yeah, you go ahead, Lucas.
I was interested in also in your quarterfinal set game, which we didn't get to see, but I've heard that Valda Victor is actually quite a tough matchup for Victor. What was the story there, and how did you get over the line?
Look, it's like a 20%, I think. That was a one matchup I didn't want to see, to the point where I was like, I should have just lost my final game in the in Swiss. But I get to go first, and the game plan is to draw my gold main estates, play them, and then play tight, and hopefully, also I bought in the test of iron grips for that game, even though, against Volda, if she's got so many 10 powers, I just kind of have to high roll her a little bit. Luckily we did that. We didn't lose any test of iron grips. We saw all 3 estates, remembrance them back, played all 3 again, and then we ended the game in fashion with a CNC pummel for 15 with 13 mites for the next turn, so
Nice.
Classic.
we love to see it. A
Very
bit of a
nice.
high roll.
Yeah. Also,
you got to do it.
Sometimes you have to high roll to win these events, and I see you're wearing your Snapdragons merch. Who helped you prepare for this event, and what was your preparation process like as well for draft as well as CC?
Yeah, obviously practice. I mean, if you know me, I don't play too much Flesh and Blood. Other than right before the tournament, everyone thinks I play 24/7 because I'm literally playing Teleshare on my phone as I'm walking to the toilet. But I jump online. I've obviously followed US Nats. A couple of teammates were on Victor. There are a few different versions that we wanted that I was experimenting with, and I kind of reached a conclusion that I think the list that I brought is the most has the best field coverage, and we just don't auto lose to stuff like Fire and Synra, which obviously, thank God, we did that. So yes, practicing with Team Snappies, and also draft. We had a bunch of drafts in person in Auckland, especially at the dojo. I think pretty much everyone who came to the dojo training draft weekend probably cashed or top 12. So
Kale mentioned the dojo as well.
Yeah. When I go there, I'm not sure if I'm getting much practice or I'm just teaching people like Kale, to be honest. He drafted in a Celio deck. Look, he tried to draft a spell Acilio deck, and I counted up the damage in his deck, and it pretty much added up to 20. And I was like, brother, you can't.
Yeah,
You
no,
can't
he
kill someone from
no,
20.
he drafted all the blues so he could swing his hammer. That was like his strategy, right?
He is, he is the greatest of all time. But luckily he learned. So yeah, thanks to those guys
Oh, yeah.
for draft weekend.
Yeah, congratulations,
Awesome.
Dennis,
Yeah,
and best of luck in the final.
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Take it all away. Good luck, mate.
All right, see you, mate.
See you guys. Yeah, Dennis,
Yeah.
probably I would maybe I would say he's the best Guardian player in the world. I don't know if that's debatable, but
That's technically true, but yeah, he's definitely up there. Yeah.
just
Yeah.
looking to finally get that big win. He's performed at every level event, Pro Tours, Callings, Worlds, and he's cashed so many things and definitely looking for this W.
Yeah. A win finally for Dennis. It just feels right. But obviously a win for Michael also. A well-deserving opponent. So we'll see how the final shapes up.
Yeah, but also just the storyline here of Victor versus Prism, like the two decks that closest to Living Legend at the moment, and a very polarizing matchup that this could go either way. And like Dennis said, he thinks either he's going to win this on 40 health or there's going to be 7 Spectra Auras in play. But I've played this matchup a lot. I play both these decks, and sometimes you get some really good grind games, but we're gonna see soon.
Yeah, let's hope for a good one. All right, folks, we'll be back in a few minutes to cover the final.
Yeah. See you later.
Kia ora, guys. Welcome back to the final of New Zealand Nats 2026 with Dennis and Michael, Victor, Prism, two heroes so close. Before we get started, I just want to say a big thank you to James Gilchrist, who's been behind the scenes on the stream the whole weekend. Without him, none of this would be possible. So super cool, super great work from him. So, and then we'll get into the final. Super excited to watch these great players hash it out, see who 2026 national champion will be.
Yeah, and what a great final to have with Victor Prism 2, Heroes on the Cusp. Let's get right into this. And we see Dennis starting off with a Visit the Goldmane Estate, pitching this Clash of Bravado, which is an important card in this matchup for dealing with Spectra Auras. And yeah, well, no response from the Prism so far. I think Dennis wants to hold his action point here, just in case the Prism has any Spectra Auras they can play at instant speed. We see Michael here presenting Halo of Lumina Light, which allows him to play a Spectra Aura from his Banish Zone when it's destroyed, which can be done with the Herald of Ravage's Arcane Ping. So excited to see how Michael, who's a very good Prism player, chooses to use this alternative headpiece.
And a Library of Solana on the very first turn. You can see Dennis is not very happy with that.
As well, Victor, a deck that runs enough yellows. Not a lot, but enough yellows. This library really allows Prism to do some Arclight Sentinel loops, which I imagine Michael wants to do with this headpiece. But as well, Dennis might have some sideboard options like Midas Touch to get out of any potential Arclight Sentinel loops.
Yeah, that's true, but I know that a lot of the Prisms have taken up Dissolve Reality to clear away Midas Touch from their opponent's arsenal before setting the loop up. So an interesting game of cat and mouse here.
Yeah, all part of the Prism arms race to beat any counter that decks try to show. But these two are friends, so I imagine they've played this matchup a lot. And a Command and Conquer
Goldmane
pummel.
is a really strong start for both players. Goldmane Estate into CNC Pummel. And this may actually put Michael off being able to get 2 yellows into his pitch zone for the library. So a really good start here from Dennis.
Yeah, pitching for this War Tune Herald. Coming in for 5, not what Michael wants. Very, very commanding start from Victor. Both players play very fast as well.
Test of Iron Grip in hand as well, which will make it actually impossible for Michael to resolve a library fight and draw. And once you stop triggering the library, it can be really hard to start doing it again. As soon as you're forced to block,
Test of Iron Grip, risky against Prism, very high attack values as well, but we'll see how this goes. Revealing a Herald and a Thunderquake. Dennis wins. That's the passing Mirage gone.
Wow, huge. And I do wonder if Test of Iron Grip is in because of the changes to the Angel rules, where now Clash cards will trigger when defending Angel attacks. So it could be used to break apart the Arclight loop as well, defending a Soraya or a Figment of Reaver.
Yeah, Michael drawing a Light of Soul here, which might help him get cards in Soul, but we see an E-Strike from Dennis
E-Strike here.
Imagine it's go again.
Michael, also notably, already at 19 life. A very real clock to get set up here.
Yeah, Dennis said he's either going to win this on 40 or there's going to be 20 things in play, and all that's in play is a library.
14.
You can never count Prism out in this matchup until it's over, though.
And we do see that Halo of Lumina Light from Michael. How do you think he's intending to get a yellow aura into his Banish Zone?
So by using
Merciful Retribution, or
Merciful Retribution will go to Soul if it's destroyed, but most importantly, you can get an Arclight Sentinel in the Soul by using Merciful Retribution, or by hitting it with Light of Soul.
And we see a really interesting Ominous Excavation here can be used to cycle figments that have already been used back into the deck. So, and a hit off the Light of Soul here is exactly what Michael needs to try and start reclaiming.
This is where Prism can start the snowball. Vestige of Soul online is important here, especially with the Merciful Retribution in hand. And I wonder if Michael establishes a Spectral Aura, will Dennis respect it? Because it can really snowball, and the health totals might seem misleading here. Yeah, Figment of Erudition,
Right here, great to
creating
get
a
a ponder.
Ponder, and playing
One
this.
of my favorite interactions is with the Merciful Retribution, the ponder will
will-
deal an arcane
yeah,
damage.
the
So
Ponder will deal an arcane damage, but Dennis has brought Null Rune Boots. He knows this matchup, and he knows that one of Michael's win conditions is these little arcane pings from Merciful Retribution if Dennis doesn't choose to bring that arcane barrier. Michael thinking.
yeah, deep in the tank there.
Probably thinking, does he want to flip this now, or is he looking to play this Merciful? Or does he even want to get this Erudition?
Yeah, I think he's considering getting a different Figment, but deciding against it in the end.
Yeah, these maybe happy this Ominous Excavation was milled, because I don't think the game's going to go long enough for this to come on. Michael really has to make a tempo swing that kind of locks Dennis out of the game, and that will be through using this Erudition and a card like Arc-like Sentinel.
And in Michael's hand, you said he has a Merciful Retribution. Do we know if he has a blue to pair with that?
He would need a blue to play it.
And if he does, then that will be another turn where Library is not being triggered here.
Yeah.
Maybe considering getting a Figment here that will just allow him to pitch into Ward to get this Library online.
It's a
He's
Herald.
going for the Soraya in the end.
Oh, he doesn't have a Merciful Retribution. It's a Herald of Judgment. Sorry. So. Oh no, he does. Oh, we're still in blocks.
Yeah, easy pop here.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks to the Vestige being able to send out a heal protection. So the Library will come online here, and with the Ponder token, it will put Michael up to 6 cards. And 2 cards pulled from Dennis as well.
Yeah. Now this is. Does Dennis have the pressure fault line?
But a fault line coming in for 8 and
now, if Michael
drew in,
Michael could have drawn an instant off this Ponder. But also, if this crushes, Dennis will lose his arsenal as well.
Yeah, but we don't know the quality of Dennis's arsenal really.
Well, he is playing Victor, so it could range from a threat to a random blue.
And if it crushes here, Michael will go to at least 7 and maybe even lower. So yeah, it looks like Michael's lining blocks up here because he can't just keep taking damage forever.
Blocking 6, taking 2. 9, definitely in lethal range. He drew a Figment off the Ponder.
Oh no! And decided to ask anyway. But at least he get 2 yellows into his pitch zone, developing the Figment. The Library's still online, and Passing Mirage are really important to him.
I think Prism had a 6-card hand there, and this is all they got from it. Dennis sends a boulder drop.
Dennis deciding it's time to go face.
Yeah, face
I'm not
is
scared
the
of your
place.
Passing Mirage.
I wonder if Dennis has a
Michael does have 5 cards to block here. Yeah, I do wonder if it's a pummel.
This can also just be where maybe this decision can change the whole game. Did Michael draw 5 cards when? Oh, he did pitch 2 yellows for the Figment.
Yeah, he pitched 2 yellows to play the Figment. Yeah.
He has an ALS, so if he lives here, he can get a tempo swing. But
yeah, could potentially block here, and then in response to the boulder drop trigger, if he doesn't block it out, play out this Sentinel. He does have 2 blues to develop it.
He does have this Figment as a safety net.
Could even here let the damage from boulder drop happen and then respond to the trigger of boulder drop by awakening a Figment that he could use to attack with once he plays his upland Sentinel out in the following turn. when he has full tempo. So could go to 2, but start a completely undestructed turn with a Passing Mirage and an Awakened Synchro.
Michael really wants to flip this erudition here and then go and play this Arclight Sentinel. And if he had presented Halo of Illumination, he would have been able to keep a 3-card hand here and try and do that play. But with this more kind of complex Halo of Lumina Light, maybe he regrets it.
And there
And
is
the
the
pummel.
That's massive.
That's massive. Dennis said, "I'm here to win."
Yeah.
A Genesis
Michael
play out
able to
by Michael,
respond by playing a
dodging the-
Genesis, but going to 3 life.
But Genesis and a Passing Mirage are the 2 auras to win this matchup, but Dennis could draw anything
But
right now.
no library trigger here either, so
Dennis has a Macho Grande, but Michael does have resources and a Figment.
yeah, and letting a
Dennis-
Prism untap with a Passing Mirage and a Genesis is always going to be terrifying.
It'd be really impressive to see Prism come back in this situation. See Dennis very much taking notice of those 2
Yes.
auras.
Definitely, but if Michael does use Soraya for tempo here,
Spinal Crush a face.
Then-
This
then
demanding 3
I could
cards.
still see it through 40 of Dylan's life. You know, that Dennis's life.
Dennis is gonna love that you called him Dylan.
Yeah. It is 4:15 in the morning here.
Yeah, but Dennis is a good friend, so but especially you know,
Well,
he's from New Zealand. I'm from Ireland. Probably the 2 countries most known for good banter with your friends. Michael has the 3 blocks in hand.
2 blues, and is that a Figment on the left there?
I think that's an Angelic Attendant, which is very
Yes.
powerful. And a Pierce Reality. Yeah. Blocking 3.
Yeah,
using
awakening
Prism.
a Figment defensively.
Going to 1.
Never an exciting play. But does get a Genesis trigger here to start accumulating shields.
Yeah.
Help
But
stabilize.
Passing Mirage in hand. No, he pitched the Passing Mirage. Yeah. I was gonna say Passing Mirage is not a light card. But Vestas are Soul online. Flipping.
Awakening
good.
Soraya, he's going for it.
And this also gives him a 4 health buffer. Drop
But
2.
if Michael does stabilize, if it costs him Soraya, will he be able to get through 40 of Dylan's life?
Well, I imagine Dennis has ominous.
Dennis's life?
Yeah, I imagine Dennis has. Sorry, I imagine Michael. You've ruined it for me. I imagine Michael has more ominous excavations in his deck, but also he has Figment of
true.
Rebirth, which can be used to put the erudition back on top. But Michael's really going to have to make a lot of spectral shields to try and regain health. But again, 1 leak, and here we see a test of strength in Dennis's hand, and this shows how the rules change is very relevant here. That he will clash with Michael if he blocks this ally swing.
Yeah, but importantly, Prism has a lot of firepower attacks in her deck. If Dennis loses this clash, it could be a really easy way for Michael to get back in the game.
He does have gold. And Michael will draw up to 5. Clash Celestial Reprimand.
Yeah.
That's good to know that Michael has that on top, but any heralds coming in now has Passing Mirage. Erudition. Now, is this where Michael has one of his famous angelic rats while this doesn't have Phantasm?
Michael has so many different tools in this deck. I am just so sure he's played this matchup 1,000 times.
Dennis very carefully blocking. Maybe another 4 block here.
And the Chest of
Yes,
Iron Grip comes
Iron
out.
Grip.
But if the Angelic Grass an instant, so if he did
Oh,
have
it was
it,
a
he would've
reprimand.
responded. Yeah,
Yeah.
so plays the command out. We know what's on top of Michael's deck already.
Yeah, I think Dennis still isn't comfortable here.
Yeah,
Prism's
Michael
establishing a lot.
gaining a lot of effective HP here with the Spectral Shield and Soraya.
Now, this would be an amazing way to send Prism off, with her doing the thing that a lot of people know her for, going down a 1 to 40 and saying, yeah, I feel okay here.
How likely do you think it is that Michael will be able to find a way out of the spot?
I've won games like this in the past. It's very difficult, but Michael's a better Prism player than me. I think he's very capable of winning this game, but all depends on how Dennis navigates this. He knows every time he activates a trigger like Tunic or that Michael has a chance to respond with an Arclight Sentinel or... Yeah, he has the ALS.
It does look like a Sentinel in hand.
But he doesn't have the soul to
he
play it and then swing.
And swing with Soraya, that's huge.
But he does have the
could
Angelic
he-
Attendant,
Yeah, he
but no
also
other
has
figments.
Genesis. So could pitch 3 cards to play Arclight Sentinel, be left with 1 card extra from the library, and try to draw a yellow off the top with his Genesis trigger, and that would generate him a soul to pitch into the Soraya.
Dennis going 9F face, he knows that clearing this board isn't how he wins this game. I bet he's looking for something
Yeah,
like a Golden
Michael
Sun while
opted-
Michael doesn't have the ward.
Yeah, Michael opting not to play the Arclight Sentinel, so has to find a way to block this.
Has to block with Footsteps. This is going to destroy the Footsteps. A bit of
Wow.
text and Footsteps. If it blocks a 6 power, it's destroyed.
And you have to imagine, after these footsteps have gone, Dennis is going to highly prioritize getting that passing mirage off the board.
Yeah.
It's difficult for Michael to play with no footsteps or passing mirage. But gets the Genesis trigger here, can start re-establishing the soul. Yeah, and
Plays
playing
it
an
like
Arclight,
getting a tempo swing.
get that passing mirage.
Now, if Michael draws a
And-
Merciful here, that could be very strong.
Eventually the library still.
Dennis swings at the Arclight. Dennis draws
Another
riches the
Genesis
Tropical
trigger.
Felony.
Yeah, not what you want here when Michael's just sees tempo back. And no quick dodge fixes in this matchup because of the Nolan vote. So really difficult to convert the switches defensively.
The question is, how is Michael gonna damage Dennis's health? We've seen these
Yeah.
reprimands, but we haven't seen any of the rats. And when I play this matchup, I really enjoy setting up a Wrath with an Erudition while I have this kind of Passing Mirage Genesis setup. So I wonder what Michael's plan to get through Dennis's defenses are, because if
Yeah.
he keeps taking cards out of his hand every turn, eventually he's going to draw all non-blocks or run out of figments to use.
And he's done a good job of stabilizing, but yeah, you're right. Dennis is still at 40. He needs to start having a plan here to actually get his life total to 0. With 2 Arclight Sentinels and the Soraya gone, it seems really unlikely that he'll form some sort of loop here. Oh wow, hard casting the Figment of Protection.
This is the
That's
second
2
figment that he's hard casted, but this does give him more health. So swinging
And then,
for bashing. He
yeah,
just
so going
knows.
to 5 Spectral Shields.
Yeah.
So
He
yeah,
knows,
well and truly stabilized, back to effectively 10 life.
9, 10, yeah. But he knows he just needs this 1 point of health to get through this game. Now Dennis does have a test of strength in hand.
But I am really interested in seeing how's he gonna get over the finish line once he has stabilized.
Yeah, it's a very aggressive
will
start
these
by Dennis. you think he's
ominous excavations coming to.
Do you think he's
Um,
regretting not hitting the Genesis earlier? Sending a Spinal Crush at face.
Maybe he got a lot of value from forcing Michael to use a lot of his tools like the footsteps and Soraya defensively. So
If he gets rid of this
I think
passing
Dennis
Mirage,
definitely happy with his play so far.
Hmm.
Yeah, if he gets rid of this passing Mirage, I think now with no footsteps, that has to be a priority for him.
but
So brutal, not being able to send any heals out.
Dennis also running Clash of Bravado, which means maybe if when one of these Angels attacks, he can just get rid of these auras without having to worry.
Yeah, we haven't seen him draw one yet, except for that one he pitched on turn 0, but will definitely be big when they do come up.
And a bit confused about Michael's pitch here. I think Vestige is meant to be online since he put a card in Soul from Reprimand. I don't know if he was able to.
From Genesis, is it?
Yeah, so I don't think he
Yeah,
was
I
able
think
to
he's just
over
missed
pitch
that.
here.
Oh, well, it costs 4 to play the Figment, 2 to awaken.
Oh yeah, sorry.
to
He
defend it,
hard
right?
casted
Yeah.
the Figment. Yeah, sorry. So it costed 8 total, yeah.
This is tense stuff. You can see in Dennis's face that he knows the game could just slip away at any point.
Yeah, he knows the game's not over.
And an E-Strike, really
E-Strike,
good counter
fine.
here, because you can send some damage at face to threaten the shields and the angels,
Yeah,
but
Dennis
still follow up by clearing it all at once.
Pitching riches now.
The gold.
Dennis say this E-Strike first, just trying to bait out a Arclight Sentinel.
Yeah, well, at least be punished less if there is one.
Yeah.
And
Golden Sun. This is what you want to get rid of the board.
And even though there's 7 ward in play, this is still showing lethal.
Yeah, loses all of
But
it.
yeah, covered by a card and all the ward.
Michael Collins has no soul, but this Genesis is going to help replenish it, but he has no Figments in play. And Genesis trigger doesn't trigger Prism.
But he does have two passing mirages here, so the heralds are really threatening. Not that they stack all that well, but will be...
Herald for 6, no Phantasm. This is a Ravages. On hit will do 1 Arcane. Does have go again.
Clash of Bravado here.
Now this is
Clash
big.
of Bravado huge here to get rid of it.
Oh, I think it's a tie.
Oh, 7-7.
Dennis bottoms the Victoria. Michael can find another 7.
A red? It's that a yellow thing that
it was a yellow. It was a 6. He gets.
I was going to ask, does he sideboard out a lot of these?
Angelic Wrath.
Angelic Wrath, yeah, huge.
Now Michael's favorite card, maybe
managing to connect. And you were saying he didn't have any Figments in play, but he's found one.
He's had to put a Figment of Judgment into the Soul. He's also had to pitch a Figment of War. So I think Figment of Ravages and Triumph are the last 2 he has left. Also Rebirth, which he can establish to get the Erudition back into his deck.
Yeah, and you also said with the Halo that he needs the Figment of Ravages to target himself to destroy that. So if that is eventually part of his game plan,
yeah,
he might need to keep the Figment of Ravages in deck.
But he's gonna have to establish something like a Merciful to get those in Soul, or a Genesis. So I don't know what auras he has in his banish, but I feel Michael might wish he presented the regular Halo.
Yeah, it's not looking great here, and even with several turns of Genesis in play, he wasn't able to get a there.
Yeah. But this Figment gives him some defensive value, but as well, Michael very at risk of fatigue in this matchup as well.
Yeah, a heavy graveyard. And Dennis has taken a total of 4 damage this game. So a long way still to go. But yeah, you're right. If anyone can do it, it's Mike.
Now these are two experts at their deck. These are two of New Zealand's best players, but also two of the best players in the world at their deck. And this is something you can only get in the home of Flesh and Blood. Pill for the Tomb.
Wow, Pill for the Tomb. Been in Dennis's arsenal for so many turns.
Banishing
Banishing
Erudition.
Erudition in response to the Figment entering play so that it can't be put on top of deck. Dennis trying to play around the Erudition plus Passing Mirage plus
Also banishes the
Angelic Rat
Arclight
combo.
Sentinel.
Yeah, because Pill for the Tomb allows you to choose one or both, and Arclight Sentinel with an instant. So yeah, very strong way of interacting with the Figments here. I am a bit surprised he didn't banish the Soraya as his choice of instant. The Figments are instant, but clearly thinking the Sentinel was scarier for him in this spot.
But I'm confused why he banished that Arclight Sentinel, because Halo of Luminant Light is going to allow Michael to play that
very
Arclight
good
Sentinel.
point here.
I think
Very good point
Dennis
here.
made a mistake there.
That could be huge. We were talking about ways for Michael to get back in the game, and a free
ALS
Arclight Sentinel is definitely one of those ways. Boulder Drop coming in here, though, demanding at least 2 cards.
Yeah, it takes the
So he
shield.
won't be able to get this library back.
Michael doesn't have the Genesis to kind of recoup what's happening.
Yeah, and next to connect with the heal to get that Ravages out to get the Arclight Sentinel in play.
3 mites on Dennis's side. Important piece of text that mites are before the action phase starts, so Michael can't respond when ALS like he could to a Seismic Surge. Michael has a Merciful in hand. Awakening Rebirth. Attacking. Imagine he's putting the Erudition back. Which I'm surprised Dennis didn't banish.
Yeah,
that
he could have banished that instead of the Arclight Sentinel, which wouldn't have turned on the Halo and permanently gotten rid of the...
Yeah. Your 4 damage taken,
Right, yeah. And this
Ward
will turn
established.
library on, managing to get 2 yellows into the pitch zone. So. Notably, Soraya does put yellows back on the top of deck, though. So if he does choose to get a Figment back here, he will have the no-block Figment in his next hand.
I guess Dennis banishing this ALS stops Michael from putting it back on top with the Rebirth, but
yeah, I guess
I wonder if
he's trying to play around the loop.
Michael draws a thing anyway, but Golden Sun for 13.
Yeah, with no party window.
But Michael does have
just 4 ward.
Michael has a Light of Soul, so he could hit a Herald, which would be able to search him a Figment of Triumph.
What pitch outlet does Michael have to pitch this?
Yes,
he
this
could
Erudition.
the Erudition.
But he would then need to block with his Vestige. No, he doesn't have it.
But it's not a Herald.
It's not a Herald.
I don't see a way out here for Michael.
Has it. There was one way, but not hitting a Herald on that Light Soul, but Michael going through all the moves.
Yeah, and it would have been huge there because it would have hit the Herald of Ravages, which then would have put an Arclight Sentinel into play for free. So a huge swing there off the Light of Soul. And you can see, Michael clearly knows how big of a mess that was.
But I've been in these positions. You really just have to take that last look.
Yeah, maybe managing. No, getting over the top there. Congratulations.
Dennis is your 2026 National Champion. See his friend Kale. Oh, he's over the moon. He's a player who he acts like he doesn't care that much, but he's probably the happiest guy on earth right now. And doing it with Victor, a hero that he's well known for. There's no more deserving champion.
Yeah, absolutely. Well deserved. About time. He's come in striking distance so many times. Yes, amazing one for Michael.
Yeah, amazing work
really
from
big
Michael. Great
congratulations.
player,
Yes.
great person, and like you said, hadn't made top 8 in 3 years and now making the final. And just a great performance from these two specialists on the two heroes that maybe it's the last time they'll get to play.
Yeah. It's both so close to Living Legend, and like really showing off New Zealanders playing the decks that they love and
Yeah.
doing well with them.
The smile on Dennis's face.
I've never seen this man that happy, except for when he's winning in poker.
Yeah. Hopefully we get Dennis on for an interview.
One last interview, yeah.
And then hopefully we can get Kale on for his retirement announcement. Congratulations,
mates.
Dennis. You're the 2026
Oh.
New Zealand national champion.
Thank you.
About time, mate.
Yeah.
About
mate,
time.
I lost the last 3 just so Victor can get to this point. It's more thematic if you do it on the 3rd time.
So you got off to such an aggressive start in that game, and you looked very comfortable at the start, but a Genesis and Passing Mirage being established, did you ever feel like the game was slipping away from you and that Prism was gonna do what she does and be on 1 health but still be in the game?
Yeah, 100%. But I had the Pilferer in the arsenal for pretty much the entire game, so there wasn't much. Like I was most scared on the the protection angel turn, because I was like, oh no, that kind of takes him out of Golden Sun lethal. Because at this point, I'm just trying to draw to E-Strikes and Golden Suns, and luckily one hand I had both.
Yeah.
When he's on that health, it's just like I'm just trying to prevent either go wide or prevent evasive damage.
One thing we wondered about is you banished, with that Pilfer the Tomb, you banished an Upright Sentinel, which made it a valid target for his headpiece if he managed to resolve that.
Oh, see, I don't
were you worried that he might?
He didn't read that.
I thought the headpiece says spell void when you take arcane damage, right? Isn't that what it says?
Yeah, so he can ping himself.
How does he ping himself?
And then
with the Ravages, he pings himself and then gets to play the ALS for free.
Oh, right. On the Ravage. Yeah. I didn't. Yeah, no. I should have. Apparently, he didn't have an ALS at that point. No, there was no ALS in Banish at that point. Apparently.
Yeah, but you put the ALS in Banish.
Right. See, I should read his headpiece. Maybe Michael siled me because he went. I was going to banish his what is it, the Angel of Erudition, and he's like, oh, I already put the ALS out for you, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'll banish that one then. So Michael would have lied to me, right? Oh, he was playing the long con. I'm bloody scared.
Well, at least it didn't come back to bite you there. Reading comprehension is not a New Zealand response.
Michael Collins, back from his MTG days. He's coming back strong. Well, if you know, you know.
Wow, but no, I say you're over the moon. Like, long time coming, and especially on a Guardian like Victor. Is there anyone you'd like to thank? And when will Kale be announcing his retirement? Because he'll never live down you saying this against him.
Look, when will Kale retire? Answer that first. I don't know. He just swore at me. I didn't ask the question. I don't know. We'll see how many drinks we get in tonight. We might cripple him to the point that he can no longer play Flesh and Blood. So that might be inevitable. But no,
so new tonight.
Yeah. But yeah, thanks to the team. Thanks to everyone I've played with. Thanks to people who play Victor in other tournaments, so I can just net deck them and then change 2 cards and call it my own. Yeah.
Yeah. Congratulations,
Massive
Dennis.
congrats,
it's been a long time coming.
Thank you. Metafy update coming on Monday. So Victor's still legal for a
$100
couple of weeks. No. There's still like 2 weeks of Nats left, okay, guys?
Metafy update coming on Monday. Victor LL coming on Tuesday.
There's always Living Legend format, boys.
Living Legend Victor. Yeah.
True. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you could pull it off.
Yeah. Thank you guys for commentating this weekend. I watched a bit of that last night. It was good. Good banter.
Yeah.
No worries. Yeah. The sun's just coming up here, Ace.
Yes, sunrise
Yeah.
is coming up. That's the golden
Yeah.
sun, man.
The
That's
golden
the
sun,
golden
bro.
sun. Yeah.
The golden sun's coming up.
It's always sunrise somewhere. Yeah.
No. Congratulations,
Yeah.
Dennis.
Alrighty. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to say before we end the stream?
No, that's all. Let's run it back next year.
Yeah. New
Yes.
Zealand's known for 2-time national champions, so maybe you can
Yeah,
host
you'll be the third double.
Alright, you guys can hang up now. Jono's been standing here for like 5 minutes trying to give me my prizing.
Okay.
Yeah,
let's go.
enjoy opening your golf ball. Yeah.
Alright, thank you. See you later, boys.
See you guys.
So yeah.
Bye.
Maybe we can. Yeah. Hopefully we can see Dennis with the
can see
trophy.
it.
Oh,
the
on the
trophy.
camera. Oh, wait! You should put the headset back on and open the gold foil. Ah, okay.
Missed opportunity.
Show off the trophy.
Oh, show off the trophy. Come
Show
on.
us the trophy, Dennis. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's the.
Always good to
Yeah.
have one of them in the cabinet.
Wait, it's the same one
I
as
have to
last
give-
year.
Have to give a massive shout out to Michael there. Playing the all is out, including tricking his opponent
Oh, we
into
genuinely thought
vanishing his opponent's
Michael.
Sentinel.
We thought Michael was in that game until the last minute.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But Dennis, a great champion, following other great champions. I can't think of a New Zealand national champion who isn't one of the best players in the world. So Dennis, right at home.
Yeah. Very well earned. Yeah.
And Michael
Yeah.
Mind Games Colin, I love that. I already have the ALS out
I
for
already
you.
have the ALS out for you. What a friendly guy.
what a nice guy. Dude, he was so lovely this whole stream. So yeah,
Iconic.
but
Um,
we've thanked the players a lot during this event, and we thanked James as well. But thanks to the viewers for watching. I think we're at 800 viewers at some point. People are dropping off now. but
800 viewers. That's way more than. Wow, that's a lot of people.
I think as soon as when the final started, it was at like 750 because I think everyone heard that it was Victor versus Prism.
Victor Prism and yeah, all the Prism
then
players jumped on to cheer for Victor, and all the Victor players jumped on to cheer for Prism. You know.
Yeah, and I think as soon as the Prism went to 1, a few people kind of checked out, but I think they missed a actually close enough game. But yeah, no, congratulations, Dennis. Thanks to Card Merchant for hosting Nats and hosting the stream and giving us the opportunity to commentate. Lucas, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I had a lot of fun, and honestly, yeah, huge shout out to James for making this all happen. He just put a Facebook post up to see if anyone was interested, and I was so great to participate in New Zealand Nats a little bit, even though I'm on the other side of the planet at the moment. Made me feel very homesick. So yeah, shout out to all the Kiwi players and especially to James for making this all happen.
Yeah, and thanks for letting. I may not be a Kiwi, but I'm definitely a friend of a lot of the
Honorary
community.
Kiwi, yeah.
Honorary
Friend of the
Kiwi. So it was interviewing everyone throughout the event was amazing. A lot of my own friends, even outside of Fab. So yeah, no, thanks for the opportunity, and thanks everyone for watching. And yeah, this has been the 2026 New Zealand Nationals.
Signing out.
Yeah, bye guys.